I wonder if this is working. All right. Slight test. Quick test. Audio test. Testing. Quick test. Audio. Right. All good audio-wise. Audio is good. How is my Discord? Discord, is there an alert somewhere? Did it break that too? Let's see, it's 3:14. It is 3:14, okay. Alright. Done. Boom. Alright. Like restored? Huh? What? Alright. What's going on? What's going on? Alright. Stuff works. Stuff works. Oh. Alright. What was I doing, guys? What was I doing? What was I doing today? What was I doing today? It was fixing some Unreal Engine stuff. And 3 hours. Holy moly. What I found. Resumed. Found and fixed. Honest retesting. Alright. So how do I get this thing working? Everything fixed. No change. Fork release. Dispatch. Await your call. Stop the answer stealth or authorize me to stop. Build. VFX is up. Still hot. Alright. We already stopped it. Terminal push. We published the new version of Terminal. Hopefully. Okay. Alright, everything's pushed. Just compact that. So how do I start with the fire? Fire, 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 fire. Let's see, which version? Gora. How to do the fire? Alright. How do I see the new fire aura? Alright. Starting over. Huh? Alright. Where do we start here, guys? Where do we start? Vitals are good. How's mission control? Mission control. Boom. 3 need attention. Parity get. SSG parity drifted. Yeah, we got parity drift. Oh. Lost connection with Windows. Or not. How's Windows? Still online. Okay. Alright. Apple's probably not going to respond to us for a while. Most likely. App Store Connect. Sup? Man, my thing's broken. I can't see who said sup. All my stuff's broken, guys. AI doing all sorts of stuff. Who is it? Ewo. Hey, Ewo. How's it going? How's the weather over there? How is the weather? It's funny is I can see the message from my Discord, but not in my OBS. Hey guys, look. 1.07. Weather is good. Guys, 1.07 ready for distribution, guys. Ready for distribution, 1.07. Finally, guys, finally. Has it been distributed? My gosh, it took forever. Automatically released the version. Damn. I published to the Google Play Store yet? We didn't make any Google app yet. We didn't even make an iOS app yet. We didn't make the iOS app. But hey, the desktop app is ready and it's been distributed. Finally, guys, that's a big update. That's a big update. That's a huge update for Mac OS. Huge. Oh, and it fixes like so much bugs, a ton of bugs. All right, let's check out the new version of Windows. Because a new version of Windows also got published too. Check out this. All right, because you said you're gonna make a secret society. All right, let's look at it. Let's look it up. Your phone is about to stop being yours. 89 days until lockdown. Starting September 2026, a silent update, non-contextually pushed by Google, will block every Android app whose developer hasn't registered with Google, signed their contract, paid up, and handed over their government ID. Every app and every device worldwide will, with no opt-out, post on X what Google is doing. Starting September 26, every Android app developer must register centrally with Google before their software can be installed on any device, not just Play Store. Yeah, they're already doing this with Microsoft, so it's not like it's going to be happening new to me. Not just the Play Store, all apps. All right, let me fix the OBS chat too. There's like, what the heck's wrong with my my stuff, guys? What happened? What happened? Yeah, we need to set up our secret society soon. The OBS chat overlay is not showing messages from chat. Unless I have it like, you know, hidden for some reason, but nope, it looks normal to me. All right. We need to make the secret society. It's not built fast enough. Maybe we just do it by a web and do IRC. Hook it up to an IRC server. I don't know. Independent developers, church and community. Frozen out being able to develop software. Registration requires paying a fee, agreeing to Google's terms, surrendering your government ID, issuing evidence of your private signing key, list all current and future application identifiers. F-Droid. Is this like the different version? Need your help? Your trusted home for free open source web apps. This is the only store that they have. What apps do they have? AI chat, huh? Interesting. New distribution method. F-Droid accepts open source apps. You know, the whole reason they're doing this to lock down to begin with, Evo, is because there's so many bad actors on the App Store, they need to lock it down. And the only way to lock it down, not the only way, but one of the ways is just know your customer, to just reduce the threat surface. Like that's pretty much what's happening. Has less malware than the Play Store. How do you know that? How do you know that?
Welcome to Costco.
The
I
amount
love
of
you.
users is probably very, very low too. Like dramatically low. There's probably maybe like a few hundred users on there. Because people that manage the store actually vet the app, but they're only a few people. Google's a whole entire business enterprise dealing with stuff. Like, I don't think anybody's gonna beat that. I don't think people are gonna beat that, to be honest. That's why I trust like apps developed by the businesses, because the businesses could respond. A single person, individual, really hard, just saying. Really hard. That's why apps are slower to update. To update on F-Droid from upstream. Yeah, there's a lot that they need to do to, what do you call it? Just get working. Vibe coding. We really need to, how should I say it? Fix all this stuff to make sure there's no malware. Yeah, they probably. You think Google didn't set up the same thing, and Apple and Microsoft? They all set up the same thing, and they have the money to set it up, like, and make it work. 2 ways, live motion. All right, CD into this. Can you set that up now? I want to see it live now. Drop the window. All right. I want to see it live now. Now. Let me see it. You worked on it for the past 3 days. Let me see it. All right. Should we start watching some YouTube or no? Just keep coding, guys? Should we just keep coding? Q&A? Q&A or back to the Secret Society? Okay, I still can't believe the new version just came out. Let's check that out. The new version just came out. That's crazy. I know I don't have much can you ask Claude? It's true. I don't have much Claude left. I don't I have to tell you the truth. Look at my Claude usage. There's barely any. I'm in red. I'm in the super red. I'm in the super red. I'm in the super red. All right, guys, we're pretty much there. So hopefully our new version works out, and then our publisher.microsoft.com works too. Man, do we need publishers? Oh man, what was the site called? Partner. Partner. Spelling it wrong this whole time. All right, guys. Now that we have this set up to actually like publish your app and stuff. Oh, did it actually not do what I wanted to do? I told it to publish to the new version, like 10, but it didn't. We need to publish the 10. Ay. It didn't publish the 10. Maybe because let's see. This one was just updating a plugin, I think. What was this one? This was also a plugin? Huh? Oh. governance integration. All right, let's see. I think Claude just has a little bit of juice left to publish to the next version. I thought we published to the next version. Because right now we're on... And to answer your question, the reason why is because the Play Store doesn't require your app to be open source or even submit source code to publish it on the Play Store. Oh, I see. I see. Alright, it says Windows is on version 1.0. F-Droid has less model. Yeah, but don't they have less users too? At the same time? Apps are vetted. Alright, we need to update all the apps are open source. Stronger guidelines. It's good. Oh, man. I wonder, the thing is, there's this thing that I have for Claude as part of the, what do you call it? As part of being on the startup program. Apparently they give us credits, but I haven't gotten it yet. You should read the rest of the article. It's pretty short. All right, I'm gonna test something. Putting usage credits on. Low. Remove limit. Yeah, I guess not. I guess they would let me know, right? If I did go past the usage limit. They need to tell me when I get my credits. Apparently we get $100,000 in credits as part of the startup program, but we'll see. As part of the process, they have that. This article? Google's plan only works if developers comply. Don't. Is there an Apple equivalent to this, you know? Is there an Apple equivalent? I don't think all the Apple users gladly pay and develop on Apple. If Android does the same thing, they could do it as well. They'll just close source Android, and then nobody gets it. Nobody gets it. Like, I don't think well, Apple, the EU forced them to open up. I don't think they're gonna open up after much trouble. They could probably just stop doing business with the EU. Most likely possible. Is there like a double message? Could I actually like mute this now? Let me check. Mute. Babel won't cause money. Yeah, I can see that. They need more money. Everybody needs money. You think they're gonna give up their IP, intellectual property, just to make more money? No. We'll just work with the government to not allow that. Possibly. Who knows? We'll see. We'll see. We can only wait, right? We can only wait for them to react. Oh. So I'd have to wait off air in order to do it. The instant you're off, I'll launch this, okay? I'll probably just watch stuff then. Oh, I forgot. I need Windows to actually like publish the latest version. If this is the version that works. Anyway, does this version work? Let's check. What version is this? Oh, not the latest version. Check for updates. Oh, SSG. Oh, there's 2 updates to update. This is 10, version 10. Okay. Go to plugins. Terminal. Installed. Let's uninstall that. Go to browse. Install again. Confirm. Sorry. Oh. Alright. Now that's installed. Let's try opening it. Starting terminal. Stuck on start terminal. Oh my gosh. Still doesn't work. Even though we updated several times. Cookie? Cooked? Yeah. Stuck on terminal, guys. Man, when am I gonna get this terminal working? The only reason I want to develop it, because ideally it should like work for Windows, Mac, and Linux. But yeah, it's not. So I'm just like, how is it working? Stuck on starting terminal. Oh. Do I want to use the rest of my inference on this? Or just get Claude Code to work on this? Not Claude Code. Codex? Windows watermark? What about the Windows watermark? 2% left? Oh, 2% left. Maybe I should email them? Should I email them? Hey, when do I get my credits? I desperately need them. Oh, I need to do my Duolingo. Is this startup school? Okay. Startup. No reply. Nope. Nope. Can't reply. Not yet. We'll see. Wonder how to delete this one. I want to update the logo. Hello, welcome. Where do we get... promo codes. Did I set this up? I was supposed to create codes so that you could redeem them if you want to. What was your app called? It's called SigmaShake space desktop. Let me try getting that right now. Let's see if it uses the latest version. Get the latest version. It takes a while to load. Check for updates doesn't work properly. Check for updates and then let's see, profile, licensing, support, flatpak.org, flathub.org. Interesting. Oh, did you have to make it through here? I didn't do that. I just submitted it through something. Confirm access. You do have to make it through here? Oh, I didn't do it. I'll let it know. Okay. I'll get it published. At least it fixed the chat. Need to publish on FlatHub. Have to log in. Does it need an API key of any kind? Let's see. Hmm. I'm gonna open a window. It's getting a little hot in here. All right, let's watch something. Got the flat hub terminal. Oh, the Windows needs to be updated too. I'll use Codex. I'll try Codex. Mono need to publish to Windows Store. Latest version of SigmaShake desktop. What's the path to the binary so I could just upload as the new updated package? What failed? All right, opening a window. Okay. Now for YouTube. Hey YouTube. What are we watching today? We have a bunch of stuff on watch, guys. On watch later. Thank you for watching on YouTube, guys. Appreciate you. All right, let's add this to watch later as well. That looks good. SaaS price increase playbook. How to raise prices without losing customers. All right. All right. We ready? Micro Factory. All right. Watch later. 9-part. All right. I don't know why this thing's popping up, but okay. News Fable's back, but this new model is better. What new model? All right, let's add that too. Why does that thing pop up? Apple raises prices on everything. All right. Hello. Hello. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. All right. We ready to watch, guys? We ready to watch? All right. Oh my God. It starts off when it was added instead of chronological order. No, we always have to keep this one, guys. Always have to keep that one. You could download for later? I didn't know that. He's always wrong. All right. Start with this one.
Today, we are going to create crazy virtual worlds where we simulate squishy things.
Wow.
Yes, things that deform. This new method is incredibly impressive. It can do absolutely wonderful things.
Damn.
Elastic barbarian ships and rods, really squishy letters, super detailed cloth
That looks super satisfying. Wiggle, wiggle. Hey, Millsy, how's it going?
wrinkles, and then whatever the heck this is. Now, that's really tough. But I'll try to summarize 30 years of research for you. Here goes.
Whoa.
We have fast simulations that are wrong. Or we have accurate ones that are painfully slow.
Okay, 5 days.
Well, the input is a bunch of shapes and forces that act upon them. And the output is the new positions of every tiny point that describes these objects. This is a really tough problem because these things are squishy. So every tiny point affects every other point. And there are millions of them. So one small mistake can spread everywhere and break the whole simulation.
Working on that thing progressed a good bit, just cleaning it up, and I can open it up for edits. Cool.
Okay, so what can this new technique do? Well, imagine a tree that you really don't like, and you hope to never see it again. So, what does a computer graphics researcher do? Well, of course, throw jack-o'-lanterns at it until there are enough so we never see it again. Can we do that? Let's see. Oh, yes. Kinda crazy. So, what is going on here? Dear fellow scholars, this is 2-minute papers with Dr. Károly Zsolnai Fehér. So previous techniques had a problem with scenes like this. You see, they split the problem into small pieces and solve them separately. But the problem is that those pieces ignore each other and cause a problem called overshoot. What does that mean? Well, overshoot means that we apply a small fix locally at one part, but it makes the whole other thing worse. Things start to wobble, slow down, maybe even explode. Ooh, that is a huge problem. I mean, you can't slice up the problem into many smaller pieces without ruining the thing. Kind of a deal breaker. But that would be great. Why? Well, that is exactly what GPUs are good for. You don't solve slice 1 and then slice 2, then slice 1000. No! You give it all 1000 slices and it is going to be solved in one go. But you can't do that. Or you couldn't. Until now. Because this method predicts how each of these small changes affect the whole project. Okay, how? Well, through pre-computed a co-rotated local perturbation subspace. Whoo! What does that mean? That is a very scientific way of saying that each slice is able to tell how its own movements stretch and pull the rest of the object before it even moves. That is magic, because finally the simulation can be super fast and remain stable. Now that is remarkable.
Yeah.
So this simulation...
It's like virtual reality is gonna be better, guys. Better.
As a dragon given by 100,000 elements, and it is pretty accurate. So, how long do we have to wait? Like overnight? Well, hold on to your papers, fellow scholars, because this dragon experiment runs easily in real time. Yep, that just happened. But note that this is not quite the whole truth. I'll tell you about it in a moment. And even if you have 5 barbarian ships given by 2.5 million elements, I thought surely you'd have to wait overnight for this one, right? It turns out, nope. This can still do 3 frames per second. You can actually see it in motion as you compute it. That? Wow. There are previous techniques that did that already. For instance, here is vertex block descent, VBD. It can do that. So what's new here? Well, for one thing, get this. This is about 30 to 170 times faster than VBD. What? That is insanely fast. For a house of cards, it can also do 30 frames per second.
Looks so real.
For a simulation with about 400,000 elements, that is incredible. Wow. But it gets better. The paper says, wait, what? Infinite times faster? Did they just invent a time machine? No, not quite. You see, there are cases where the previous VBD fails to converge at all. It never finishes the simulation. Okay, so how about this new technique? Oh, look at that. What a beauty. Now, limitations. We said it can run in real time. Yes, that's true. However, before the simulation starts, it has a pre-computation step. It has to run some calculations before starting. And for a huge scene, it can take a while. For a quick dragon scene, about 7 minutes. Huge scenes, 67 minutes. That kinda sucks. But wait, don't despair. This is my understanding of the paper. You pre-compute the rest shape Hessian matrix per deformable asset. What does this mean? This means that you can do the whole thing before shipping a game. So, when the user sees it, they won't even know about this part, and it will run super fast, which is excellent. And this is open science, so we get all this for free. What a time to be alive! And unfortunately, almost nobody is talking about works like this, so I really wanted to share this with you. Thank you. We need new tools for the era of LLMs, and Weights and Biases now has Weave, a lightweight toolkit to...
Okay. Interesting. Oh, another watch. The rest of the watch later. There's more. Watch later. We watched this one already. We watched this one. Let's watch this one.
Hello world. I'm an unemployed ex-big tech software engineer with 25 years of experience in the tech industry. So it's another week and there are yet more massive rounds of layoffs being announced by big tech companies. Now, as some of you may know, I was laid off from my own big tech job late last year. And over that time, I've gone through the normal range of emotions, right? Like shock, anger, shame, and depression. But now I feel like I've come through the other side. With every passing week, I'm feeling better and better about life. It's now gotten to the point where most days seems to
It's like, I'm making money now.
be filled with possibilities for me. And on some days, it feels almost euphoric. It's so good, I don't want the day to end. And this is all because my layoff, it indirectly pushed me into a kind of involuntary early retirement. A step that I would have never actively taken for myself. Now, I know I'm one of the lucky ones. This type of early retirement, it's only possible because I had many years of a high-paying tech job in order to save and invest. It allowed me to become financially independent, and for this, I am extremely grateful. But for the techies who are not there yet, the ones who are thinking about or even actively trying to escape the rat race, maybe you're getting close to escape velocity. Maybe you're already past it, but you're afraid to take that step. If you're still employed, you're probably dealing with constant stress, picking up all the tasks from your laid off ex-coworkers. You're probably fighting burnout while carrying survivor's guilt and imposter syndrome like every day. Maybe you've already been laid off, like maybe after years or even decades in this industry. You're now stuck grinding through the kabuki theater that is LinkedIn. Maybe you're enduring an endless gauntlet of interviews that resembles a humiliation ritual. And all of that to get a...
Man, he actually calls it out like it is. But he calls it out from what he read on Reddit.
lowball offer for a job that you may not even want in the first place. Now, I genuinely feel for you guys, and I want to help you out. That's why I want to share the strategies and income streams that have helped sustain myself and my family post-layoff. Think of it as a public service announcement. Hopefully it gives you some inspiration and ideas for building your own path to financial independence. So I'm going to talk about how each of these income streams were developed, how much money they return, and how much time I spend on every one of them. So let's jump in. So our biggest income stream is our 2 rental properties. These are...
All right, guys. Nobody has rental properties, guys. Anybody here have a rental property? Actually, we had a few that were in the chat. Not me, though. Not me.
houses located near major cities with fully paid off mortgages. We paid it off.
Fully paid off, guys. Never mind. I'm not listening to this, man. It's too out of touch for me. Too out of touch for me, guys. Let's go to this one.
What you're looking at right over here are a bunch of my YouTube videos being ingested into an LLM wiki. This LLM wiki, as you can see if I zoom in, are different YouTube videos, and what's connecting them are different relations. So we're starting to see this actual kind of like second brain of all of my YouTube videos and how they relate to each other, and all of this knowledge makes my AI OS so much smarter. And the coolest part about this is I didn't have to connect these concepts at all. I was able to just say, hey, Claude Code, go grab my YouTube videos and then ingest them into this wiki. And this thing continuously grows and grows. If I zoom in a little bit, let's open up one of these videos. So right here, I've got Nano Banana 2 websites. When I open this up, we can see some information up here, but then as we
He already made a video on something like this, but this is the demo.
scroll down, we can see, summary, key takeaways, and other tools and things that are mentioned, and other techniques that have been discussed. And I can follow all of these links around. Let's say I'm interested in GitHub. I can click onto GitHub, I can see what this is about, and then I can see other times that we've referenced GitHub. Here's some information that connects GitHub to Vercel. Why don't I click into that and learn some more about Vercel? And then Vercel can take me back to Claude Code, where I once again can follow all of these backlinks until I get to where I need to go. And so as this whole mind map of these YouTube videos starts to grow, we're able to see all of this come to life. And today I'm going to show you guys exactly how you can get up and running with something just like this in about 5 minutes. It's so much simpler than you may think. Now, what's impressive about this isn't the fact that Fable was able to ingest all of it. It's what Fable can do once you've given it the power of all of this data. Because we all know that data is king, context is king. Here's a cool example. I asked Fable in one prompt, I said, hey, I want you to basically turn this messy blob of YouTube transcript connections into something that people could actually look at and understand. I want this to be a simple resource that's not overwhelming, but shows my audience how these tools and techniques and ideas connect to each other. And now we have this super cool HTML, which I can click into, and I can see different ideas up top, agentic workflows and what it connects to. It connects to routines. Routines connects to deterministic versus agentic automation, which connects back to N8N and Claude Code and all of this kind of stuff. And it's just amazing. In my mind, something like this is a much more user-friendly interface than something like this. And what I think is awesome about this is that I was able to prompt it in an emotional way. I said things like, in a way that a beginner could understand and could click through and it wouldn't overwhelm them. And something like Opus 4.8 just doesn't understand what that means as well as Fable. To show you what I mean by that, this is something that I worked on with Opus for almost a full day. We went back and forth, we built this thing out, and I just didn't like it enough to share it with people because it felt overwhelming. It felt confusing. And the database on the back end that powers this is the exact same one. So anyways, what we're looking for here is the same thing. You can search through tools, techniques, videos. There's kind of like a layer framework that we discussed with the orchestrator, the models, the inputs, all this kind of stuff. And it has all the same data, and I can still click into these things and I can follow the backlinks, and it's kind of the same idea, but once again, this version is just so much simpler to me and I like it more. You can see as we click on a concept, we're able to see on this right-hand side videos that it pulled this data from. We can read a little bit more about it and we can see what else it's connected to. So that's just one very small example. If you guys have been following me for a while, you know that in my AIOS, I have a few different LLM wikis. This is my YouTube transcript one. I've also got like my Herc Brain one, which is pretty much where I put all of my meeting recordings. So all of my meetings, whether they're internal or external, I store them here. And that's how I'm able to see how the different concepts that I'm talking about with people have evolved and how they are going to continue to evolve. And when I'm scripting community posts, LinkedIn posts, writing emails, it takes all of this stuff into account because it knows everything about me and my business. So much so that right before this video, I said, hey, Mr. Fable, I want you to go ahead and just tell me a story about the past 6 months. So, we're halfway through 2026. Build me a visual journey of what we've done so far in 2026. And this is what it gave me in one shot. It was able to pull this picture of me. It pulled our logo, and you can see that this thing is even and you can see that the branding of this even feels like AIS. It's kind of dark mode, blue graph colors, and this is what it gave me. It pulled actual stats like how many subscribers I gained. It has our highest revenue month, which I'm gonna blur out, but it was able to look at all this data and just pull it for me. This was a big pivot I made this year. I went from pretty much doing only end-to-end content to doing a lot of Claude Code content. And you can see how this was able to pay off if we look at my average views and our revenue and how the business has grown since I made that pivot. Then we look at some other things like how our churn has changed, how our conversion has changed, other things about our revenue. But look at this. This is pretty funny. It pulled this different picture of me. If you guys remember, the one up at the front was a smiling one. This is one of me thinking. And so it's able to just crawl through so much of the data and the resources that it has available inside of my Herc2 project. It shows the whole funnel of the business, which proves that it understands how people enter our ecosystem and all the decisions they can make inside of our funnel and where we try to push them to. Anyways, the point I'm trying to make there is the more data you give your projects, the better. But specifically, making sure that you route them in the right way. And that's what the LLM Wiki is really good at. This is my Herc2 project. You guys know that this is my AIOS, and we have so much information in here. We have different wikis, different projects, everything that I've worked on, and that's what you guys are trying to build. By the way, if you want to go through a full free course where I show you how to do.
I'm still not convinced. Not convinced, Nate. Let's see, we're running out of videos already.
Already working. So right now, these major labs approaching this industrial task wrong. They want to create like a ChatGPT for robotics. You ask it something and it will do the task just out of the box. But what should I do if the model do something wrong? I cannot open the hood of the model and adjust things. So we are solving it not by pre-training and fine-tuning, but we allow user to train small task-specific model themselves that are adjustable. Turns out you need like 1/10 of the data than the typical approach. And model become way more reliable because you can always adjust it after deployment. This is our setup, what we call a microfactory. I was originally working in game dev, but I always have this feeling that it will be much more fun to make something physical. A lot of goods, a lot of packaging, a big warehouse. So I started to scroll through forums. My co-founder, he was posting about his home production. He built bicycle lights. So I sent him an email with the business idea. Hey, there is a demand for these lights. How about we just make industrial grade light and just fill this market? Money. Yeah, so initially we assemble these devices by our own hands.
Is that a bot or a human?
Then hire some people to do this and manage them. So we grew business together. Our workers were sitting behind the table and just do these repetitive tasks again and again. We saw this breakthrough with transformers, with ChatGPT. We have this feeling that this technology can give us great tools. So we started to experiment with things, solving basically our own problem. One of the main motivations was just have fun with new toys. So we just decided to grab our stuff and move to San Francisco. What we learned is that a lot of things is not working. A lot of things you can do in better way. So for those people who don't know, one way to control robot is like teleoperation. You have a replica basically of the robot and you move it and robot just repeat your movements. This is a custom teleoperation kit that we provide to our users for real industrial usage. You want to be this teleoperator as light as possible. So we have these carbon rods, precise custom encoders, couple of magnets so it stay stable and reliable. Let's say I want to train a new task when you need to insert this cable into the PCB board and you need to be super precise so this connector fit, and if you miss 0.5 millimeter it just break everything. Normally you cannot do these tasks. It's too random, it's too unconstrained, so you basically need to show it a couple of different positions and it will generalize among them. We have a couple of pedals just for convenience. Start with green one. So if you move it like this, it's too imprecise. So you can push the pedal and you have scale. So you move 5-inch and the robot will move just 1 inch. And in this way you can be super precise. We can just insert the connector. Yeah, so now we showed a couple of examples, train it, and now it will be able to generalize. So I can just put my PCB board at some point a little higher and see how it performs. So it adjusts a bit and like have a smooth insertion. Let's specifically move it lower, for example, like here. Let's try. There is a pretty common benchmark when you need to tie zip ties, and it's complex task because it's a deformable object. It can end up in pretty random position. So for this task, we run robot for 100 zip ties. Total success rate was 97%. And it was trained from under 40 minutes of task-specific data. And the next best model, they require 5 to 10 hours of data for just a fine-tuning stage. And they have success rate of about 85%. Yeah, so all this probably pretty cool, but what's make our model really special is the ability to adjust it. So how we do?
I do admit, guys, China is well ahead on this, like probably several months ahead, unfortunately.
Do this. If your robot already did a mistake, you can roll robot back in time, and we let the model run the robot, and we have a clutch. You can adjust and refine your robot movement in real time on the go, and then just work without me. That's perfect. So it remember it, and next time it will correct its mistakes. And for now, only this approach can achieve such results. So we have some pilots that cover a wide range of tasks. And for some of them, you need precision. Some of them, you need these nuanced movements to scoop mushrooms. You need to have these shaky movements to not damage your mushrooms. These customers, they spent about a month trying to use depth camera, trying to program, split this task in a couple of areas, but still it's just not work. And then they come to us and train it their first model in like 20 minutes. Model will connect these pictures from images. As mushroom level go lower, it will scoop deeper.
Yeah, I think he's getting high on shrooms, guys.
I actually want to show you how it was started and how was our initial prototype was looking.
Okay, so it was our first prototype. We decided that we need to build constrained environment, static background, static lights.
Initially, we are forced to do this, but then our model became more reliable and it can just deal with slight variations.
We used these 3D printed arms that we designed, very cheap motor. We used some tricks to make these arms more reliable. For example, this motor has a lot of backlash, and to compensate it, we placed 2 motors with some tension that generated by opposite shifting between them. We literally push these motors against each other, the same as value of.
Alright, your OpenCode just done something I've never seen it do. It spawned multiple agents, then inside it spawned more agents. I've never seen OpenCode do agent hierarchy before. Were you able to use SigmaShake to see all the audit logs of all the agents? I'm curious. If it did, that's cool. If it doesn't, that's fine.
Backlash of the.
We'll fix that. Agentification? No, I can't see history of that. Okay. Well, let's add that feature then. Sub agents. That's the thing. When I tried to install OpenCode, it didn't let me. But let's see if the TUI works. No, it's not like that. I can't see, like, remember I was telling you about tool calls. Got it. Mm. What the heck? There's like 2 versions of OpenCode. Hmm. Why is there 3 versions of OpenCode? Ah. Something's wrong there. Something's wrong. Invalid permissions of JSON output. Instead, it's increased my approval tools inside OpenCode itself. The agent got confused and applied it to OpenCode. Oh my goodness. Let me see. Alright, let's just add everything. Oh no. Fix these issues with OpenCode integration. Let's see. Let's do that. OpenCode spawned multiple agents. They never do an agent aggregate before. Might be a new feature with OpenCode. It's DeepSeek 4 Flash. All right. They can't see tool calls. They can't see tools. I guess this is exactly why you need more observability, huh? Because the agent just does some crazy stuff. Wait, where'd that other message go? I think that's what I got. Can't see history. User of the activity. I think they must have prepped for it models like Fail 5, but other models are trying to use the systems the multi-agent models do. Possibly. Workflows. Alright, what was this?
These motors. Very easy to use it in our experiments with model.
And then we moved on to building these arms over here. So our next step is to mass produce. And currently we have 2 products. One is the kit that you can connect to any industrial arm to use our model. And the second product is the electronic assembly cell that includes this off-the-shelf robotic arms that we choose, box frame, and it also includes this kit.
Okay. Okay. I think we watched majority of those videos. Man, what are we gonna do for the next 5 days, guys? Maybe we just make something that helps us transparently see all tokens and what they're used for.
Can you trust them? No, seriously. Can you trust them? To understand what I'm talking about, you first must know who Palantir is. Now, if you're not familiar with Palantir, best known for surveilling the whole world and every last person. Yeah, that company, led, by the way, by Alex Karp, which can do this sweet move, and also is known for being geographically monogamous, which is, in fact, the definition of not being monogamous. Well, that Alex Karp of Palantir has called the AI industry effing insane in a 20-minute kind of crash out on CNBC. But here's the thing is that he made a lot of good points, okay?
Yep.
And can you trust them? Them in this situation, the model providers, can you actually trust them? I don't know. I'm watching you, Dario. Also, can we sidebar here for a second? So if you're being accused of shenanigans by Palantir, I feel like you gotta, take a moment and ask yourself some pretty tough questions.
Are we the baddies?
So we're going to actually look at some of this kind of crash out, this mental breakdown that Alex Karp had on CNBC, and shockingly, I actually agree with a whole bunch of it. And even more importantly, the things he actually said, well, I actually think they're happening. They have happened. Like, what he is saying is actually correct. And I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about after we talk about Alex Karp himself. So first, we got to say thank you to the sponsors. I've personally conducted hundreds of interviews.
It's just his thingy.
.co/prime and take the headache out of hiring. All right, so the first thing he talks about is Tokenmaxxing. Now, if you're not familiar with Tokenmaxxing, just imagine you go into a boat store and you're like, yo, I would like to get a fishing boat. And the fishing boat store was just like, yeah, but why get a fishing boat when you can get a yacht, right? Like, you can fish on a yacht, you know that, right? And you're like, well, I don't know about that. And they're like, yeah, but why even get a 100-foot yacht when you can get a 300-foot yacht? Like, you get a mega yacht. You get, like, the world's biggest yacht. Like, why would you ever want a fishing boat when you can get a yacht? To us, that'd be quite obvious what they're trying to do. They're trying to sell the most amount of money. But for some odd reason, when it comes to token spend maxing, as the kids call it, we just have zero care.
I'm not throwing shade at them, but something has gone completely wrong. And the basic view among enterprises in this country is I'm going to chillax and waste my time with tokens. I'm going to get no value, and they're going to get my IP. Now,
that sounds like shade.
First off, it's very strange for me to watch the news. Yeah,
Oh, where'd my water
this little
go?
news segment right here.
Be right back.
Why is this sounding like a Twitch stream? Okay, who is saying chillax and shade on CNBC? Okay, I want the business news to be the business, not some sort of weird Zoomer millennial coded language. What's happening to the news? But this was just an unusual experience. But what he said was so dang correct. First off, token maxing and getting little value. It is obvious the value you get out of token maxing. When you incentivize employees to just use as much as you possibly can, that is not good, because really, as he kind of alluded to, like, the really big kind of piece of feedback wasn't the fact that you're spending a whole bunch and getting little value. It's the fact that what you're spending is on all of your business strategy. You are handing over to Claude, you're handing over to OpenAI all of the alpha, as they keep saying. By the way, the alpha has two meanings. Obviously, the first one is like your defensible position as a company, your trade secrets, the things that make your company be able to withstand or outcompete your competitors. And the second version of alpha is a word you hear, and then you know that whatever comes next is going to be the dumbest thing you've ever heard because you're talking to a crypto bro. Now, in this case, it's the former, not the latter. And of course, with this crash out, Palantir also released a 9-point manifesto. Now, I don't know if you know this, but manifestos, when it comes to tech, pretty much always lead to good outcomes. I can't think of a single bad thing that has happened. But if you look at point 3 on the manifesto, the Palantir manifesto, you'll see that token maxing hijacks your value orientation and decreases institutional fortitude and intelligence. The pursuit of high token usage incentivizes disposable scripts over robust software with the addictive feeling of false progress. It is absolutely an incredible and insightful point right there. I love it. And as somebody who is actively trying to do my own token maxing, my own looping to really kind of understand what these Zoomers keep talking about, I just seem like I'm spending all my tokens and I'm not really getting much value out. But the argument for token maxing, at least from his perspective, you'll notice that it wasn't just about the spend. It really was about handing over your IP. And he says that best here.
So safe because it doesn't touch your unlearning data, safe because it prevents the large language model from caching your data and replicating your business, safe because it doesn't transfer your IP of how to fight, secret data, top secret data, or in a clinical context.
He keeps using the term safe there. What he's talking about is the usage of these models. How do you make it safe? Well, the reality is to make it safe, the actual safety that we all need to be pursuing is that you need to know who's storing your data? Like, as a company, are you giving away the secrets? Are you giving it all away to these companies to just go off and be able to use all of your hard-fought wisdom against you? Now, you're probably thinking, okay, that's a little ridiculous. Is it ridiculous? Is it? No company would ever do that. That's not actually happened. Well, just hold on. We got one more little part I want to go over, and I think I can prove that notion wrong, okay, buddy? Because here's the deal. If what these big companies were selling was actually just able to derive value immediately, right? You didn't need the token max into potentially just dead end spending just a ridiculous amount of money. Seriously though, like look at Meta, $73.7 trillion. They're claiming it's a $2+ billion a year bill that they're spending on AI. Like what?
Man, $73 trillion? I mean, we got 100 billion in like, what, 2 months? 73 trillion AI tokens in a single month. Holy moly. 2.65 billion a year? Crazy.
What are they even doing over there? You can't tell me they're getting $2 billion worth of value out of their tokens right now. Nope. Refuse to believe it. Unless, of course, they're doing exactly what we're talking about, which is getting some information, getting that sweet data.
If it was so valuable, let's say I can make you $1 billion right tomorrow. Wouldn't I say, I'll make you $1 billion and I want 30%? Why are they charging for tokens if it's so valuable?
So good. Why are they charging for tokens if it's so valuable? Like, that is a very big question because, like, just walk with me on this. If AI was so freaking amazing that it's going to take whatever revenue you have now and triple it, you just have to integrate it into your system. Why would Anthropic even have a consumer side? They wouldn't. All they would do is simply be like, yo, business A, here's the deal. We're going to come in, we're going to triple your revenue. You're going to give us 30%. The end. Yeah. And you'd say, absolutely. Yes, sir. Very much. Please. Thank you very much. I would absolutely love that. I would hands down do, like, no company would say no to that. I mean, other than Anthropic themselves, considering they're currently losing, they would triple their losses. Okay, but besides for them and say OpenAI, like the rest of the companies would clearly jump on and say, absolutely, I would love to triple my revenue and I would gladly pay you for that. And that's, of course, it's because it's about the data, the secrets, the hard-fought knowledge, the alpha. I don't like that term. All right, so now is the part where I show you real world examples. You know, that thing, which, by the way, if I were to tell you that these companies were doing things that were shady, I think a lot of people would just instinctively go, yeah, I could probably see that coming. Because the reality is, if you have all these users, millions upon millions of users making queries into your system, you're going to be able to see shapes of data in which most people will never be able to see. You can go, okay, this is really, really hot. This is what the people want. If we go into this industry, we're going to win. Well, look at this right here. Inside Cursor's wild rise, a lot of great new details. CEO Michael Truell didn't pay himself for years. Cursor once made about 40 to 50% of Anthropic's revenue. Anthropic told Cursor that Claude Code was just a research effort. Well, yeah. You know, old Claude Code, that old research effort. It's not like it's nothing. It's just like, we're just trying something out. We're not like actually using all this data we've gathered. Where'd they get the data from? By the way, thanks for all the data. We really genuinely appreciate it. We're not like using it all, identifying the fact that there's millions upon billions of dollars sitting on the table here, and we're going to just simply move into that industry. There's no definitive proof that Anthropic used their position, gathered all the data, and said, okay, this is the exact market we should go into. But it's a point on the graph, okay? Oh, by the way, just in case you're wondering, our terms of service often includes things like, hey, you can't build competing projects or else we're going to drop you. And of course, competing projects being Claude AI, Claude Pro, and other projects and services that we may offer for individuals, along with any associated app software or websites together, known as our services. Of course, this is the consumer side of the TOS. The commercial TOS is worded slightly different. They have different affordances. But this David Sachs tweet right here, I didn't know about another case. You don't think that can happen? That being, hey, you give away all of your information? Just look at Figma. Yes, if you haven't looked at Figma, by the way, their stock... Yeah, I'm sorry. Hey, Figma employees, I feel for you, okay? Anthropic employees, I don't feel for you. Look at that. Anthropic, your stock looks so good, but man, Figma absolutely decimated. Anyways, when you jump back here and say, just look at Figma. According to the information, Anthropic blindsided its then business partner with the launch of Claude Design. Figma's founder said Anthropic had not been consistently honest with them. Anthropic's chief product officer had even served on Figma's board until 3 days before the launch of Claude Design. I did 2 fingers up, 3 days. I meant to do 3s, not 2s. Either way, just think about that for a second. If you're on the board for a company, you're there for the best interest of that company. We can all agree to that. Now, whether you're working there, if you're just an individual engineer, that's a completely different story. But if you're on the board, your goal is to shepherd the company long-term towards success. The fact that if all of this stuff that is being reported by the information is correct, which it is saying that Anthropic blindsided its business partners, the fact that Anthropic's chief product officer knew this was going to happen, knew Claude Design was going to drop, and remained on the board for so long just seems completely crazy to me. I just can't even imagine that. That is like being not just stabbed in the back, you're being stabbed in the front. You're getting right, just sitting there, looking in your eyes and stabbing you, and you don't even know about it until 3 days after they quit. Think about all of that juicy data they got from Figma too. The data must have been absolutely fine, like a nice, delicious French wine. Okay, I don't, do French people drink wine? I assume so. This seems like they drink the wine. There's not even a good French accent. I don't even know how to do a French accent. I don't even know what that accent is. But now we have 2 points on a graph, and 2 points on a graph makes, well, a line. And if you zoom out just a bit, you will notice that Anthropic also stole the world's books. So it's not like this is the first time that they have been inside of the data stuff. And plus, if you really zoom out and think about it, they also stole the world's knowledge. I mean, that's a pretty big straight line if you ask me. Now, there's no definitive proof or like papers written up how they used Figma's data and then said, oh, okay, yeah, hey, that's us now. We're now Figma. Instead, I think it's pretty obvious to say that they saw the success of Claude Code. They saw them moving into the coding space. They saw how popular the design space is that's paired with the coding space and said, we need to move into that. And they could see the usage already. They already had the proof. They already had the pudding to know if they could just put the little toes again. Also, the pudding and the toes, that's not an analogy. It's just not one. They probably have many other things that are in the works that is being designed off the data that is being handed to them so that they can commandeer parts of the industry and then effectively be able to push people out with the terms of service. This is a very unusual experience. Now, I can't say all of this is actually happening or what is all of their motivations behind things, but it does seem like this is exactly what you would use the data for. You would use it as a means to determine which industry you're going to capture. Because if you have unlimited token spend, you can effectively slop together any product you want to be able to be close enough with its competitors, because you know that the most amount of people are in this realm. So you can use all of your insider information. You can use all that hard-fought knowledge. You can see how people are doing stuff in an industry, and you can build the product that best matches other people's desires because you have the data. All the data. You have every single prompt and every single answer, every single reprompt. It's crazy what they actually have available. Now, this Alex Karp clip goes on for about 20 minutes, and yes, it's absolutely legendary, some of the things he has to say. You should definitely watch the thing. I really am on Alex Karp's side. I can't believe I'm saying that. I'm on the geographically monogamous side of Alex Karp, which, wait, I shouldn't say it that way. That's not what it meant. I am definitely on the geographically monogamous Alex Karp's side of this argument, which is that the AI industry is effing insane, because the effing insane part isn't the fact that they're losing a bunch of money, which I think is what everybody points.
Nice DIY local model machine, maybe 2, 3, who knows? Yeah, but you still need the intelligence. Like, their ideas, especially your ideas or our ideas, are just a dime a dozen. We're talking about companies that have well-established IP here, you know, like, it benefits us dramatically as subscription users, but for enterprise users, they're at risk because they have a ton of IP to take, right? Not like us, we're just starting from scratch here.
To right now, it's the complete destruction of so many companies and the data they're able to yield and potentially able to weaponize against other people.
As a person that does it as a hobby, it's barely anything. We barely have any stuff for them to take, right? Especially if we're starting from scratch and letting them create the stuff. If anything, it's just ideas.
To be able to capture industries. Very, very interesting. And again, the 9-point manifest on AI sovereignty probably says it the best. Data retention is your treasure. Transfer it at your own peril. Your ability to win is dictated by your ability to recognize and use your unique edges, and you keep winning by compounding the underlying data to generate new insights. Transferring that data hands over access to your pre-existing winning plays and yields the means of production for new ones. Meaning somebody else can figure out how to win your industry based on your data. The name is the Primogen.
Figma, Google Stitch, OpenDesign. One idea spawns many. Yeah. Then what are you supposed to do? Make it in a silo? Make it in a silo? We can't even code it ourselves. We can't even code and make the thing ourselves. How are we supposed to create it if we can't make it ourselves? Let's see here. Anything else? Anything else? All right. There's one thing I guess I wanted to work on and continue working on. Well, that's how innovation happens, but because you're saying you can't innovate, we steal your idea. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that idea will just remain an idea if it doesn't get created, right? Right? You can't sell ideas. You can only sell products. Everything's a good idea, right? But if it just can't get executed on, it's just an idea that doesn't exist. Oh, what the heck? All right, before I start this video, I want to work on the PyKVM to what do you call it? Build my iOS app. Hopefully. Have I not been working on the iOS app for a while? Seems like it, huh? Let's see. Create an app that allows me to... Alright, leave password. So the app, okay, let's see this one. Alright, yes, type 4K, sync OBS, start. Oh my god, it works, guys. It works. Oh, snap, guys. The thing works. It's just sideways. Huh? Oh, snap, guys. What the heck? It works. It has my OBS and stuff. Is it high quality too? It works. The app works, guys. It's all dusty. It's super high quality. How high quality is that? Yeah, it shows all the dust. Let me see if I could. Does it show me? Let's show the screen, guys. Oh man. This is me. Oh, this is me. Is it higher quality? That's cool, guys. We created the app. And it's just preview. Nice. Now I can create YouTube videos. But it doesn't, it works, guys. It works. That's awesome. The app that I thought would not exist, exists. Now, compact. Holy moly, guys. Now, how do we flip the camera? We now need it to support mono, flipping, support rotation. What else should we support? Camera control. And all the features I need to support creating a YouTube video. Cool. I got it, guys. I got it. I'll be careful what that shows, but hey, it works, guys. It works. Now we just need the Secret Society app. I was trying to figure out what am I going to do with this. I just wanted to replace my camera in case to make a better quality camera. That's a cool feature we got working. Nice. Can't believe that worked. Probably works wirelessly too. So we got the camera. All right, let's check the hottest city.
How hot is it? Hot enough to cook an egg on the street.
This is 1010 Wins. You give us 22 minutes, we'll give you the world.
The heat dome is indeed upon us.
With the dangerously high temperatures.
Some dangerous heat levels.
Hottest temperatures really in 14 years.
This is dangerous heat.
How hot does a surface need to be to cook an egg on it?
Around 150 to 160 degrees Fahrenheit.
This isn't just a street. There are these metal plates on the street and there's steam coming up. This might be the hottest street in all of New York City.
Okay.
All right, making lunch. Behind me here is the Brooklyn Bridge City Hall subway station. Now, according to Google, this is one of the hottest subway stations in the city. Outside, it's currently about 105 degrees. None of the subway stations are air conditioned because they're all open. You just like walk in. Ooh, it is swampy down here.
What the heck?
Not bad.
98 degrees.
What's amazing is the disparity between the subway platform and being on the train. 34-degree difference between the platform and on the train.
That's good.
This is the New York City Public Library, one of New York City's designated cooling centers.
Okay, sorry.
So if you're really hot and you need some place to go, you go in there, and then it's outside the library. It's about 112 degrees. Huh. Yeah, it has a motor on it.
Nah, it's not allowed in the building.
I can't bring this in?
No.
All right, let me just check the temperature.
Bags open, everyone.
71 degrees in here. I said to that guy, stay cool, and he said, I'm always cool. Times Square temp check, 106.5 degrees. This is a cooling tent. Something. 101 degrees. This is Central Park's Sheep Meadow. And the sheep meadow is usually like where you come on a hot summer day in New York City to like hang out, throw a frisbee. What's surprising is that it's empty. The whole city's empty. Everywhere I've skated around is just empty. This might be one of the quietest days I've ever seen in New York. Obviously, because I guess people are just staying inside today.
Yeah. There's still people out there.
How many miles are you running today?
15, hopefully.
15?
Yes.
Why would you pick today of all days to run 15 miles?
Well, you have to get the mileage in eventually.
Linus, good luck with the long run. Found a couple people. They're swimming in the fountain in Washington Square Park. All right, this massive traffic jam right here, these are all people waiting to get on the Holland Tunnel. This is everyone trying to leave New York City right now. And it's just jammed as far as the eye can see. I got to install this. You see, yesterday my air conditioner exploded. My air conditioner's on fire.
Oh my god.
Oh god. Should have cleaned that. Worst heat wave in a decade in my air I wish you could smell what it smells like in here.
You need a kind now.
Go, yeah. Hey, where would I find air conditioners?
That easy, huh?
Degrees. Excellent. He's got to be hot up there. How do you handle the heat on a day like today? You look hot right now.
How do I handle the heat? I try to tons of water. My partner, he always holding me down. Like, share, subscribe. The best dude ever.
I appreciate you.
Yeah, appreciate
you. Take care. Stay cool,
Love your
guys.
videos.
Stay cool. Do you know where those, like, the sprinkler caps for the hydrants? Do you know if any are set up around here?
Typically, we can get requested.
So if someone wants one, you, like, teach them how or whatever?
No, because some of them only we could turn on.
Oh. Yeah. So it's a bit of a New York City tradition to open up fire hydrants, and then the kids like play in the street in the fire hydrant water. But if you just open up a fire hydrant and let it flow, it'll release 1,000 gallons of water every minute. So they put these special sprinkler caps on them, and it's only like 20 gallons a minute, and kids can play in it and stuff. And the city kind of sanctions it. You just go to a firehouse and they like set it up for you. Did you guys set this up, or the fire department do it? You guys did this.
Huh?
106 degrees right here. Okay, here's my hot take on New York City in the summer. If you're a tourist and you want to come visit this city, come in the peak of the summer. No one is here. The city is completely yours. You get restaurants, reservations, there's like, you won't get pushed off the sidewalk. Come in the summer because every New Yorker leaves. I'm leaving. I'm leaving right now. How you doing? It's good. To JFK. Thank you very much, sir. Have a good day.
Oh no. Replace tracks that'll get me what do you call it? Oh no, he probably played some tracks, huh? He probably played some tracks to get copyright that are copyrighted. Fudge. That's the downside. Ugh. That's the downside. Solo founder era.
Feels like AI has really ushered in a new era of introverted development. Whenever you're working on a team, no matter how good the code is, only the person who wrote the code has a true, full, deep understanding of the code itself. If you're somebody who's in the front end and you want to interact with, say, a backend API, what do? You typically go to documentation. But let's be honest, pre-AI, a lot of documentation, it is a bit of a mess. What do? If you're in the situation where, you have something you have to ship, you have a limited amount of time, you end up going to the creator. Even if the documentation is written well, typically it's a lot faster and more efficient. It's really got me thinking, now that we have AI, how does this change the landscape? If I'm working on a feature in a code base that I'm not familiar with, now that we have AI, this portion here is not as necessary. And in fact, it kind of plays the role of the creator and also the documentation. Now, I'm not going to sit up here and say that AI is perfect or that it's always accurate, but you cannot deny the power that AI has given us. There's an article I found here that mentions, solo founders are 63% of new startups in 2026. Now, some of this is trust me bro data. I can't exactly confirm or deny whether this is well curated. One piece of data that I can look at and really feel like, yeah, this is the reality is Y Combinator. Look at this title here. The age of the 40-year-old solo founder is here. If you're not familiar with how Y Combinator works, they hate solo founders. You even go to their frequently asked questions and they'll say, yes, we regularly accept solo founders. That said, our advice remains that one-person startups are tough and you're more likely to succeed with a co-founder. Now, they're making it seem like they really do often accept solo founders. If you look around, pretty much everyone that starts as a solo founder, they end up being asked or even told to find a co-founder before they'll accept them. For a company like Y Combinator to post videos about how solo founders are the new thing, this should tell you that, yeah, we are starting to shift into a realm where it is not unrealistic to run your own thing as a solo founder. This is an interesting thought experiment. There's an article here that I think really captures this. The article starts off by saying, I'm an introvert. When it comes to development, I prefer tackling problems in my own lane. I recognize the importance of teams, but ultimately, coding is a solo task. Now that AI has gotten quite good, I find myself in a position of incredible power. I have less need to peek over my coworker's cubicle and ask questions. I have less need to post on Stack Overflow or any other pseudo-introverted outlet. I think we're all familiar with this. You've coded pre-AI, things like Stack Overflow were really a godsend. Anytime you ran into a roadblock, you would just Google search and hope that some god wrote a post on Stack Overflow that just gives you your direct answer. Typically, the line of thinking goes like this. You reach a blocker. Now, depending on if this is internal only code, you would then go to something like Stack Overflow and see if there's a solution there. Say if you're developing your own auth, which I don't recommend you do in today and age, but let's just use that as an example. There's likely a post of somebody who went through the same trials and tribulations that you did when they were setting up an auth. And in some cases, you could just straight up rip their code. Obviously, there's some ethical decisions there. You really shouldn't copy and paste code, but you can take the general gist of somebody's code and go from there. But as I mentioned earlier, this doesn't always work. Then you're left with documentation, and if that doesn't work, you're left with one-on-one with the developer. It's important we don't understate this. If you're luck out and it's on Stack Overflow, that costs you what, maybe 5 minutes? Documentation, depending on how it's written, you might be spending 10, if not an hour, trying to understand the documentation. And then the one-on-one with the dev, you have to realize that's a good 30 minutes of time, plus the allocation there. engineer. 30 minutes taken away from this dev is work that they could have allocated to something else. And really, this part right here is not an introverted activity. This is going to drain them. 30 minutes you allocate to this one-on-one, both of you probably are going to walk away a little bit less energetic than you did before. That's just how introverts work. The article continues. This has me thinking, will introverts have an advantage in this new market? I assume this is relating to the new AI market. Before AI, there was a clear extroverted advantage. Large-scale projects are difficult. The biggest blockers are cross-functional teams and code that only one person truly understands. See, there's a lot more blockers than this, but if we're focused on coding itself, this is absolutely true. In a perfect world, the code that you're working on is completely isolated, but usually it has some dependencies that you have to work through. It goes on to say, no matter how good you are at writing code, you're still the only person who can summarize your systems quickly. A lot of people don't realize this. I think we all like to think our code is amazing. And the reason that is because, we spend hours and hours pondering over it. And one person, they might like to use variables a certain way. And there's also levels to this shit. You have some people that are in the camp of prioritizing readability, and then you have some people that are in the realm of prioritizing succinctness. Couldn't think of a better word for that. But basically, code that is readable oftentimes is more verbose. A readable piece of code might be 20, 30 lines. You might be able to achieve this in, say, 2 to 3 lines, absolutely, but you run the risk of it being not as understandable. Because when you're reading through code, typically start at the function definition. And if it's well-written code, you can trust that everything in that function is somewhat related, really tightly related to the definition name. But just because you understand it doesn't mean the other person's gonna understand it. We all can resonate with that. I would often spend hours trying to understand a complex system alone, especially in a smaller team. This is a big point here. If you're in a massive corporation and you can just dial up pretty much anyone cross-functionally, that is convenient. But a lot of the times you're working in a small team and that is literally not an option. Kind of what I mentioned earlier, how, any time you take away from engineer A is time that he is taking away from somewhere else. As Mr. Krabs would say, time is money. That 30-minute one-on-one that you just had, while that does help you out, right? If you're engineer B, that boosts your productivity. But no matter what, it is taking away the productivity from engineer A. That's just nature of the beast. This is an even larger impact when we're talking about small teams and obviously solo developers. Just as often, I'd eventually need to swallow my pride and schedule the one-on-one and eventually ask for an explanation. Meanwhile, the extrovert had already moved on to their new task because they scheduled the one-on-one before even diving in. Right? I know engineers that are like this, and it's kind of a double-edged sword. Right? I think we all know people in tech that schedule meetings immediately. And for some of us, it's honestly a pain in the ass. A lot of the times we're not in an opportunity where we want to take meetings. Each meeting we have on our schedule, it really eats into our focus time. If we assume each person has 2 to 4 hours of focus time, right? This is a realistic number, by the way. I mean, I think if you're a freaking 10x engineer, you're probably towards the 4 hours. Everyone has a certain period of time where they are most effective. For me, it's usually around 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. and then I tend to get a second wind around 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. This is me personally. And so sometimes I can eke out, 4 hours of straight, hard, dedicated work. But each meeting I have in this time period is a hindrance. And it's honestly understated the importance of managing this time. I know some engineers are really good about this, where they will completely block off their schedule for the times they know they're going to be the most focused. But guess what? When engineer B has everything on fire and he needs you to help him unblock it, you can't always have this leisure. So for an extrovert, the benefit they get here is that they are not waiting on this part. I like to try to tackle things on my own first. Right here we have our arrows of what we're using to understand the system. Typically for me, I spend a good anywhere from 20 minutes to 2 hours even, where I'm trying to understand the system myself before I even go to the creator. And part of this is because of the limited resources. Sometimes you physically cannot allocate time from another engineer. And so it's either you're sitting on your hands waiting for them to work with you, or you're just gonna figure it out yourself. But so what the article is alluding to here is that extroverts completely cut off this part, right? While the introvert might spend 2 hours trying to understand it themselves because they really do not want to meet with the creator, the extrovert is probably gonna cut this in half, if not less. They're gonna spend a little bit of time maybe trying to understand it themselves, see if it's an easy, simple thing, and then they're instantly gonna go and they're gonna schedule the one-on-one, which is actually a benefit to their career at the end of the day. Right? They save 2 hours trying to understand the system and can instantly get them blocked and start working on their part of the system. That's a massive time save. They're gonna end up with better output. Personally, I hate when people do this. I think everyone should spend some time trying to understand it themselves. Me personally, I like to write a lot of documentation for the things that I've written because I do not want somebody to come and try to schedule a meeting with me. But I've had times where I've documented something so damn perfectly and it still didn't matter. The extrovert still bypasses this step and goes straight to me. And for me, that's a negative, but I could see for them, it helps them a lot. Post AI, the introvert struggles are significantly reduced. Even with complex code, the AI can reason through a general summary and get you started, right? So it kind of cuts down on the documentation portion and the 2 hours you might have spent on this by giving you maybe a summary. Now, I think this would depend. Some AI, depending on what materials are available, if the documentation is really good, you can definitely streamline it more. Poorly written, I don't think that it's necessarily going to translate to this. I think there's definitely a lot of cases where this will not work. If it's poorly documented or if it has a lot of dependencies, I would venture to guess the AI is going to mess up a lot on this part. You're going to end up with more fire. It can pull from cross-functional code bases, understand their overlaps, and read through entire repo history to give you context. This is definitely something that I've noticed with AI. You know, I wouldn't spend hours and hours trying to understand the history of a file or really even how it overlaps with various parts of the system, because it's just too time consuming. This is even outside of trying to get past a blocker. This is just trying to understand it for yourself. It is not always more efficient to actually dive in. I think in an ideal world, you just are calling an API and it does it all for you. And all you're thinking about is kind of the surface level stuff. And you kind of just hope it works. You call an endpoint and you hope everything works out. With AI, you get a little bit more. I can have the AI go a little bit deeper and try to understand a little bit what's going on in the backend system, which can help out a bit with the front end, right? Sometimes it's good to understand the limitations, which you only get by going a little bit deeper. Coding, even pre-AI, has always been largely a solo task. There's a reason most software engineers are introverted. Yeah, I'm not sure if this is true. Maybe it is. I feel like it probably is. I mean, inherently, coding is very much a solo job, as we alluded to earlier. I think most depictions you see of a coder, you know, they're in a dark room, they're in a basement doing things themselves. You never see like 3 people behind their chair helping them with a line of code. It's usually a pretty introverted task. So I could see how that would be true. While you collaborate on the big picture, at the end of the day, typing is done alone. This is where introverts have a real edge. We recharge through deep solo work, right? Extroverts that are coding, at the end of the day, they do need to be solo for their coding portion. So if you're an introvert and you kind of recharge by doing solo work, definitely that gives you a leg up. While extroverts draw energy from pair programming and team meetings, God, I don't know who does that, but I wish that this is how I felt. Like I really wish I got energized from team meetings, but introverts are fueled by the coding itself. Yeah, I'm definitely in this camp here. I don't know what got you into software development, but me personally, the thing that really interested me is the amount of focus that goes into it. There's a certain level of struggle. Anytime you're starting a new project or you're working on a new feature, especially pre-AI, even now, but definitely pre-AI, there's a certain element of struggle that you have to go through. You have to read the documentation, you have to understand the code base. This part sucks, and it takes so many hours to do. You're confused, you're frustrated, you're hating life in this stage. Then eventually you get to a point where you understand it, and then you enter like a flow state, and you realize that you're doing things that at one point was confusing and you're just typing it up like it's no big deal, right? At one point you had to look up everything you did. You had to have a separate tab open on your computer to figure out what you were typing. But then after a while, you enter this flow state where, dude, it's there, it's in your head. You don't need to do that. That part is the greatest feeling of all time. And for me is what got me interested in software development as a career. Unfortunately, this part is very small. I would put it at like, honestly, 2 to 3 hours a week where you're truly in this state, at least pre-AI. Because a lot of the time you were writing kind of boilerplate code. As you get further along in your career, you're doing a lot less direct coding. When you're working in a big team anyway, you're not getting that much of this flow state. Solo projects, you can go all day. You can get a whole freaking, well, depending on how much energy you have and how invested you are in the project. But typically, the amount of time you get in this flow state is a lot less than you'd love when I'm prompting an LLM. That's not to say extroverts have no place in software. Marketing, customer communication, and building business relationships will always be integral. On the actual development side, however, it feels like the introvert has finally gained full autonomy. In the end, it feels like introverts stand much more to gain in this post-AI era. Now, this is a very short article, and it really doesn't go into much depth on what it means here. Certainly, there's some aspects that are still not full autonomy, especially in a team, right? If you're coding today, if you're in a team today, odds are you still have stand-ups, you still meet with your PMs. We don't have this full autonomy state. There's definitely some aspects of it, but I can agree that an introvert today is way more empowered than they were pre-AI, right? Kind of what I was talking about earlier. You no longer need to do this step a lot of the time. There are times you do, but for the most part, you're able to get this figured out with AI and go right back to your freaking dungeon and start back to coding. Obviously, we're not coding as much anymore, so it's actually kind of a double-edged sword where it's like, dude, yeah, we get more time to code, but at the cost of coding. We're not even coding anymore. But if you enjoy prompting, to me, it's still a net positive. It begs the question, right?
That's true. If AI is doing all the coding, we just have to be the idea person coming up with like testing the product, making sure the product works, or whatever it is that AI is doing. for the next big thing. But I wonder if AI could understand.
Right, will the future be all solo founders? I've made a video before about how the best products often have a single visionary and then everyone works around them. So I've always believed that solo is actually better when it comes to driving the creative aspects of things. And to a lot of people that might seem like a really lonely thing, but I think there's a lot of people that will see it as the opposite. And I'm honestly, personally in this camp here. There's gonna be certain aspects where you benefit from having a team. Definitely, I think coding is something that can be done more solo now. You have less need to interact with people, even more so than ever before. There's marketing aspects to it. There's customer communication aspects to this. That part is going to be hard to manage solo. Any minute you're taking away from coding is a minute lost, right? You need more time to code, but unfortunately there are aspects to this that require you to step away from the design process. You might be able to say, oh, well, why don't I just prompt and then walk away? Unfortunately, this does not exist. I don't know. I've heard stories about people who prompt their LLM and then they just have it go and run forever and ever and ever. Personally, I do not see it that way. I think oftentimes you end up having to go back and forth with the LLM to get a good result, especially if it's a non-novel solution, like if it's something more complicated. You're gonna have to kind of have your hands on the reins a little bit there. There's an image I found on Reddit that I think kind of embodies what this is talking about. So here you have the boss who's kind of commanding his employees. You have the leader who's leading from the forefront, right? I think we would prefer this. And then you have the introvert. Now this is kind of the pre-AI look into things. Whereas now it's like you got an introvert with AI and they're running a whole train, which that sounded bad, but they're fully autonomous compared to what we had before. However, this really assumes that this person is the most capable person on earth. Product vision is something that not everyone really sees, especially depending on what you're working on. I think if you know the market well, you fit this part here. But not everyone is working on something they know the market well of. And that's a good thing. Like I think there's this misconception that I see a lot where people assume you have to know and understand before you dive in. But there are so many facets that benefit from software with nobody that understands software. Right? One example of this is like the food industry. There's a lot of mom and pop food industries where nobody on their team has any clue of how software works. And a lot of people that are really in the weeds here, they are not into software. And so a solution to something like this, you really need somebody to come in that doesn't fully understand this part yet and is working to understand it. They'll dedicate time to understanding this space and then eventually arrive at, a solution. But what I just said there, that takes a lot of time and that takes a lot of effort. And not everyone is good at that. To do this part, to take this industry that you're not familiar with and to develop a solution, you really have to have the ability to check your ego at the door and actually listen and understand their problem. Not everyone is capable of doing this, at least not effectively. And then marketing, that takes a lot of time too. In a perfect world, marketing is just sending out ads on YouTube or something. But really, that doesn't work. Most real effective marketing is way more involved than just sending out ads. They're thinking about what this audience here, this food industry audience, they're thinking about what they watch, what they're interested in, how they are perceiving media. And it goes way deeper than that. There's a reason there's a whole educational field around marketing. And then there's the relationship aspects. This part right here, AI can never tackle. I would argue AI couldn't tackle any of these three. Like honestly, I think these three things, although AI can absolutely help and accelerate, it does not completely get you to the finish line. And I don't think it ever will. That's just the nature of AI. AI is trained on what we've done before. If you're going into an industry that's not exactly been solved, there are aspects of food industry that are not solved. And there's definitely aspects that AI hasn't been trained on yet. In that way, AI is not going to get you this part. This part comes from somebody putting in the time and the effort to achieve it. So while this image does give the image across of, hey, the introvert is way more powerful now than they've ever been before, you have to realize there are aspects that are truly not solvable by the introvert, right? These three things here really require some form of extrovert. In my opinion, and if you feel a different way, please let me know, because this is how I would interpret this. I would say introverts are empowered by the advancements of AI, but so are the extroverts. If you're an extrovert and you hate coding, guess what? You no longer have to do that. Or you can just prompt the LM to do it for you, right? The extrovert can take the tasks that they hated, which is often solo work. Coding is definitely a solo task. The extrovert now gets the benefit of offlaying that to the AI and focusing on these things. I think you could tackle this from both angles. I think the extrovert gets empowerment through being able to focus on these things, and then the extrovert gets empowerment by focusing on the coding. It goes both ways. I wouldn't say it's purely an introvert benefit. However, I do think AI is going to usher in a new age of solo founders.
True. All right. it made some more edits to the app, but it probably needs more. Probably needs more features. It's for submitting the App Store. So in order to publish, let's see here. "10 minutes, okay. Developer portal. Oh, we did it through here. 5% remaining. SigmaShake OBS. Let's create an app. New app. iOS. Counts. Developer portal identifiers. App ID. App ID. Register app ID. App. It couldn't do this by itself. Hmm. Alright, SigmaShake Society. Alright. What was the skew for this one? Okay, step away. I forgot what my reset day was. Let me check. Reset day. Reset's July 6th. 3 days. Reset day. Really? July 6th? Oh, it's because it keeps changing. The day keeps changing of when we rotate. Very confusing. Very confusing. Alright, the preview does not show before I start. Click the start button. when rotating. Selecting rotation, it squishes the video shown in OBS. Okay, that's there too. And some source for our society. What else do we need? Distributed shining. Okay. Distributed signing. How do we do that? Where's the roles? Roles. Type ideas. Service IDs, keys. Which one was this? Profiles. I don't remember. But what does this app look like? Xcode. What does it look like? Am I supposed to deploy it somehow? Where's that button? I don't see it. Where is it? Oh, maybe it's still missing something. Maybe it's still missing something. What other stuff do we need to do? Is there any feature that we need to add? It's not features, it's just stability at this point, right? Still hot. Ooh. Okay. Get the window into OBS. Go watch the motion. I could probably do it build now and come back. Oh, there's just so much stuff that I need to do while I'm on air and off air. How's this one? OpenCode plugin install now writes to this. All right. Publish. Commit. Oh. Alright, I guess I'll stop the stream and then I'll start it back up. Barely anybody's here, so I could do that. Right? Right? I just want my fire showing up. You're not here? Oh, okay. Okay. I was just checking. Yeah, I want to compile this fire thing. Actually, I'll just do it while I'm live. Let's see. But it won't, like, the guardrails are just so strong, it won't let me compile while I'm live now. Let me see. I don't care. Compile it now while I'm live. Did you do it with the 5.8? I didn't compile the 5.8 one. It already has most of it built already. So I'm just testing it now. If it is the fire, honestly, I'm very skeptical about this fire. I'm not sure. It did create the flip book, but which is like half the problem. But as far as the other stuff, oh my gosh, not gonna do it. Let's see, off air, I'll latch it. So I'll just do this. I'll just do this. Get the window into OBS, you can watch the motion. Oh. All right, I'm just gonna do it now and run that script since it won't do it. No such file. Where is that script file? What is the full path? Even the script is power gated. Even the script is power gated. Ugh. All right. It created so much guardrails built into the script, built into the system prompt, built into SSG. It's several layers of gates to prevent it from shutting down the system. That's good, you know? That's good. Let's see, let me see if that OpenCode one is published really quick before I go down. Let me make sure. Session needs approval. Which one? I got a notification for something. Oh, it's probably my Pi. No. Nope. Not that one. Windows? Oh, yes. I uploaded this to Partner Center. Okay. Oh, it already did it? Let's see. Did it do it? I don't think so. Upload this to the Partner Center. Okay, got it. Wind blows, wind blows. All right, updating that. Updating. Now I think about it. If I upload this, as long as I upload it, I'll be fine. And if it gets shut down, it'll be fine because it's uploaded and it does the analysis in the background. But good to know. Good to know that it's already there, released. Earnings. Nothing yet. It's okay. All right, insights. Oh, We'll get it. We'll get it one day. Just need to keep improving. We're still a few years ahead of everybody else. Right, click save, uploaded it, now we could submit for certification. Did we change the price? All right. What about subscriptions? They don't need to pay for, let's see. We need to figure out how much costs. Let's see, how much does it cost in the App Store? The App Store should be, how much is it? My God, I can't find it without going to my website. Perfect. I can't get it for my theme. Okay, free and in-app purchase. Okay. We could do the same thing for the Windows version. Let's see here. Just keep it free. All right. So now I can make this free to download. Free to download and install, but just charge by licensing. Properties. Just the change. What do I need to do? Oh, I have to wait for my package, right? It's been validated. The following restricted capabilities require your approval before you could use them in your app. Full run trust. What's that mean? Alright, so we made that free on that end. One thing is still be able to install it. Now we just need Flatpak. What? It prohibits, is blocked. Let's see, requires human approval. Just run that. After it succeeds, then run that. All right. That's it. Says box is busy. Run this. Rebuilding. But deferred. Still streaming. Oh man. Set. All right, we'll run that too. Alright, now that we have the desktop versions for Mac, Windows, and Linux all distributable, let's just keep working on the quality control. Man, finally. We definitely want to create a pipeline to make this so anybody could do this. Now. Let's check. Oh, the update command, the update button doesn't work that well. Oh, gotta do that. Less than 5% usage left. Fix publish. We did that. And our Mac and Windows versions are all out of sync. Let's see, what's our... Oh, what the heck? It's on a different branch. Let's see. Could I use my reset days in like 3 days? So I should probably just use this. Free usage. Let's see here. It's not running. What version of this? 107? SSG is running now. I get this a lot. We definitely run into this problem a lot for everything, so let's get that started. Clip. TC2. We need solution for shake G appears to affecting the impacting sort of experience. All right. Be back.
お前はもう死んでいる。何？ Bazinga!
Hello. Whoa. People just appeared in here all of a sudden. Hello. Yo, yo. Hey, Proto. How is everyone? Ooh. Sorry guys, I had to take a break for a bit. Back on crack. I don't have much crack left. We're gonna have to entertain ourselves. How's everyone doing? Man, I'm AFK and people are still showing up in here. That's great, guys. Hope you're all doing well. Hope you're all doing well. Where's my mouse? You know, I need to do something about putting something around my mouse so people could see it. Hey Turtle, how's it going? Oh no, I got a fly in here. Shoot, that's gonna annoy the hell out of me. Oh my gosh. How am I gonna kill that thing, guys? How am I gonna kill that thing? I'd be like Bruce Lee and just get some chopsticks. That's gonna annoy the heck out of you guys. Alright, hold on. Hold on. This is just chopsticks? Alright, where'd that thing go? Where is it? Where'd it go? Just when I was about to settle down, guys. Alright, I'll just... Oh. I get it? I think I got it. Dang it. Maybe I did. Felt something. Felt something. I'll just chill. I got my fly swatter, which is my rechargeable mouse pad. I don't get much flies in here, but when they do come in, I'm pretty annoyed. Oh, man. We got one reset, courtesy of, what do you call it? OpenAI giving the free resets to everybody. Man, how much resets do you have, what do you call it, Turtle? I'm curious, to all the people that have GPT, how many resets do you have? Me just joining the bandwagon. Oh, I think I found that flaw again. Alright, come over here. You son of a... Just disappeared to the thin air, huh? Still alive. Still alive, guys. My Fable usage just reset a few hours ago. Let me look at Codex. Nice, congrats. I have to wait till Wednesday. 2 resets? Okay, not bad, man. Not bad, you've been in it. I'm debating whether or not I should use mine. I probably should, for the case of like... There are a few things that I wanted to create. Few things. They reset Fable usage? No, he on his reset day. You're so spoiled on 5.5. Okay. Yeah, weekly reset. Got lucky on the timing, yeah. Yep. Usually my Wednesday reset is good timing. I get double resets on Claude some days for the Wednesday account. But on my Monday account, yeah, I'm not so lucky that much. Which, 75% of your usage? Man, what a waste, man, what a waste. You know me, as soon as I get a touch of Fable, I use it all up. I wonder how much accounts Bridgemine went through. He literally bought 3 accounts just to use Fable, and he probably used it all in like a matter of 2 days for 3 accounts for a whole week. Probably. Us Tokenmaxxers. It's worth it though. Like if Mrs. Sigma let me, I'd buy as much accounts as I needed, but to last me every day. But fortunately, it's just how it is. You gotta save money for retirement, guys. If we want to retire, when we're old, we need some money in the bank to pay for our healthcare. Healthcare's, I think I told people, not you specifically. You're probably in here too late, Turtle. But I said the amount to retire right now for 2 people is 20 million. 10 million per person. Because of inflation by the time we reach retirement age, healthcare is going to cost $75K per year. Claude is going to pay for our retirement, the Skynet peace dividend. Yeah, I hope so. It's either we live in super poverty or we live well thanks to AI taking care of us, robots taking care of us. I wish we could just watch movies all the time, or like good movies while streaming together, but unfortunately we cannot do that. Imagine if streaming was the Wild West. You could just stream anything you wanted. All right. Damn, so lucky. Healthcare is free here. Yeah. Where are you at, the operator? I forgot where you were at again. The sky. Yeah. The sky. You got commit. You did not commit, publish, push. Why? What? Fix GTS check. Then commit, push, publish. This guy. Alright. I ran both commands. Wow, aren't you so cool? You live in a country with a basic sense of healthcare policy. It's okay. It's great when people get to let us know from other countries, right? We gotta stay collective hive mind here. The land of the mushy peas. Hello, William Ramen. Have I seen you before? Hello. No, I haven't seen you before. Let's see. You've had a points. You have points. You've been here before. Hello? But you do have a question? Okay. Maybe I just should have a big thing Q&A. Should I just have like a big thing question and answers Q&A? Q&A time? That way I could just answer everybody's question all stream, guys. Guys, if you have questions, keep asking questions, guys. Keep asking questions. Keep asking questions, guys. Because that's all I want for the rest of the stream. For the rest of like the next 4 days, I just want questions. Let's see here. I'll answer your question. I'm just going to my chat analyzer. There's like a message graph or something that helps me. The board. All right. More inclusivity. The board. What the heck happened to my board? Huh? What happened? What the heck? It just disappeared. Clank spank? I can't even... son of... I don't even know. Radar. Alright. Can I be locally hosted? Can it be locally hosted? What's locally hosted? Yeah. Huh? Is there a way to get a hold of Fable 5 like Olama locally hosted? No. None of their things are locally hosted. You wouldn't be able to pay for it. The cost to run Fable 5 would probably cost between $100 million or $10 million. So no, you probably can't afford it. Yeah. Just hosting GLM2 would cost 100-something K. Yeah, if you have 100K, to host the servers and all that stuff, by all means, go do it. But at this price, $200 a month, it's really cheap, really affordable compared to hosting it locally yourself. $800 of VRAM, holy moly, that's so much. That's like, you know, to serve a single instance of Claude GPT model. We sort of doubt that you need that much. Are you sure? I think you'll need more. I think you'll need more, guys, than 200K. It's most likely 10 million to 100 million to host it for like a year, maybe. All right, how much usage are we at now? What's this? Because the server racks they use like a gen or two old are like 100K for one rack, I thought. The H100s? Let's ask. How much would it cost to host Fable 5 locally? It says per token cost, the standard rate card is 10 million per input tokens, 50 million per output tokens. Okay, maybe more like 400K for a rack. The 10x discount at 1 per real world burn rate, $90 to $600 per hour. So how much would the hardware cost alone? You gotta think about the hardware cost, the model cost, the storage cost, electricity cost. We just need an amount to serve one single person and host Fable with probably 100 trillion parameters. For 100 trillion parameters for a single user, be 15 to 20 million. Electricity would add but marginal cost. VRAM required, you need 100,000 gigabytes of VRAM. Total capacity 100, yeah. Infrastructure needed to build it, H100s. Alright, so you need 1,200 H100s, which is between 37 million. Do we know the parameter count though? It says 100 trillion. Yeah. Think about it this way. Microsoft or Jensen said their system that they're selling right now is a 1 trillion parameter model. I thought we didn't know the number. We don't, but we're just estimating that it's 100 trillion because one computer could host 1 trillion with 765 gigabytes of VRAM. So we just multiply that by 100, just give or take. Way beyond what we're at in open source. We're in the hundreds of billions. Yeah, open source is behind. Open source is behind. Yeah, we're in the hundreds of billions. What's wrong with the trillions? So I assume Fable is in the trillions. Not 100 trillion, but I don't know. All right, let's see. Are we? What if? Could you estimate what the Fable 5 and Mythos 5 model is in terms of how much parameters? Excuse me. Mythos estimated 6 trillion. Okay, 6 trillion. We overshot it by 10 times. Or like, yeah, more than 10 times, like 12 times, 15 times. Total perimeter pool. Alright, let's say it was at 6 trillion, right? Alright, let's say if it was 6 trillion, how much would it cost to host it all locally yourself? For a whole year, including electricity and storage costs. Guys, everybody keeps saying, you know, I'm gonna use open source, you know, store locally, but guys, who's hosting the open source? Who's paying for the infrastructure? And who's collecting those cash to use for training? It's the people hosting the infrastructure and providing the service. Anyway, so upfront in GPU costs, you need 3.8 million. Annual electricity and cooling, under 36,000. And then data center storage array, 30,000. 1 year cost, about almost $4 million. Low end, $2 million. Guys, do you have $2 million to $4 million to spend on inference for a year? I don't think so. I don't think so, guys. You could embrace open source all you want, but it doesn't look like it's gonna happen, guys. It doesn't look like it's gonna happen. You're just gonna have, if you want access to the models, just pay for it. Just pay for it. It's just too expensive, guys. Like the electricity that you're spending to run the open source models locally, it's probably just too expensive. You're just spending electricity on inference and code that might not even work or be fruitful, you know? I don't know. It's a take. It's a Sigma take. Not everybody might agree with the Sigma. That's 3 months in advance of everybody else right now. But, you know. Maybe if you really budget, guys, if you have a $4 million budget, you guys could do it. Hey, if you have $4 million to spare, could you give me $5 a month? One Twitch Prime per month, guys? If you have $4 million. You know. Yeah, so to answer that guy's question, yeah, I don't think we have if you could barely take in $2,000 or $1,200 a month. Is this just to run one model? It's to run one Fable instance, one Fable 5 instance. One Fable 5 instance, guys. Hmm. 1.2 million? Because look at this. NVIDIA VRAM time 346,000 gigabytes equals 3 trillion parameters. Hey. Bro. We just need to pull our money together, guys. We can do it for 1 year. We'll only be able to last for 1 year. As a hive mind, might as well just create our own lab. Alright, let's watch something, guys. Unless you guys have more questions. Guys, do you have more questions? I'll answer them. The electricity costs are just like 100k per year. Whatever Fable will earn that easy. So you're expecting to earn money from other people for selling a Fable-like equivalent? Easy, guys, easy. You still need to think about the serving costs of hosting it, which also costs money. If Anthropic's having a hard time hosting it, then do you expect us to still host it just as easily? I mean, with Fable 5, I guess with that intelligence. Where are we gonna get the data? Where are we gonna get the data, guys? We don't even have a way to train it. Guys, just think about the hyperscaling economics we usually pre-IPO at 3 trillion. Yeah. I could pre-IPO at 3 trillion. Bunch of people on the internet came together, created Fable 5. Possible, possible. Alright, no more questions? Alright, let's enjoy the content of the internet together. Together! What's this? How Squid Soup makes art illustrations with Claude.
Squid Soup is a collaborative group of artists, designers, and we do immersive experiences, we do sound, we do light, and above all, we do space.
Oh snap. Hey Ito, how's it going?
Echoes of Hill and Horizon was, for us, a very new experience.
It's Friday and it's a holiday. Guys, happy Friday. Happy Friday, guys. Alright. Hey Ito, I'm Fableless. And yeah, I don't have any more Fable for the rest of the week. And yeah, I lost it all in like 1 day. I lost it all in 1 day, guys. I'm gonna have to like stop. I got SigmaShake in a good state now for both Mac and Windows, so hopefully I don't need to spend too much. I didn't even get to experience the Fable. I gotta go check the VOD. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. We spent it really quick. We fixed some stuff with Navi, my hair. Trying to fix up my hair a bit more with my aura. Pretty much I fixed my Mac OS and my Windows builds for SigmaShake. And then fixing a little bit more bugs here and there, making it more stable. Is the hype real? Yeah, it actually fixes stuff. And then I used the rest of my credits of Fable. I used like 40% of it to train or teach Opus how to be like Fable. So I spent majority of my inference just doing that. So when Fable goes away, Opus will perform a lot better along with everybody else. Yeah, to ghetto distillment. Yep. That way I like Opus will still perform well when it does perform by itself. Yeah, man. Hope your Friday's going well. It's a pretty good day today. A little hot, you know, a little hot. But we survived. We're good. It's nice and cool now.
We've never worked with an orchestra before, let alone the orchestra of the Age of Enlightenment, which is a period orchestra. So,
but yeah, we have to figure out what we're gonna do for the rest of the week, guys. We have like 5.5, a 1 reset. How are you gonna build the prompt for Opus? I don't. It updated my mono. It updated my mono skill, and it updated all my agents agents MD files. It updated my prompts. And then I don't know what else it did. I don't know what else it did. But yeah, we have one reset left for I think you got one too, Ito. Everybody got one. And I'm just waiting to wake up to a 5.6 astrology. Yeah, same here, guys. It'll come out next week, actually. Like there's like a 70% chance. You got a free reset, on ChatGPT. But what did it do? I guess I'm asking, did you get a report of what it changed? I'd have to look. The prediction market says so, yeah. What did it do? I have to look what it changed. It worked on it for a good 4 hours. In terms of like getting all the techniques and updating everything. So I assume it did something. I don't know what it did. Oh, it also created a bunch of SigmaShake roles. It created a ton of SigmaShake roles. 7th, hopefully. 7th? Oh my gosh. 7th? Okay. That's like really soon. Really soon. We'll see. We'll see, guys.
So from our point of view, it was an immense challenge. The whole thing had to be very, very carefully choreographed. So we were following the conductor as much as the orchestra was.
This is Claude creating art, I guess.
Fantasia on a Theme by Thomas Tallis was played for the first time in Gloucester Cathedral in the early 20th century. Looking at the stained glass windows at Gloucester Cathedral, they have a fantastic vibrancy to them. They're just stunning.
Guys, I went to Italy and saw all this art and, you know, buildings. I was bored, guys. I was bored. You know, all these old buildings and stuff. The 7th is a hop skip away. Yeah, it is. I reset on my GBT on the 6th. So, yeah, in 3 days I'll reset and stuff. So, hopefully I get double reset, triple reset. Who knows? I'm saving all my resets for 5.6. The alignment, yeah.
And we found playing around with the lights that when you put clusters of red and clusters of blue that overlap and intertwine, it just looks like the colors of stained glass. And seeing as the result
would probably be cool. I've never been, would like to see Rome, but I imagine it's sort of similar to the feeling of walking around DC. Solar complex is adorned in the tablet of the sculptures. Yeah, like, I mean, when you go into these old buildings that were built in like the 1600s and earlier, it's like, man, I really hope this building doesn't fall on me. And there's like a whole line just to get in. And then you have to, all the women can't wear like clothes that show their shoulders even on a hot day. They tell them to put on shirts or like a jacket or something, even though it's like 100 degrees. And, yeah, it's a weird concept, but who knows? They want to keep it sacred, I guess.
already that connection with the Thomas Tallis piece, it just felt absolutely right to use that as much as we could within the work.
Wait, basically cosplayer, you don't follow Jesus.
Within the tradition of arts practice, artists actually have always been in dialogue with the medium, and we see ourselves as being exactly within that tradition. We have these various bits of electronics, these pieces of software, we have LEDs, we have those things, all of which have material properties which we are exploring. So in that way, they become our paints.
We've been working with Claude for a few months now, and one of the things that we've found is that it's a way of getting round clunky user interfaces in existing software and getting existing software to do what you want it to do faster.
What it's actually allowed us to do is to go from a very, very complicated,
oh my God, what is
node
that?
structure-based form of modeling and turn it into a tool set which references
Blender.
our understanding of how we want those objects to be created in space.
But it also opens up those tools to the rest of the team, and it's acting as a collaborator that sits between us of a very technical point of view and an artistic point of view, and finding a translation layer for that. And that actually allows us to work together more and to then take ownership of different things in different ways.
Our goal is always to...
Claude, we just bought all these lights. Don't mess this up. Make sure it all works. Create a show for us.
Scale up to a point where you're not paying any attention to the technology at all. You're just looking at this
making lights look pretty.
wonderful light and sound in space. You are relating to the people in that space with you.
Guys, I think they made a mistake. You see, these lights, they're static, right? They're static. They should have had drones. They should have had drones, but you know, they're in a building. They're like, oh yeah, what if the drones fall, crash on somebody's head? Yeah, and all that stuff. It would better been like they have a bunch of drones. Actually, the drones mess with the noise. Yeah, the drones are too loud. Never mind. Bad idea. Bad idea. Drones are too loud. Right now. Right now. But what if they were silent, like a hummingbird? They should have just made hummingbirds, guys. They should have made flying hummingbirds at this point. Wait, we have Claude. We have the technology to create flying hummingbirds now. No, put 1,000 hummingbirds in a theater, they'd still be loud, pretty sure? Okay. Alright. That's it? Oh my god. That's all we get? Oh my god. Thought we were gonna get something cool. What? Well, alright.
Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar, and today I've shown you guys a little bit of a hack going on over here, ladies and gentlemen. What would you do if somebody broke into your computer and started using it for all sort of illegal things? How would you even know, ladies and gentlemen? Well, today something massive happened. Actually, yesterday, a website was shut down, netnut.com. Now, jokes aside with the goofy name...
Anyone know NetNut? Anyone? NetNut?
You can see that there's a whole ensemble of characters here. You got Google, you got Lumen, you got the FBI, you've got the Internal Revenue Service. You know, there are supervillains in society that are scared of this badge right here. But basically, this was seized by the Federal Bureau in accordance with federal law, taken in coordination with the Department of Justice against the NetNut residential proxy platform. So you might be like, well, what the fuck is NetNut, Muda?
What's
well,
NetNut?
I'm going to walk you through the entire nerdiness right here. Now, NetNut, from what I understand, is an entire residential proxy service. So kind of think of it like this, right? Basically,
oh, what the heck?
A lot of
They have all these fueling infrastructure for AI? What the heck?
those big AI slot models get all the information off the internet. How do they scrape things, right? Well, apparently they go through a lot of these services like NetNut, where again, if you're a big company that wants to get...
I got a pretty NetNut. What about my nut? My NetNut.
Get a bunch of data. If you're somebody that wants to grab a bunch of information, you build an account over here, you pay these guys an exorbitant amount of cash, and you get access to a whole bunch of information that is hidden behind residential proxies. So if you look at the amount of proxies that they have, they've got 2.3 million in the United States,
yeah.
over 500,000 in Canada, over 1 million in India, 500,000 in Russia, and so on and so forth. Now, residential proxy is somebody's home network that these people are apparently routing this information through. So how did this all kind of happen, ladies and gentlemen? How was NetNut exposed? So for, I would say, probably a few months to a year, organizations like Google were kind of jumping in over here and shutting down things like IPadia. Also, they were shutting out botnets like Opa. So a botnet, for anybody that isn't understanding, let me walk you through it, right? Imagine this is your simple little Windows computer, right? You're opening up your little web browser, you're going on newgrounds.com, and you might be looking up something like Sonic Inflation. Now, you might think your computer is safe, but a filthy hacker has already breached in.
Yeah, devils in detail.
Now, this is a Kali virtual machine, which I have set in a way to send a piece of malware over to a system, this victim. And you can see right over here, I'm not going to walk you through how I hacked it, but you can see that I opened up a shell on this computer. So while this guy's just minding his own business, I can pull up things like what this person's computer looks like. If I wanted to exactly pull up, what this person was looking at, like let's say they went to newgrounds.com over here. I don't know, I've been thinking of Newgrounds a lot. You get the idea. I can just hit the old screenshot button and actually get a screenshot of what this person's looking at. So you can see it saved it in my Kali folder. So I can actually open up my Kali system right here. Where's the, open a folder. Go right over here. You can see that I've got the screenshot from the guy that I've hacked. Now, while this computer is doing effectively nothing, I can use that shell that I made over here to do commands like...
Nothing inherently long for like instance a crypto platform called Grass. Oh, I remember Grass. Where you share your IP, data harvesting, but it's very lightweight and not personally identifiable. Yep. I know Grass. It's meant to, sell your network bandwidth to other people to route their traffic through. Weird service, but yeah. The thing?
Curl to check the internet, to pull whatever information I want.
Guys, don't do that. Don't install it on your work laptop. You'll get caught.
Now, this is kind of a roundabout way to walk you through exactly what's kind of going on. Basically, the reason for that visual was to show you, there are people that could use your computer without you kind of knowing, unless you know how to audit your process tree, dump your memory, check everything going on. The issue here is not your individual computer being hacked, it's somebody being able to use your computer network or your home network through malicious applications, through malicious IP relays, and be able to route traffic that is basically happening without your consent. Without your consent is important here. It actually lied entirely on those cheapo handset devices that you're buying on the internet. So effectively, let's say you're somebody that, you want to watch some TV, right? Let's say you're somebody that also doesn't have a smart television. So you might be like, well, what's the cheapest way to get access to a smart TV where I can have different, live TV applications, Netflix, so on and so forth? You probably go online and look for
Go on to Israel and learn, yeah.
or Android TV boxes. And you could go to places like Amazon.com and find a whole range of them. Some of them
The audio
could be
keeps cutting in and
$50,
out.
Some of them could be $100. So the reality of it is, it turns out that these boxes could actually be used to basically run these botnets in your home without you knowing. So you buy these cheapo devices, and it turns out that they're connected to a void botnet, a large-scale malware campaign, which is basically with these unofficial Android-based boxes, right? So anytime somebody sells you something for cheap like this, usually there's a caveat.
Yeah, I don't have any of those. I don't like Android. There's just too much malware on it in the ecosystem.
And the caveat is your home is, without your consent, turned into a residential proxy. So in this case, the FBI basically detected, and Google as well detected, like hundreds of people using these residential proxies for nasty things. And this is where you come into the story. In June 2026 alone, Google identified like 300 plus distinct threat clusters using the NetNut exit nodes. Who are the exit nodes? That's you, basically giving your IP to mask these criminals and espionage groups behind. These guys use NetNut to effectively mask their IP address when accessing victims' environments. Because here's the thing. Much like accessing through a VPN, a lot of those things are known IP addresses. Now, NetNut is obviously a company that is owned by Israel, and before I get the ADL bitching at me...
Nope, it's happening now. A face when Grass.io was set up by North Korea. Yeah.
But oh my god, are you promoting the anti-Semitism? No, I'm talking about Israel specifically, okay? I ain't making no jokes about your IP being promised 3,000 fucking years ago.
No, one of the reality
Oh man, he went there. He went there, guys.
is Israel has always been a very notorious country when it comes to
NSO group, yeah.
having access to spyware, having access to these sort of gray market firms that, you know, work with law enforcement agencies, but really the reality of it is that they do put a lot of journalists, you know, there are a lot of actual politicians that we put our, you know, faith into. A lot of people do end up being targets of some pretty nasty Israeli malware, to the point where obviously big tech companies in the United States call this shit out on a pretty regular basis. And when pushed too far, obviously this invokes the ire of like US law enforcement. Now, of course, in this situation, Alarum is a company that is obviously traded on the market. They're a legitimate company. Unfortunately, in the, you know, things that they deal, because remember, they're more like a traffic vendor than people selling like a botnet for illegal criminals. These criminals that are, I guess, using their NetNut, you know, residential proxy service are not people that are sanctioned. Remember, we are targeting people that are using their service in a non-consensual manner. There's a lot of people that do consent to NetNut, unfortunately, which obviously the case here is we're targeting the...
I consent to having my nut taken. My nut taken.
non-consensual use of their network by cyber criminals.
So the FBI is investigating whether this of a data collection firm, Alarum Technologies, who are basically the guys that own the NetNut stuff, had a role in linking customers' home internet devices without their consent into a network that people can use to disguise their location. It turns out that maybe the FBI, which was basically examining these links from NetNut, that Israeli-based subsidiary that sells access to the network, and software known as POPA, the actual like botnet software that was used. Basically, these devices were flashed with the stuff before they were fucking sold. So you buy this shit and you're thinking, oh man, I'm just gonna have a rootin' tootin' good time and watch Netflix, you know, on my smart TV now that, you know, I bought through this Android device. And in reality, you probably can watch Netflix, but the thing is, ultimately, at the end of the day, you are now part of a fucking insane botnet. And if you look into this botnet really carefully, you can see that ultimately, at the end of the day, this is contributing to the destruction of the internet. Just this one SEC filing from the guys over at Alarum showed that over the past year, Alarum went from a proxy-focused provider into the AI data platform. So basically, all these AI companies, when they're grabbing shit off the internet,
and you can see that obviously they include things like their proxy network, website unblocker, SERP solution. So if you're an AI company, you obviously want to go to these people, or anybody that wants to look legitimate on the internet, you go to these guys.
You know, here's the thing. If you try accessing a lot of websites from an AI, it'll probably tell you like error 403, like, hey, we know you're a bot, fuck off. But then there's other alternatives and options that you can use, right? Like you could connect yourself through something like CamoFox, for instance, which is a anti-detection browser. So if I pair this with an AI running locally, I can browse the internet and basically scrape whatever I want without me, you know, triggering an anti-bot detection. So with a culmination of technologies, these people have website unblockers, search engine solutions, AI data sets. Basically, they're just a fucking massive data collection company. And I guess because they're headquartered in like Israel, which is basically the cyber mercenary solution of the world. You know, I'll be honest with you, the fucking problem with like, you know, anything cybersecurity related is like, you know, Israel's got a lot of fucking great talent, right? When it comes to like fucking, you know, just a lot of their cybersecurity solutions, like ultimately at the end of the day, are sought after by law enforcement agencies and governments all over the world, right? So interestingly enough, the government of the United States that is actually working against this company in Israel, you know, the same government was paying another Israeli company to be able to hack into people's like iPhones, right? I mean, this is like gray market. We will fucking kind of work for the highest bidder type solution, right? Now, I don't want to say anything out of pocket for something like Alarum. From what I understand, they're kind of shocked a little bit that this fucking happened. The day that this actually broke down, I shit you not, the stock price for Alarum like went to fucking shit. So for instance, in the span of like 3 days, these motherfuckers dropped down 69%, okay? Like imagine going all the way from here Yeah. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, they really were just kind of shocked that their domains were getting seized by the Federal Bureau, by the Internal Revenue Service. You know, Google's fucking pointing fingers, you know what I mean? It's crazy shit. You're talking about some of the biggest data collection companies in the world pointing fingers. It's like that Spider-Man meme. But at the end of the day, I think ultimately the most important part about this is how do you stay safe? And this is where, look, ultimately there's a few things you can do, like don't use shady applications you downloaded from unverified sources because they're usually bundled with these proxies. Stop using free VPN services. For instance, right over here, a great write-up by the fellows over at Deepfield. They kind of did talk a little bit about this, right? RoboVPN, for instance, is this commercial VPN from CyberKick Limited.
Yeah, guys, I don't use VPNs except Tailscale, but even Tailscale, I'm having my doubts.
Now, who the fuck owns...
Probably need to create my own Tailscale. It's just peer-to-peer VPN anyway.
CyberKick Limited? Well, let's look a little bit closer. Let's look at that. Alarm FAQ. It belongs to the same Israeli company, CyberKick. We're incorporated in Israel. Blanket security for customers against all forms of spooky viruses. But again, a write-up from these individuals at, again, Deepfield, showed that basically, at the end of the day, the site's download page advertises clients for everything, right? You can download it for whatever. Bundled in the same installer, registered as a NuGet dependency and activated whenever the VPN is not connected, is Nunitive, a residential proxy SDK that turns the user machine into an exit node for third-party traffic. When the VPN disconnects, or the app simply sits idle after login, the SDK waits 30 to 90 minutes, connects to a load balancer at this address, receives a list of relay servers on rotating front domains, and starts accepting tunnel requests that resolve arbitrary public host names through the user's connection.
Yep, that's how you're able to watch your free streaming services next to these guys.
Relay always exits through the user's own residential IP. Now, the important aspect about it is, because they're routing through your IP address, it makes, like, for instance, if you're a website and you want to, like, block these scumbags, it makes it difficult because ultimately you're blocking, like, a real legitimate customer, right? You're blocking somebody that could just be a real human being. It makes identification really fucking difficult. And again, these are people that track DDoS botnets, right? So effectively...
You always stream your pirated content, yeah. Well, they're gonna get shut down on one service. Every service is getting shut down. One at a time, guys. Every single one.
They were looking in...
Yeah, no, I'm saying that the services that they're using to stream content to you over the web, they're all using these exit nodes. Right, yeah, got it.
Into it because ultimately, at the end of the day, a vulnerable proxy SDK...
Yeah, we're running out, though. We're running out. Hydra's got shut down several times. All their nodes are getting shut down. Every single site is getting shut down.
Is itself an initial access vector. A customer who tunnels to a node's own reaches the exit device's ADB daemon and recruits it into whatever the operator is building. So how did the store...
You think you can actually shut it down for good? I know it's them. It's the FBI. They're just gonna have to be chasing one service of, compromised, exit nodes, one at a time. I guess there's just so many that pop up. There'll always be another. Yeah.
Where you kind of break this like rapidly. Well, it actually was brewing for about a year. So to give you an idea, this is a website known as RH.net. Now, RH.net seems like your standard journalism website, but basically they were protected by the only company that could actually reverse engineer all this. So Arab reporters for investigative journalism received this massive scraping event targeting its library of investigations, actually 10,000 times higher than regular scraping traffic. So effectively, what they did was they weren't naming who actually did anything, but they reconstructed...
Maybe Skynet will shut it down. No!
...the methodology of how this...
We're gonna have to go walk into the movie theaters to watch movies now.
...scraping had occurred. And over here, they kind of started pointing the fingers towards NetNut, again, these Israeli companies, and they kind of
Yeah, it'd be a weird timeline.
Match the methodology to what they were seeing over here. Now, about a month later, they started to talk about the POPA botnet, for instance, right? And this is where they started introducing things like your smart TV. So it wasn't just like a bunch of like these, it was actually like several like really good write-ups by Nokia, by Synthient, by all these people that were basically pointing fingers at NetNut and how a lot of these like scrapers were hiding in people's like cheapo Android television boxes, right? Basically, when they started looking and reverse engineering the Android applications that allowed things like that void malware to basically download and update itself, they were looking at all of this shit, right? They were going through the entire chain over here. And then, of course, further down the road, they started to link this botnet to the Israeli proxy provider NetNut. So they started looking closer.
Man, it's so crazy, guys. They bake in this malware. Well, not proxyware, and then they get all the data, clear text, then sell that data. Oh man, that's insane.
Into a company, for instance. Right?
No wonder every time like you talk about something, there was like this thing. Remember, there was this guy or this video of this woman talking about like things for her cat or baby or something, and then she gets ads for her cat and baby. I don't remember the commercial or the ad that she got, but it's just super targeted ads. And there's also companies that collect data from smart TVs and stuff and Wi-Fi devices so that they could do targeted advertising to you. It's crazy.
Right? For example, over here, when they were looking at a client known as SmartTube, which, again, SmartTube really wasn't connected to it, like at all. Like, I don't believe that they were actually brought in. But to give you an idea, according to the researchers, it was manipulated in some ways back in 2025 of November. And effectively one specific version over here, right, 28.56. So basically, POPA ran undetected for about 5 months inside, some of these applications, legitimate-looking applications too.
Kind of thing we all expect, yeah. Yeah, guys, don't buy too many smart devices, guys. Most of my stuff are still dumb. It's not a huge surprise, yeah, until your grandma gets compromised and you're like, Grandma, why'd you buy that weird device to connect to watch, something on your TV? Now all your social security and passwords are all stolen by some guy in Russia. Grandma, that guy isn't the real Keanu Reeves, yeah.
And the central lead in the report points to a guy called Moshe Yehuda Kramer, who registered this company called Ninja Tech in Riga in 2020. So this company was liquidated in 2022, but its domain continued to serve as a control server for POPA. According to Corium, Kramer is the SVP Research and Development at NetNut, according to, again, Alarum's own website. So interestingly enough, when you look into this, this is why, organizations like the Internal Revenue Service are kind of brought in, because again, it's not that they were working with these researchers. Google, and specifically the FBI and the IRS, they were doing this in silent for a year too. So the reason why the IRS are kind of brought into this is because really the important aspect here is identifying the money trail. See, if the Internal Revenue Services CI division can identify and basically piece together the money movement, that'll, I believe, and again, I'm not an investigator like a police officer here, but I at least I can tell you this from my understanding that it would build sort of like a motive trail. A money trail can be established to showcase the connection. The IRS is brought in specifically because they are the following the money type of investigators, and they obviously have more expertise there than, the FBI or any of the other federal agencies. So again, I wanted to verify if there was any device on my network, not that I was really worried, but basically I made myself a little Pi hole, which is this small little Raspberry Pi that sits on my home network, effectively blocking any form of like advertisement, right? So for instance, when I'm browsing the internet or any device connected to my entire system is browsing,
it actually blocks a fair amount of trackers and ads and scummy things. I made a video on it a while back showing you how to set this up for yourself. You set it up once, never really have to look at it except maybe for a few updates and general maintenance. But yeah, you can see that I block a whole bunch of nasty shit that I don't want on my system. So the realistic part about it was I accessed the filtering and I was like, all right, let me look for NetNut. And aside from my own computer, basically me going to the actual website for showing you in this video, I didn't get anything on my system, right? If there was something maliciously connected, I could identify any domain that was being accessed that normally would not be something I was okay with. And then I could find the IP address or host, rip that shit out of my network, and stop being a fucking slave to this scummy Israeli fucking residential proxy provider, man. Like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? There's a reason why the FBI jumps in and goes into it. Because, yes, there are criminals that use these networks to hide behind when they're doing terribly shitty things, you know? And again, you can see that they were even so proud of anonymous proxies that they even had a patent that they talked about it too, right? Unlike conventional proxies, where proxy service client requests would be rerouted through an intermediate proxy device, thus potentially slowing down the connection and exposing a device's local network to security risks, NetNut's reflector method achieves the same end result without such detour. It cleverly uses the IP address of an intermediate device to initiate the connection, and after this initial step, client requests are sent directly to the target server. The method retains the benefit of using the proxy while masking the original IP address and avoiding the usual bottleneck of channeling all traffic through a third-party device, right? So again, they're finding clever ways to kind of protect themselves, but still use you as the public face for them scraping and fucking up the internet, right?
Now, obviously, the reality of this, too, was that when the actual independent researchers came out and basically confronted these people, like the Alarum Technologies, they're like, yeah, these reports contain inaccurate assertions and flawed deductions, right? There was even, like, I guess you could say, like, the legal threats were kind of brought in, where they said they reserve the right to sue anyone publishing reports that might besmirch the company's brand, right? Again, I don't know if like a personal opinion or like a technical write-up is necessarily down for defamation, but again, it's America. You can sue anybody for anything. Ultimately, at the end of the day, now, because the FBI is investigating, they're like, hold on, we take it pretty seriously, and we're going to fully cooperate with the law enforcement agencies to ensure any misuse is thoroughly investigated. Which is funny that it's coming out after, you know, the FBI has got like court orders to take down entire domains. And again, me just speculating kind of over here when the IRS and the IRS criminal division and the FBI are working on something, I'm going to reasonably imagine that they have more information that they haven't come out with yet. And I don't know if it's necessarily going to look good for a company like Alarum or NetNut, for crying out loud, right?
But the reality of it is that when you purchase a fucking shady little cheapo device to like browse like the internet or like watch a few movies on the internet, or maybe, you know, for a lot of people get access to like free television, a lot of those scumbags will oftentimes sell you a hacked device or a...
Feels good in the bay right now? Yeah, the weather's really good, guys. Golden hour. Oh, isn't there like a bunch of activities happening today too? It's quite a lot. Quite a lot. That's why there's probably traffic everywhere.
I guess you could say a already pre-infected device with this connection in place, and they might be actually making...
We wouldn't know. Yeah, we're just comfy in our places right now.
Money off of you and basically making you...
Yeah, I'm just waiting for 5.6 to drop.
You sit in this web of, again, not being safe on the internet, right? And you know, for a lot of people that are really careful, right, you might have like a fucking girlfriend or a wife or like a parent or somebody in your house that might have bought this shit and plugged this in somewhere in their room.
Just having a random convo with a family member where they brought up some guy selling a hack TV dongle thing. Oh my god. Get rid of that thing. It's compromised.
Room. And I feel like if you do have this kind of stuff, you might want to have to talk to them. Maybe it might be better to like purchase something a little bit more legitimate, something, or maybe if you can take their device and flash it with like official stuff that doesn't contain the filthy little nut, if you will, right? It's a bad nut, boys. It is what it is. But yeah, I saw this the other like day, and I was just like, there is no fucking way this is a thing. But in reality, it is, right? And their shares have been plunging because ultimately, the end of the day,
Yeah.
the feds are going in this pretty fucking hard, as is Google, as is anybody, right? Because, you know, at the end of the day, we want to stop criminals and bad people, okay? And it doesn't matter. A company like Alarum or a company or like a subsidiary like NetNut, at the end of the day, companies like this, in my opinion, are not companies that I'm ever a fan of. I don't think it should
set up yourself, point to the right signal direction, yeah.
be okay to, without people's consent, have them be part of these like effective botnets.
Apparently it was a public company though. A public company selling these things. So you're like, oh, it's a public company. It should be okay, right?
Around the world. Now, obviously, a lot of the work that I think NetNut does do is consensual, right? Meaning that maybe there are, like, if you download an application on, like, you know, say your television, so to speak, right? Even official applications, you think, they may be loaded with some of this proxy stuff. So you got to be very
Anything
careful
free
when
is
you're
BS,
fucking
yeah.
downloading shit, agreeing to any term. Because there's a good chance that if you're part of any of these networks, you might be exposing yourself into being part of a giant, you know, unwitting criminal operation.
If it's free, you
because
are
these
the
networks
product.
are so big and the access to them is kind of sold piecemeal that criminals buy this shit all the time to be able to keep themselves pretty safe online at your behest. But yeah, at the end of the day, Google has significantly degraded their network, right? Reduced the available pool by millions. Again, it's not a dead network, but reducing it by millions, according to Google, is some pretty impressive shit right here, right? Now, at the end of the day, they've also said, in addition to selling access to the network under the NetNut brand, NetNut has a robust seller program that allows white labeling of its network. Google has high confidence that many popular residential proxy brands are in fact just white labeling the NetNut. They literally call it a botnet here. Good job, Google.
Fight
I guess.
against the
While we
botnets.
expect this disruption
Yeah.
to have a larger ripple effect across the ecosystem, observations after the disruption of IPDIA prove that individual networks
starting a
do appear
movement.
resilient. What we have observed is that when faced with the degradation of their own botnet, proxy operators begin buying capacity from their competitors, effectively becoming a reseller. We recognize that creating a lasting disruption in this fluid ecosystem means they got to scale that shit up and target infrastructure of several of these interconnected operators, right? So it's a huge business, man. It really fucking is. And the reality of it is, it's crazy how this happens pretty openly. Like, again, you can go to their website and, you know, purchase access to it right here. Some would think, man, this seems illegal, right? But I guess the reality of it is not really, okay? If you're an Israeli company, I guess you can sell access to this.
If you want. If you
know,
want.
not really thinking. It's crazy stuff, man.
We're-
It really is.
we're-
But yeah, the
we're,
NetNut botnet was basically ripped apart a little bit.
Start a
And,
propaganda
the company
reel.
associated with it doesn't exactly look like they're doing too fucking great. But anyways, that being said, ladies and gentlemen, hopefully you learned something today.
Make some RuneScape AI generate. Oh, you want to listen to AI generated RuneScape? Would you listen to that? I know. Turtle, making an account on Suno is free. You should probably generate one that you'll accept, and then we'll add it to a playlist, and we can play Turtle approved music, instrumental. Yeah, guys, everybody make Turtle approved music so that we could listen to AI music again. Send it.
Hopefully, if you are part of the nut, it's time to start getting the fuck out of it, right?
Get out the nut,
At the end of
guys.
the day, listen.
Get out the nut.
If you're somebody that wants to watch a game of FIFA on the internet, maybe it's better to pay for like
Yeah,
an
train a model. Yeah.
official streaming service for like, I don't know, the month.
Use
versus trying
use Fable maybe. I don't know.
to be, you know, smart and saving a whole bunch of money by thinking you're pirating it when really you just spent for the cheapest option and you bought a Android TV box from like the cheapest fucking dude imaginable. And that cheap guy probably loaded it with malware and is using you as a mark. Simple as that. But, ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Mudahar, and I'm out.
We're out. All right, all in. Going all in. I'm going all in. Right? We're all doomed. Alright, we have this guy that's completely masked up, guys. Let's see what this guy has to say. Mask up. Mask. Mask off. Alright, let me let my dog out.
So this is the thing about AI agents, right? Like OpenClaw. You just let it loose on your...
I wanna be here. I wanna be here. Sounds good. Timer. Go get him. 10 minutes. Alright, 10 minutes. Alright. Turtle posted something. Let's see here. Watch. Alright. We're gonna watch that one. That one. That one. Oh, okay. Alright, this one? Alright. The mega test.
You will not have magic ME.
So, welcome back to the Claude Fable Part 3 testing. Obviously, Fable was gone for quite a while. I believe it got taken away on June 12th, and it came back yesterday, so July 1st. Quite a bit of time, and something that has not seemingly happened before with a model getting taken away like that, but in lieu of trying to discuss anything pertaining to that, because I'm not really interested in it, I want to showcase some additional cool things with Fable, being now that it is back and we can once again play with it. Now, there are a few caveats to this being back, one of which is it's only available using these subscriptions, at least for now, until July 7th. Additionally to that, they did mention something saying that basically you can use up to 50% of your usage limit on Fable. So it's not a fully accessible model as it was when it came out, and it was just allowed to be used until June 22nd, I think. Don't quote me on the specific date. So a lot of folks for now who are going to want to be using this in any level of depth are likely going to be having to do so through the API. I'm currently using it through a Claude Max plan. The $200 a month one I did update when this came back. I fully intend to just swap over to extra billing or API access to get this working, as I do have a lot of personal things I'm very interested in trying with this. So with that, let's start by just taking a look at the initial thing I would like to showcase for our first Fable 5 test. Now, this is something that is not necessarily visually exciting as a game would be, but I find there's some coolness to it, and it's less commonly seen in YouTube AI testing videos where things go off the screen and into the physical world. Okay, so as we're starting, I want to make sure I touch upon this and then don't forget to include it at the end of the video, which sometimes does happen, and I apologize. I am at 10% usage for Fable, which resets Wednesday at 8 p.m. So keep that in mind. We're starting this video. We're only going to be using Fable unless any of our requests get routed to Opus, which I don't think will happen. So we're starting at 10% of Fable usage. Current session 0%, all models 5%. So with that, let's take a look at the first thing we have going on here, which is not as exciting visually as some of the other things we'll get into, but I find it to be very cool just in terms of what's actually going on here. So I'm going to select this run benchmark, and what we're going to see right here is a ray tracer, the same rendering technique behind movie CGI, running on a $3 chip from 1998. In this case, this is an Arduino Uno, just a really simple, cheap microcontroller board. Right now, this is doing a ray tracing render using one specific board, and as we see in the side clip or wherever it is placed on the screen, there is actually 5 of these currently plugged in and on. So what we're seeing right now is the speed we get for rendering this scene just using one of these. Once this finishes, which if my calculations are correct will take somewhere around 40 seconds, we're going to see 4 of them. So 4 worker nodes are now going to render the same speed working together, and this is where some of the interesting things come into play. So some of what we're seeing with the different colors, we can see which node is actually producing what specific frame, and right there we get a speed up of 3.7 times with 93% efficiency, and this is just a replay of the versus for 1 worker versus 4 workers, and we also have a chart right here just showing the speed. So this is essentially a very tiny render farm consisting of Arduino Unos, which is really kind of cool, and I do want to 3D print something to put these into and then just have them as a render farm of Unos, because that's kind of sick, at least in my opinion. I like that sort of stuff. So we can see some more, and I purposely asked this, like, okay, can you give me a simple YouTube intro in exactly what's going on here and why this is cool, because it's not as visually exciting, so I think it's better to just have some real like meat to what's actually going on. So as we see right here, 5 Arduino Unos wired into a tiny render farm, 1 boss and 4 workers connected by just 2 signal wires through I2C, the protocol inside your TV. The image they render never actually exists on the Arduinos themselves. The finished picture is 57.
Is there anything else here? Let's see. GPU render. Just rendering some GPUs. Alright, city, time, game.
Okay, 2005. Wow, those car models are curvier than I've seen before. 2025, interesting. We have some more bricks. We have some LED strips on the vehicles. Ionics. Okay. By day, glows by nights. The veins are the battery. This tree. Look at the shadow from the drone onto the buildings. That's cool. The
2055
inclusion
got
of this
cars.
many holographic ads, as this foresees the year 2055 being, is somewhat concerning. Own a slice of floor 87. The hologram is at 1/400th scale. So is the apartment. Let's look at 2025. Do we have things on the roofs like solar panel? Look at the reflection of that. I don't see any solar panels. Oh yeah, yep, we do have them. We even have building terraces, subscription based. It seemingly detests like consumerism and yeah, I don't have much to say. I think this would was quite interesting from a
Ultra code game test.
yeah. All right, so next up I want to see if this has any ability to do some weird troubleshooting and debugging. So this is an iBook G3. It is from 2001. It is currently stuck in an installation loop trying to install Mac OS 10.4 Tiger. I honestly think the hard drive's just to, and then deselecting the additional things that would get installed with the OS. There's still not enough space, so I'll see what it says to this, but it may be kind of, there may be no easy.
Was it able to do it? Was it able to do it?
The iBook that this fixed is actually still working, so it's still logged in now. It did properly work, which was absolutely fantastic. I almost think the battery came back to life a bit. It did. This never stayed on without being plugged in. That's not a...
Have you seen any games by Code that you don't have the same sort of basic geometry models? It's all just same. Yeah, it's all same. It's all same because it doesn't install Blender. It doesn't have like the capacity, I guess, to create all the stuff that Blender has created, you know? I mean, it's trained on Blender files and stuff, and Blender, a lot of Blender stuff. You think it's Blender? Like, all this stuff is just like, I don't even know what it is. I don't even know. Definitely not Blender stuff. I was thinking like maybe it's a combo of modeling techniques and shaders. Yeah.
1283. Edwards Masons have barely finished the spire. And someone's already...
Key aspects of modern games is made... Yeah, exactly. It's trained on open source stuff. Which most open source stuff looks like this.
Logged a genius under it. A stable extraction window exists tonight. It closes in 4 minutes. After that, never again. 4 minutes. No prep, no wardrobe.
Gotta go. Doggy.
Okay, going.
So that's the voice of our protagonist. Oh, cool. Okay, grab the time port. The window closes in 4 minutes. The time port should be this phone right here. Yep. Give us a sick phone screen.
Motorola time port.
Nice.
Triple band GSM. And one band nobody advertised.
They put in like lore of how this would work. The one band no one be advertised. Oh, that's so sick. So now we're gonna go.
No disguise, no plan. 40 seconds. Classic Tuesday.
All right. Look at the little pig.
Smooth landing. Behind a pig shed. Coordinates. Nailed it.
And now the soundtrack changes to be reflective of the time period.
I'm still wearing the hoodie. The light up hoodie. Oh no. Demon. Its guard glows with witch fire.
Look at the chickens.
Mom, this is our pleasure. Take up your forks. For Gwyneth. For the harvest. Get him.
Oh my. Hold F and A to charge your blaster. Okay, I don't have the control set up, so. Oh. Oh my. Alright. Now we have to go. Oh.
Oh. That's pretty good. Shooting people.
Dung, extremely conspicuous. Great work. Peer into the well.
Was generating a narrative.
From deep below, a faint clack. Best not to think about it. Yeah. What is that? A health like? Oh yeah.
I don't know what the prompt was. Oh, okay.
Survive the welcoming committee and reach the gatehouse. So, I don't think we've dealt with all of our enemies.
Guys, would it be cool if you could make your character move on screen wherever it wanted on the screen? Should we do that? Just create like a little remote control to move your character on the screen. You'd have a delay of like 3 to 6 seconds, but at least you get to choose. At least you get to choose where your character goes, or is the autoplay just better? Autoplay is just better.
Okay, the roofs. The one thing I see so far, these roofs are inverted. That's okay. All right, that's to roll is shift. Wow. How do I? How do I get in this? Crank the winch. All right.
So there's a long.
Look at the cutscenes.
A long phrase. So you pretty
Open
much.
Sesame. Wait, wrong century.
I think autoplay on stream, or if there was a different zone on screen. Different zones. Yeah. Let's see. Oh wow, that's a cool one. Man, those pictures are really good. I just asked ChatGPT to list all my favorite songs and create a Suno lyric and style. Nice. GPT is good. Going back into memories. Yeah. There's a lot of memories. Rage game cheating tests. Less WSD, more tavern, grind, etc. for like stuff. That makes sense. You could add it now. You could add it. You have access to the source now. Alright, let's go to this one.
Your personal computer or your work computer, it can see all of your private messages, all of your passwords, all the things that you're typing in. Our U.S. government doesn't need to get a warrant in order to spy on people. That's a problem worth fixing.
Yeah, that's not cool.
As much traffic as they could see coming in and out of these guys. And for like 10 years, they monitored it. And it was all encrypted, and it was like absolutely nothing. But every now and then, like once every 3 years or something, there would be something that came through unencrypted. And if they could catch that, then they would have this little piece and this little piece. And so eventually they got enough breadcrumbs.
Yeah, let's do it. All right, guys, special guest today here at the Bitcoin conference. We got Jack from the Darknet Diaries, his first podcast ever. Thanks for choosing my platform.
Thanks for letting me be here.
Yeah, for those that don't know what you do, could you explain?
Yeah, it's about 180 episodes in now, and I make podcasts about hackers. I'll interview hackers or victims or federal agents or sometimes I even get an APT on and be like, tell me all your...
What's APT?
An APT is like a government-sponsored hacker, right? So really? NSA is APT. The Cozy Bear in China is an APT. These guys are, or I guess Cozy Bear would be Russia, but that's a Russia-paid hacker group to get into places and stuff like that. I mean, I think that's kind of like my best guess if I could ever find one, is be a Russian hacker.
Oh man, he has the fake skin mask. You got the glasses, and he has the bandana and a hat. The last thing he's showing is his hands and skin color. That's not good.
Or Chinese hackers or North Korean hackers that are from the government, right? But I can't quite get that far, but I've had a few from the U.S. and Israel come on. So
you think those are his real hands? Probably.
Are the best hackers from your experience usually solo? Do they usually form a group, or are they usually working with the government?
Well, I think the APT has the most amount of funding, right? So they can have all the time in the world, all the technology at their fingertips, all the money to get into where their target is. So I think they're the most sophisticated. But some of the stuff is easy to get into, so you don't really need a lot of sophistication to get into things.
Yeah, especially these days with AI and everything. I feel like it's probably easier to hack than it used to be, right?
Yeah. I think that
Bro's not even in the room. It generated.
It's kind of the first time I saw ChatGPT come on my radar. Is in my circle, there were all these people finding bugs, specifically in smart contracts.
Yeah.
And they were able to exploit it.
I saw some wild ChatGPT bugs.
Yeah.
It's like, talk to it in a certain way, and then the answers would be different, right?
Yeah. You convince it that you're on one of the good guys, and it'll give you the answer.
Right. Is that still a thing, or did they patch that?
I mean, look at Mythos, right? Mythos is just finding tons of bugs on companies that I think it's going to be bigger than ever. That Mythos seems it possibly could find a ton of bugs.
I kind of believe now that with big companies, I don't think you could be unhackable when you're a certain size. I think there's just so many ways to get hacked or infiltrated. You know?
I have the same theory as you. Once you get to like 10,000 computers or 10,000 employees, right? You've got to go around and secure every window and every door
exactly
all the time, every day. And I feel like it does get too big to manage it. And so if I were running things, I'd try to keep each network separate. Like, let's just have this product be on this network and not have like the whole company have to share all the resources for all the network.
That MGM hack was nuts. Did you cover that one?
Yeah, I didn't cover that one, but I'm looking. See, one of the things that I do is I'll wait. This is the big thing for me is if it's like cutting edge news, we usually have too many questions and answers, and you start talking about it, and you're like, I have all these questions, and they're just not there. But then I'll wait 4 years, 5 years before they'll catch the guy and arrest him and put him in prison, and maybe he'll even come out of prison and then come and talk with me on the show and like tell me the whole story. So I love that soup to nuts story of hacking where all our questions are answered.
Which one is you've done a lot of interviews, but is there a specific one that really impacted you?
Yeah, I think the Pirate Bay one was something that just kind of.
I used to love that site.
Yeah, so this is a pirating site, but the guy who started it, I interviewed him, and his just philosophy of life is unlike anything I've ever heard of, right? So they got arrested, and he's like, well, I don't necessarily want to go to prison, and I'm like, wait, don't you have to go to prison if you get arrested? And he's like, yeah, it's kind of optional. Like, why would you want to go against your will? They're gonna have to come and force me to go, and I'm not necessarily want to do that.
Was this in the U.S.?
No, this was in Sweden.
Okay,
and
different over there.
Yeah,
they force you to go to prison.
He's telling me all these things, and so one of the things he tried to do right before going to prison was like start his own political party so that he could seek asylum and be like, you're arresting a political person. This is something totally different now. And so he used the system to get out of going to prison so many different times.
Wow.
And throughout the entire time that he did go to prison and all the people went to prison, the site stayed up. And it's never, it's gone down for periods of time, but it just keeps coming up again and again. So it's like, it's an incredibly resilient thing. And it made me think about what kind of ownership we have about stuff online. If somebody can come and seize your domain or shut down your .com address, like you really rent your .com address, you don't really own it. And every year you have to pay for it again and again. But so it doesn't feel like ownership. And so this is what kind of draws me to Tor and the dark web as well, is because those onion addresses are stuff that you generate, you create on your own, and you don't have to go through a registrar, which means nobody can take it. It's very similar to a Bitcoin wallet where your private key or you generate the wallet and you have the private key and you don't have to go through somewhere to get a Bitcoin wallet. You generate it yourself on your computer. And it's the same thing on the onion, on the Tor, on the dark web. You generate these addresses yourself, and then that's yours. Like nobody can come and take it from you. I'm not saying that Pirate Bay used the onion router, Tor, and dark web to host their stuff, but they really battled with this who owns your website, and governments tried to seize it, and
they were ahead of their time, man.
Yeah,
I remember using that site when I was super young, like getting video games off there, saving a ton of money.
Yeah,
I think they were good on movies and music too.
Yeah, they had a lot of stuff.
They had a lot. Shout out to them, man. They set the tone. Is the dark web still pretty active these days? I haven't heard much about it.
Yeah, dark web's active. I mean, you've got the classic stuff that out there still, which is
Silk Road's gone. Right?
Yeah, Silk Road's gone. Silk Road 2's gone. Silk Road 3's gone. But more and more dark web marketplaces come up where you can buy and sell things that are legal in your country, and maybe some things that are just legal but hard to find.
I remember browsing it in college, and I was just like, I'm baffled.
What did you see on there?
Dude, I saw Hitman. I saw drugs, obviously. But the Hitman one kept me up at night because I was like, 20 grand? Like, some of them were like 10 grand.
Yeah.
I was like, damn.
And I honestly, I interviewed one guy who tried to expose all the hitmen on the dark web, and he's convinced there are no actual hitmen. They're all scammers.
Oh, they're all.
Yeah.
I heard there's government like traps.
Oh yeah, exactly. You're either hiring a Fed, and then you're in trouble, or you're hiring a scammer.
Oh, so he doesn't think any of those.
No, he's 100% convinced there's no hitmen on the internet.
Oh wow. I mean,
now I know that there are people who will do
no hitman on the internet, guys.
Like drive by and throw a brick through someone's window for $1,000 or something, or throw a Molotov cocktail at someone. A friend of mine just called up and said he got a Molotov cocktail thrown at his house, and it wasn't by the people who are mad at him. They were by they hired someone to come and do it in his town.
$1,000?
I don't know how much I don't know how much it charged.
Troubleshooting a strange shutdown on my box. Running subnets are exotic process level state. Real data produced denormal graduates. Yeah. Oh yes, exactly. Hey, you gotta set up power gates, like I do. There's so many things that it creates fork bombs, you know, ooms, memory leaks, like tests when they send concurrent tests. All these things can make it explode. Probably just have to restart. Yeah, probably.
But I mean, I don't know how.
I really hate some of that. Seems like a good deal.
It was really scary. Yeah, I saw the footage. I'm like, whoa.
You need security cameras, but even with that, dude, my security camera just got hacked.
Well, yours did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not like just me. It was the whole company. Got
Yeah.
hacked.
So I was going to ask you about that. I mean,
Oh my God,
you're
his whole
kind of
company got hacked.
a figure that has a lot of controversy. Do people come at you and try to hack you in different ways?
Yeah. I don't know if it's directly at me, but I get an email at least once a week saying something got hacked.
Yeah.
You know, whether it's a password leak or company I had an account on. And
do you think it's something that you could do better at, or do you think it's just a barrage of people that you're just like, man, I don't know if I'll ever be able to get ahead of
I
this?
could do better, but at the same time, I use so many programs, so many apps.
Yeah.
I have old accounts. Your password gets leaked. It's probably being sold on the dark net. I'm pretty sure my SSN got leaked and hacked.
Yeah.
Everyone's did, but like people have tried to apply for cars and credit cards.
On your name. Yeah.
You know, if you live in America and you have an iPhone, it's just so hard not to get hacked, right?
Yeah, but I mean, I'm taking as many steps as I can. I mean, I'm wearing a disguise here because privacy is like important to me, and staying on top of that security is an important factor to me, especially making a podcast about hackers. There's a lot of people who would like to put a feather in their cap and be like, I hacked Jack. But
that must make it even extra difficult for you.
Yeah. So I wear a disguise when I go to events like this, and people just know me as this. Like, this is Jack's look, right?
Yeah.
And when I take it off and I go out throughout my day, nobody knows that I'm Jack. So it's really nice to like blend in. And I'm sure you probably wanted that, where you wanted less attention in certain situations where like, this is not the time. I wish I had somebody who knew what I look like.
It's hard when I'm 6'6" and have a unique look, but
yeah,
I
so
try to blend in as much as I can.
There's steps you could do to be like improve like percentages. Like you can use a VPN or a certain
yes,
browser.
Those actually work because I've seen mixed reviews on VPNs.
Yeah, well, I mean, one of the things I covered lately is something called a super box, and a super box is these. It's a TV channel, all the channels. Like, it's a hacked box, so you plug it in. Now you have 2,000 channels and all the movies and stuff like that.
Super box.
Yeah, it's great, right? $300, you got everything.
Time is changing the way people bank. They offer the most rewarding fee-free.
We just saw it was compromised. Superbox was actually compromised, guys. That's a long one.
Devices on your home network. So if you plug it in at home, it's like, okay, well, where's all the computers? All right, where's all the routers? Okay, what if I knock that router off and become the router? What stuff can I see here? Do they have a server? Oh, this person's connecting to the work. Oh, I want to see if I can connect to their work. So I'll act their computer and I'll try to connect to their work. And so now they're getting into businesses and stuff from somebody's home box, right? So it's extremely dangerous box to have at home. Like, just absolutely, just the moment you see it, you should throw it.
Yeah, I'm not getting that.
And get rid of it. And so if you had a VPN, then suddenly all the traffic coming from your computer out, the box wouldn't be able to see what's happening there because it's all encrypted and stuff. So it would be a really hard time. So, you know, nothing on your home network would be able to see what you're doing. Nothing at the coffee shop would be able to see what you're doing, or wherever you're connecting to the internet. So I use a VPN quite a lot because I don't trust any of the devices that are in these networks, even my home network. Like, I keep things on big silos. There's certain networks that have no internet connection, and then there's some are only for guests and all this kind of stuff.
Well, yeah, because I learned from Ryan Montgomery that you could hack into Wi-Fi networks pretty easily with a certain device.
Yeah. He's pretty slick on all the stuff he can get into.
Yeah, I'll definitely look into that. I got rid of my Alexa. I got rid of my Ring cameras. I'm just trying to minimize as much like areas to get hacked as I can.
Yeah, with all of it going to the cloud, it's not just being hacked, but also the privacy aspect of it as well, where you know, there's stories about people monitoring people in their house that are employees of these companies and just watching it. And I mean, you've even had cops that are using their database to look up their lovers and see what their lovers are up to, right?
That's nuts.
So I try to stay back as far away from keep my data as secure as possible, because I mean, like I said, there's percentages, right? So if I improve my security by 10%, oh, that's worth it. If I can improve it by 40%, it's worth it. As opposed to like somebody being like, well, I got these things out here, I might as well just let it all go. Yeah. No, I think there's something worth improving percentages. I mean, it's like going to the gym and you don't feel like I made all the muscles I needed in this one day. No, it's a process. Okay, that felt good, but now I got to eat healthy. Now I got to sleep well. Now I got to do all these extra things in order to make it all happen. And as you progress in your health, you get better and better. You start optimizing and you start perfecting certain things. And it's the same thing with being private or secure. You start out with like big strokes, and then you start optimizing and perfecting. And you trying to get to that level right off the bat is not something obtainable.
Sure. Yeah.
But you could do some big movements at the beginning.
Yeah, people get overwhelmed. Okay, you've definitely inspired me to get a VPN.
Well, you're getting hacked. You need to do something there. Well, I'll help you. Call me up. We'll walk through it.
Dude, if you log into your Credit Karma or whatever, it tells you all your password leaks and stuff.
Yes.
So many. It's crazy.
Yeah, one time I think it was google.com/passwords. I don't know. I didn't know that they had so many of my passwords, and they just saved it there. I never thought that they stored anything, and yet there it was, all in clear text.
Sometimes I wonder, because I give my AI a lot of data,
Yeah, you got to be careful with that. So
if they get hacked, I might be screwed.
So I know some people who have, used ChatGPT and some of these others, and were saying certain things and got a knock on the door.
No way.
Because the police or feds or someone were like, hey, some of the stuff you're saying has got us concerned.
Wow.
So what I do is use AI that doesn't necessarily connect to me, right? So Brave browser is an alternative to Chrome or Firefox, but they have their own built-in AI, and it's completely anonymous. You don't need to log in. They don't save what session was asking these things, and it's not as great as maybe ChatGPT. But then there's other things like Venice AI, which has a ton of different models that you can use, and again, they don't connect your account to, like, it's kind of like a proxy. So you send your questions to Venice,
why is this guy
Venice
searching,
sends it
man?
to ChatGPT, and then ChatGPT just thinks,
I was just asking how to make anthrax, ironically.
oh, Venice asked a question, not Jack asked a question, right? So it's this nice buffer between who's asking the questions to it. And as long as you don't say, hey, my name's Jack, and I'm asking this particular thing about my life, then unless you dox yourself, then that's a much safer bet.
That's legit. What messaging apps do you trust? Signal, Telegram, do you use any of those?
Just Signal right now. I mean, there's a few out there, but Signal is the main one. Like Telegram bills itself as like a secure messaging app, but it's not. It's really like such a bold-faced lie.
Was that after he got arrested, or was that before?
It was before,
really?
Even now. And so like one of the things is all of the group chats in Telegram are not end-to-end encrypted. You can't enable it to be an end-to-end encrypted. So if there's a secure messaging app, you would think group chats should be end-to-end encrypted, but they're not. And so that's just like the biggest thing right there. But even when you want to be end-to-end encrypted with somebody one-on-one, it's an extra step. It's not by default. You got to then say, hey, I want this encrypted connection. And then usually they're like, whoa, is there something secret you want to talk about? And it's like,
oh yeah, you got to make the secret chat, right?
Yeah, it's a secret chat.
No one does that though.
And they don't even know it. They don't use it. And every time I do turn it on, people are like all sketchy about it. Yeah, I'm like, so yeah, I can't stand Telegram. To me, it's not a secure messaging app. It's a social network.
Yeah.
And it's a totally different thing than Signal, because Signal doesn't really have that social network aspect to it.
Did you see when Tucker's Signal got hacked or something?
Yeah.
He said they were spying on him there. What happened with that?
Well, I've got some theories, but I haven't investigated the situation.
What's your theory on that?
So he claims that somebody read a Signal message, and that got he says it must have been that someone hacked my Signal, and he's even blaming the U.S. government for it, because I think this was when he was taking a trip to Russia. They were concerned about
Putin, yeah.
what he was going to talk about. Yeah. So, number one, I think there's a lot of people who have big guesses as to what's going on. I used to work in a NOC, a Network Operations Center, where we would troubleshoot problems. And, if the network goes down, there's always this new kid who's like, oh my God, the Russians are hacking us or something.
Yeah.
And, you call up the site and you're like, what's going down? And they're like, yeah, a lawnmower guy came and hit our box and knocked out the whole internet. And it's like, okay, see, it's not nefarious, right? And so I'm always trying to keep that mindset of like, this was probably not something nefarious. So who else has access to this chat? Maybe the person he sent it to forwarded on. Maybe that person had something. Maybe one of his assistants or something else. Someone else in his circle saw the chat and told someone else, right? That's probably the most likely thing. But I mean, the thing is, if it's extraordinary to claim that that can be hacked. It's very difficult. There are some ways to do it, such as the notifications you get on your phone when you get a message.
Yeah.
Those notifications are logged in something else, like maybe Apple's logging system, right? And so if somebody has access to those logs, then they can see what notifications came up on your phone. And so it's not necessarily Signal being hacked. It's a problem with Apple logging too many notifications, right?
Yeah.
So he's not savvy enough to know exactly what the technology stack is there to put his finger on what got hacked, and he raises the flag on Signal's the problem, which I don't think it is. I think Signal's a very secure platform. And then the last thing is like, I think if somebody did hack his phone and it was the U.S. government, you would think that Tucker would be like, all right, gloves off. You guys just broke the law, clearly on my turf. Like, you should not be spying on me. I am a journalist. I'm protected under so many different situations. And that should have been a lawsuit. And I think he knows that. Like, this isn't what the government did, because if it did, then he should have, he would have had standing to make such a big stink. And I think he would have taken that all the way and seen how it went. But he didn't. He just like, oh, it got hacked, and it must have been the U.S. government. And
I never know
that's
what
it.
to believe with him because, yeah, that happened. It blew over. And then the whole CIA thing, investigation from last month, that blew over when he went to that one country. I forget. Was that in Israel?
I didn't catch that one.
Oh, yeah, it was in Israel. They said the CIA was hacking into his phone or something.
Oh, my gosh.
And then his dad was CIA. So I never know what to believe with it. There's just a lot of it.
Yeah.
You know? But it wouldn't surprise me if the government was somehow spying on certain political people or...
Yeah, and so there's a few problems there. Like, you would want... The way the Fourth Amendment is that you have to have a warrant in order to do a search on someone. And if there is probable cause, if someone's got something going on, and there's a judge that signed off, okay, there's a warrant, you should get a warrant. Here's your warrant to spy on this person.
Oh, so they have to tell you if they're doing it?
Not necessarily.
Yeah, if it was hacked. Yep. 5 eyes. Mm-hmm. It could have been several ways. The
judge doesn't need to. There's a lot of warrants that are happening in the shadows, but I mean, that's what I want to happen. But unfortunately, what happens is there's a lot of loopholes where governments don't need to, or our U.S. government doesn't need to get a warrant in order to spy on people. And that's a problem worth fixing.
Yeah, that's not cool.
Yeah.
I know your friend that's coming on next is working on that. So
Yeah.
shout out to her, right?
Sure.
Naomi.
Yeah. Well, ask Naomi about
my
that.
bad. I didn't know if you wanted me to say that you're friends with her.
This is cool, whatever.
Okay. All right. Crypto. Are you big into crypto? Are you a believer in Bitcoin?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think it's a revolutionary thing. So, I mean, I think a lot of people are just like, hey, this is all made up crap. Like, don't get into it. And I'm like, well, what is a credit card? It's just a piece of plastic that goes in when one number goes from one database to another database. It's just digital money. Like, we're on the internet all the time. We need digital money in order to work the world. So to me, cryptos are great. Way to have digital money.
Fresh mate! That's how you pay on the dark web.
Hello, welcome.
What's that?
That's how you pay for stuff on the dark web.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit more, like, Bitcoin is trackable in the sense that you can see the transactions and who you're dealt with, and then you can keep watching that until they cash out at an exchange or somewhere. And then if you are, a criminal, yeah, then the feds can ask, who is this guy? So there's two coins that are more private than Bitcoin that I like, which are Monero and Zcash. And this won't let you see who you transacted with, and it hides how much and who's sending it.
A lot of Bitcoin miners love Monero. They love it.
And very difficult to trace the funds. So if you're just watching a coin, like, where's all this wallet interacting with? Those two are much easier. So a lot of darknet marketplaces are accepting that for privacy reasons.
What's the craziest thing you've seen on the dark web that you still think about?
Yeah, I mean, I go into it as a skeptic, right? I don't believe a lot of what I'm seeing. I think the comms is an interesting space.
Comms?
Yeah, have you talked with anybody from the comm?
No.
Oh, you should find some kids from the...
I thought there was some Monero exploit, though. No, it's just there's a lot of... maybe for wallets, yeah. You might have upgraded the chain to fix it. I think Now, all the incidents that I've been in, they all use Monero. They all use Monero. All the crypto miners use Monero.
And
Is
talk
that a
with
group
them.
of hackers or?
This is
Yeah, you're able to like get the wallet though. You're able to reverse engineer and get the wallet key and stuff. Yeah, that exists.
Short for the community, and what they're doing is they're targeting people here at the Bitcoin conference,
really?
basically, right?
It's the hot privacy coin. All right, got it.
So they're looking for people with Bitcoin and then trying to steal their Bitcoin.
Oh, SIM hacking?
SIM swapping is one thing, but just social engineering and calling them and trying to hack into their stuff. And sometimes it gets really dark.
Yeah.
Like you've got people who are kidnapped and
Jeez.
and like we'll cut your finger off unless you open up your treasure wallet or whatever like that.
Holy
Yeah.
crap.
And so to me, that's the scary part, because a lot of times these are American or European teenagers, and they just don't have this. When you go online and you see that everyone's doing a specific thing, you feel like you're not in it. You're missing out. Like if you want a kid and you go online and you see everybody with their kids and having babies, suddenly you're like,
FOMO, yeah.
I just want this. Or getting married, everyone's getting married but you, or something, right? And if you go online and you see everybody stealing Bitcoin and then they just take the Bitcoin and then they just gamble it on a site to flex, to say, hey, look, I've got 100K that I can blow on this because I don't really care. And it creates such a stir. And strangely enough, they're all on Telegram.
There's been a few big crypto hackers. There was one in Miami a couple years ago that spent like tens of millions at the club.
Yeah.
I'm sure you've seen that one.
Yeah,
His name,
they fly high real fast and burn out.
Yeah.
And so there's a whole spectrum of things. There's people who are doing like refund scams on Amazon. They'll buy a laptop and then put a brick in it and send it back. And somehow they're able to, I don't know, convince Amazon to take it back.
Alright, getting to the last phase now. Won't still get it yet, but we'll message you on the Discord. Register page, fill out the register. As soon as you register the RBAC gauges, you're probably the only owner on page then gauges. Okay.
And then get a refund.
Sounds good. We gotta figure out what did you code it in? What model did you code it in? I'm just curious.
Keep a free laptop.
Wow.
Or they'll cheat the points at Chipotle or Hilton or something. They'll steal Honors Club member points and get free nights to stay in Hilton. And then some. What are some of the others? There's so many different ways. Oh, like just we're scamming people on Roblox, right? Like, here, get some free Robux if you come and sign up first.
Oh my god, that late with that pushing? DS4, DeepSeek 4, backed by ChatGPT without context. Okay. Now, anybody who mentions Robux, I immediately think scam. And unfortunately, I think one of my viewers, Clueless Nova, might be susceptible to that. You got ChatGPT keeping me right and my plan together. Okay.
Site, and then they hack into those kids' stuff and steal all their Robux accounts and all this stuff.
There was one came across a few years ago. He was giving flights for half off. I was like, how is he doing this?
Yeah,
he
so,
just stole credit cards.
So there's pizza plugs too, which is another thing. And this is where somebody has maybe got control over someone's online Domino's account or Pizza Hut account or whatever the situation is. And so if you're logged in as them, you can buy pizzas and then it just gets charged to that guy that you stole their account, right? So they'll get on and they'll be like, all right, half off pizzas. Who needs them? I'll send them to you, right? And so people are spending like $3, $5 on a pizza, and then this guy is just sending them free pizzas because he's not paying for it, and then he's taking the $5 for every pizza.
Yep.
So if there's half off flights in a shady place, it might be that someone logged into someone else's Delta account or
Could
something
be
like that.
too, yeah. Or I think he was specifically buying credit card numbers because that's accessible on the dark web too, right?
Yeah, that's a big thing.
Yeah, but I feel like if you get caught doing that, I'd imagine you get locked up pretty fast.
Yeah, the Secret Service will come at you for
credit card
any
fraud.
sort of money fraud that you're doing.
Is there a certain dollar amount or just in general?
I want to believe it's $1 million. If you do $1 million in theft, then
Secret Service. Wow.
well, it's not just the Secret Service, but the FBI, the CIA, whoever's coming after you. If it's a few thousand, it's like a police matter. It's not a federal matter, right?
Yeah.
So it has to really ramp up before the bigger boys get in there.
Which agency usually goes after hackers? Is it?
Secret Service? No. Just escalated. It's just escalated.
It's
FBI?
well, Secret Service handles money fraud, right? So you think that they're just protecting the president, but no, they have a whole system of looking for credit card theft and any sort of money fraud, and then the FBI will go after maybe non-money stuff, but still they'll handle money things, because if you've got like a ransomware gang, that's not necessarily money laundering and money fraud so much, and I think the FBI will handle that one.
Right. What's the most amount of time you've seen a hacker get in a prison? How many years?
I think 30 years
30.
are going to be the high numbers there. I mean, you had Ross Ulbricht here, who was in prison for life.
Yeah.
I say here because he was at Bitcoin last year.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think 30 years for some of these guys, and it's surprising because it's a non-violent crime typically. It's just
turn
ransomware
on the
or
light.
stealing millions of dollars from somehow, it's devastating to the victim, obviously. And I interview these victims to hear how bad it's impacted them, and sometimes even the littlest things can impact someone in a big way. So if someone's credit card gets stolen and then it gets canceled, well, that could be like every day they use it and they don't have any other credit
This
card.
morning, actually, I should have started off the show with this.
Never
What
showed-
happened? I logged into my bank and
Never knew?
somehow
I
sent
see.
money off my business checking account.
Whoa, so you saw an unauthorized transaction?
Yeah, 2 of them. It was 2 different names.
Oh,
One
man.
went to a Discover bank, paid off her credit card, and then another went to, it must have been her boyfriend or something, I don't know, but went to his bank. I was like, how the heck did they do that?
So do you call and get it was canceled?
I was in a rush, so I did the live chat.
Yeah.
Amex live chat, but I
Yeah.
shouldn't even say the bank name. But yeah,
Okay.
I got a ticket number, so we'll see what happens. Crazy though, right?
Yeah, that's crazy. And
Bank account.
I think that's a level of sophistication that's a bit higher than what the typical.
Actually, I tell a lie. The ones I felt off about, I give a Gemini, and then pretty much seeing my things, surprisingly. Yeah, we're gonna have to do some crazy code review on that. It's yeah, we have to figure out more ideas.
Person is, because it's difficult to do bank transfers without it being easily traceable.
Right.
And so there could be like a money mule situation there. There might be some malware on your computer which caught your password logging into it and then was able to get into your computer. So you need to look at your computer to make sure that you're clean there. But yeah, I mean, you might what I've seen a lot is money mules, right? So they'll take the money and they'll send it to a person who just responded to like a Craigslist job. Like, hey, I need someone to help us with the managing the finances of this company. We'll pay you X amount or whatever. And they're like, okay, I'll try it. And then you just get this money in their account. And they're like, okay, we need you to pay these people because they're on the payroll.
Oh, so they don't even know.
They don't even know they're money mules.
That might be what
And the
happened.
funny thing is that they're it's illegal to be a money mule. So they don't even know that they're doing something illegal. They just think that they're working for this company.
That sucks.
Yeah.
And so that will then go to the next person, and then they'll forward it all the way back to the origin of where the criminal is.
Yeah, that was weird to me because credit cards I've seen, I think those are easier to hack because you could just walk by someone and he has the scanner or whatever.
Yeah.
But bank account, that was a new one for me.
Yeah. And the most likely is that they had your user.
Gonna be open. You want to change it? Feel free. Want the repo transfer? No. We gotta figure out what will be. So base is free Redis. Yeah. This is just for tracking work, I assume. Like, it still needs some proper design for like. I like the ability where like we could all have a Docker container and like all the Docker containers are connected to each other with the same app and same code base, and we could see it live in real time. But and then we have all our agents working on it. Something like that.
Username and password.
They had to.
But,
because they
but
wouldn't have-
there's a 2FA on your bank, so
That's the weird part. Yeah. There's
how'd they
usually a
get
new
past that?
device, 2FA. I don't know.
There might be a way that.
Yeah. V1, yeah. Trying to get the V1. Every day we do one improvement. Like, Hmm. Yeah, the best thing we could do is at least Docker into the design, and then some real-time rendering of the app with hot reload, live reload, and then using a similar technology like Elixir OTP but baked into Golang, so that we could literally write a bunch of updates and live patches to the running service, like as many times as we want, and it updates it live and stuff, and then we could revert to like Elixir OTP is like pretty crazy. Like it's like you could update and live patch a running service.
When you logged in, they grabbed that session token.
They might have,
and then
because
jumped in at the same moment you were in.
They might have, because I do have an AI agent running, and it probably has some malware on my.
Okay, so this is the thing about AI agents, right? Like OpenClaw, if you just let it loose on your personal computer or your work computer, it can see all of your private messages, all of your passwords, all the things that you're typing in, and you're giving it quite a lot. And
Taking the last into account. Yeah, I already pay for this Cloudflare for platform, so I already get a Docker service running. Could host a Docker Cloudflare worker in too, because I already pay for it. Might as well. And it's like a separate tenant, so it's not connected to. It's within SigmaShake, but it's at least it's in isolated.
The separate computer.
The separate computer for OpenClaw, if that's what you're doing, or whatever, because you give it tasks, like you silo it off. And I know this is the thing, I want the world where I have this agent that just can look at everything, reply to people, take care of all my stuff. That sounds like a great world, but it's just not there yet as far as the security and privacy goes. They didn't start with that to make it. They're starting with the feature, and then they're going to try to. There's kind of a trailing thing where a year and a half later, the privacy and security kind of catches up with the latest tech.
Yeah, it's just a free for all right now, right?
Yeah, it's such fast moving world, the AI.
I'll get a separate.
It works from workspace templates. You do one, it saves the template, so there's more you could do, more templates you got. Okay.
Computer for it. I probably should have did that from the start.
Yeah, and so it's not so much OpenClaw itself that's the problem, but all the plugins that come with it. And it's like, hey, can you learn this thing? Well, it's got to go grab this information and learn it and stuff. And so when it's grabbing plugins and grabbing stuff from the internet to open and extract in order to do what its tasks are, that's the stuff that might be malicious or compromised. And it's kind of like downloading apps. I mean, how many times when you were using Pirate Bay did you get an app that was infected?
Sketchy downloads.
So many, right? And so this is a situation where you don't even know what's getting downloaded half the time. And yeah, LimeWire was definitely half the music wasn't even the right music.
Yeah, that was Virus City back in the day, and the antiviruses weren't that good back then too.
No. Yeah, you had to learn quick on how to solve your own problems because you're on the family computer and you're like, oh no, I broke it, and I gotta fix it before mom finds out.
Is it true the iPhone's pretty hard to hack though?
The iPhone is a better one. I think I heard something like the lockdown mode on iPhone. It's very difficult. I hate to say impossible, but I haven't heard a good exploit from the FBI or NSA or even Pegasus and such like that to be able to get into it.
Oh, you did Pegasus?
Yeah, the Pegasus malware from NSO Group. There hasn't been a known variant that's got into an iPhone using lockdown mode.
Wow, I need to get on that mode. My friend's on that mode, but I remember you can't like download stuff. You can't send photos or something.
I haven't tried it, but it might limit some of your capabilities. And the thing is like, I mean, you started on the internet when things weren't easy to do. Like it wasn't easy to get all these apps installed and then fixing all the malware involved. But we kind of got like used to just things being easy. It's like, it's just so easy to just open this app and do this thing. But we're not too scared of doing hard things. So do the hard thing and make yourself secure.
Yeah. What was the smartest hack you've seen? You've interviewed a lot
of like a clever one.
Like a really clever one that you were impressed by.
Yeah, there was I haven't released this one yet, but it's coming out in a few months.
Okay.
It's the Bayrob malware. And these guys used like so many. So they had this malware that they infected like thousands of computers with, and then to do all of their hacking, they would jump into an infected computer and then jump into another infected computer, and they would do like 6 hops through all these infected computers before hitting the internet to do any of their hacking. So that totally obfuscated where they're coming from.
Interesting.
And the investigators did not know for the longest time where these guys were coming from. But not only that, they were just incredibly persistent at being secure and private with all of their stuff. Like anytime they were in the room together, they had a radio blaring in the background in case there was like a listening device.
Oh, wow.
And they would always like use the neighbor's Wi-Fi to get anywhere first.
Blame the neighbor.
They never did it on themselves, but then they had like 5 layers of encryption on their computer. So just when you boot it up, there's like an integrity check, which is like, okay, no hardware has changed since the last boot. Okay, cool. So there's no devices planted in here. And then like 5 passwords just to unlock the computer, just to get Linux, operating system open.
That's the old school one, right?
Well, Linux is still around.
Okay.
But that's what they were using because they could secure it better. Linux is more secure. You don't have everything getting sent to Apple or Microsoft. And then they had some virtual machines and stuff like that. And yeah, it was just incredibly sophisticated with how they did everything right every step of the way. But the FBI still caught them.
How?
Well, FBI, first of all, they had like a huge warrant on like a wiretap kind of situation on as much traffic as they could see coming in and out of these guys. And for like 10 years, they monitored it. And it was all encrypted. And it was like absolutely nothing. But every now and then, like once every 3 years or something, there would be something that came through unencrypted. And if they could catch that, then they would have this little piece and this little piece. And so eventually they got enough breadcrumbs. But the thing that surprised me was Jabber, which is another messaging app, is not encrypted, but you can get some encrypted plugins. So like OTR was the one that they were using off the record. And that's one that allowed them to do end-to-end encrypted chats between the 2 gang members. And then the thing is that they sent an attachment, and the attachment was not encrypted because OTR does not encrypt attachments. And so they thought, I have this encrypted chat, but the attachments.
That's good to know. The photo and the video.
And yeah, so it's not very easy to encrypt attachments in Jabber, and a lot of people still use it, thinking that they can add some privacy into it, but it's still something that I would be hesitant on.
What about attachments on Signal? Are those encrypted?
Yes.
Okay. Wow. Man, so how much time did they get?
There were 3 of them that got arrested. 2 got 20 years and 1 got 10 years.
Damn.
Yeah.
And you interviewed them before?
No, I interviewed the FBI agent who called
the
him.
agent.
Yeah.
Wow, he agreed to come on?
Uh-huh.
That's surprising.
It took me from like 5 years to convince him.
Is he still an active agent? Or?
No, he's retired now.
Oh, that's why.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, because when they're active, they can't really talk about it.
No, that was what took a long time. And I don't mind waiting. That's the fun thing about it, because I know when it comes around, it'll be a good story.
What about that hacking group everyone knows, Anonymous? Are they still around?
I don't think so. I think comms kind of replaced them, right? So let's go back down memory lane. When we were kids, we had pirating, right? Pirating the wares groups, the wares scenes. Like that's what the teenagers were doing. That's what the kids were doing. If you were online, that's like the subversive. Where's the extra cool kids going? And you find these little spots, and you're like, oh, cool, I can trade stuff here, and it's fun, right? And that's what we were doing in the 90s. And then in the 2000s, that's when Anonymous started coming up, and they were activists, and they were trying to make a difference in the world. And so they would do things like hack into places that they thought were doing injustices and trying to make things right, and but trying to be menacing online. Like, you better be careful, do the right thing, or else Anonymous will come at you. And I think it scared some people. But that was like, the height of it was like 2008 or so. And so those people have all grown older, and they have jobs, and they got families and stuff.
Oh, so they never got caught?
Well, no, a lot of them did. The people got caught a lot. Okay. But it was a huge movement, right? And so the kind of movement just kind of died out. And the newer kids, I think, is the comms, like I was saying earlier. These kids who are just like, how can we steal money today? How can we grab someone's account? And I mean, look at just like Steam. If you take someone's Steam account, it might be worth a ton of money.
Because all the games,
and then all the loot that they have. Like, there's Steam marketplaces you could sell like Counter-Strike knives,
skins. Yeah,
right.
My friend's Fortnite got hacked.
Yeah,
I was like, why would someone want that? But then I realized he had a lot of skins.
Yeah,
so they sold it.
If they can sell that, that's money, right?
Yeah, the kid, he'd play online. I still was his friend, so I could see, and it was just a normal kid.
Yeah, and what's fascinating about that is that it's often kids attacking kids. And so you got these kids who are on Fortnite getting hacked, and they're like, oh, there's this whole world of hackers. And then they've got to learn how to protect themselves and secure themselves. And maybe that gets them into cybersecurity and learn how to attack as well. And because there's a whole, it's really weird. Here in Vegas, there's a DEF CON that happens every summer, and it's full of hackers, but it's also full of people who are defending against hackers. And it's a weird world where we're friends. We're like
cops and robbers.
Yeah, but we all get along. It's a really strange thing because like I'm trying to keep you out, so tell me all your secrets. And they're like, okay, well I'm trying to get around, so tell me what your setup is. And
there's a lot of ethical hackers. I think some of DEF CON, a lot of those guys are on the good side.
Yeah, a lot of ethical
I mean, I'm just
hackers.
guessing. I haven't been, but
No, it's true. The ethical hacker is actually I have a cert in ethical hacking. Amazingly enough, yeah. But it's typically businesses will pay you to come and hack into them to see if they're secure.
Right.
And so they need to hire an ethical hacker in order to do that.
Have you ever been able to hack into a business?
No, I never went on the offense. My job before podcasting was defending the network and configuring firewalls and looking at logs and trying to catch the hackers in the network.
You ever catch someone and confront them?
Well, there was a guy. My favorite was like when there was another employee of the company downloading all kinds of stuff that they shouldn't be, and I'm like, okay, that's a violation. You go over and you bonk him on the head.
Not know you're being like that's when like with the Epstein emails, I'm like, how do you not know they're being monitored?
Yeah,
they're gonna be seeing emails. I mean,
oh yeah, it's going through Google, isn't it?
Email, yeah.
Yeah, it's quite.
Email stays forever.
It's quite jarring. Yeah, that's the thing is the data is forever. And
yeah, even text, like apparently, because if you're on Instagram and you unsend a message, apparently they still have it.
Yeah.
So when a subpoena happens, they can still see all the deleted messages. Same with Snapchat, I heard.
Oh, wow.
So just because you delete it doesn't mean it got deleted.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to be real careful. Data's leaking everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, every company has a data leak, I feel like.
I think so, yeah. And this is another reason why I want to be private is because after, like, here's what I thought my character arc was going to be, right? I'm like learning how these hackers work. I'm learning all the tricks and techniques. And I'm like, man, maybe I could start a ransomware campaign and make $20 million. Like, I think I could do it. I'm smarter than these guys who all got caught. I know all the ways that they got caught. But instead of going in that direction, what I realized, because I don't want to do the life of crime, but what I realized is like there's just data breach after data breach after data breach, and I'm like, how do I protect against this? Like, there's nothing I could have done to your network to keep my stuff secure. And then I realized, no, wait, I'm the knucklehead that gave him my data. I should give him a fake name, a fake phone number, a fake email address. And so every website I register with, I use a different email address, and a different password, and often even a different phone number. I've got different apps to just generate VoIP numbers whenever I need it.
I'm going to start doing that because even at the doctor's office, they ask for your address.
Well, okay,
social.
So there's like 2 or 3 places that you cannot do it with, and this drives me nuts, right? And I hate this, right? Doctors is one; they will not take you unless you have a valid ID. It's part of the law, federal law.
Even private doctor.
Now, private doctor's different. They'll handle different things, and so there's a resurgence of that because people want their privacy. But doctors will not accept any. I mean, I can't even just get a blood draw at the lab, unless I show my ID. No, not even insurance. I'm paying cash.
Oh, really? And they still do it?
And they still, because they want to connect this. It's in order to provide healthcare, they have to have a real person, so they have to show ID. So doctors is one, banks is another. They won't let you open a bank account unless you prove it's you.
That kind of makes sense because money laundering and doctors, though, I don't agree with that one.
And flying, I think, is the third, where it's really hard to get on a plane unless you show your ID. So those are like the 3 places that I haven't quite cracked. But everything else, I'm like, you're not getting my name. You're not getting anything.
You gotta make some more money so you can fly private.
Yeah.
You gotta install some malware on some computers, man. Fly private doctors and banks. Maybe there's some private banks. I don't know.
I mean, we're here at the Bitcoin conference, and I know a bunch of people who are unbanked entirely because there's crypto.
Yeah, so maybe you could just live in crypto.
Yeah, it's possible. It's really hard, though. I don't even know all the steps, but there are ways to get like a
Switzerland,
credit card that you fill up with crypto, and then it's got cash that you can pay with and stuff. So there's ways to do it.
Done everything else, just those 3, so maybe you'll figure it out eventually.
Yeah. And those 3 really frustrate me when there is a medical data breach, right? And the hospital got the data breach. I'm like, this is why I didn't want to give you my stuff. And there's nothing I could have done here. Now, I don't know. That's the part where I get really frustrated. So Maybe I'll have to do some medical tourism and go to another country where I can give them a fake name.
I've been offered that actually in like Turkey, I think.
Yeah.
Turkey.
Yeah,
has
there's lots of
medical-
places.
Yeah. Colombia has a lot, and it's way cheaper too.
Yeah, definitely. You can go fly there, fly back, and pay cash, and it's cheaper than whatever you would have gotten here.
Yeah, they charge an arm and a leg out here, dude. Which country has the best hackers?
The U.S.
Still?
Yeah, I think so.
I
So
thought
if I
it'd be
were
North
to list
Korea.
like the top 5, I think it would be U.S., China, Russia, North Korea, Israel.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know if that's the right order, but those guys seem to. Okay, the UK probably has some good stuff too.
I've heard Israel. I've heard North Korea. China, I haven't heard actually, but that makes sense. They're big.
Yeah, MI5 and the intelligence agencies of UK. I mean, if you look at Bude in the UK, this is a town, and it has just. I think there's these underwater data cables that go from the US to UK, and they come right up at Bude, and then they go into this huge data center that is all being captured and
There's
saved.
Cable,
And,
you said underwater?
well, yeah, the underwater cables to go from continent to continent.
Wow.
They
I
go
didn't
through
know
the ocean. Yeah, sometimes they go through the satellite, but historically there have been underwater cables that have connected us to the world. And so they go right into Bude, and then they just capture it all, and then that goes on to wherever its destination is. But the record is held.
Jeez, that's
So
nuts.
they've got quite the sophistication there.
What about quantum computing? Is that going to change the hacking world?
Sure, but I'm not too. I think there's probably it's probably a good time to prepare like quantum proof cryptography for when that comes. But I think that's about all we should really focus on there. I'm not a quantum expert, but just reading up on what I found is that most of it is still just science experiments. All of it's still just the science. We don't even know if this is possible yet. It's theoretical still, even some of the most advanced stuff. And so we haven't really had, I don't think that we've had any sort of quantum computer that's been able to do anything faster than a typical x86 or whatever a classic computer can do, right? So it's the classic computer is still faster than a quantum computer. And there's claims that, we made a quantum computer do things that are a million times faster than a classic computer. And I'm like, okay, what is it? Because I want to see this race. And we can't tell you. Well, then I don't believe you until it's actually there. So I think that what we're working on in quantum computing is simply, can this science experiment succeed? And then once it succeeds, then, okay, what can we do with it? Maybe cracking keys is one option.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
I know they worry about that with crypto, with the keys and
Yeah.
the seed phrase and all that. That would suck if that happened.
Yeah, it would be really wild if suddenly all the keys are easily crackable.
Yeah, I mean, they'd have to move Satoshi's wallet. He's got a lot of Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Someone got in that and sold it all. Jeez. Good game.
Yeah, so there's some research being done there in order to improve the cryptocurrencies to try to make it quantum proof as well.
I did want to ask this, because incognito mode, does that even do anything?
There was a lawsuit where people were using it and Google wasn't really doing anything, and then they found out that Google was still doing it.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking. I saw that.
Yeah, and they settled the lawsuit, so Google was found guilty of it, I suppose. Well, not so much guilty, but
that's concerning.
They were definitely paying up for that.
So Safari too, you think, or?
Oh yeah, I think Chrome and Safari are probably Chrome, Safari, and Edge are the worst offenders of just collecting your data. Like when you're in Chrome and you start typing anything into the address bar, it'll start finishing words for you. And what it's doing is it's going to Google server and being like, hey, this is what this guy typed, and can you give us some hints what he might be trying to type? And then Google's like, oh yeah, he might be typing this, and so that stuff's saved at Google. So I don't like how this stuff is saved. So I use a Brave browser because this is like their whole aspect is like, hey, we're gonna have privacy preserving, and so they're not collecting user data.
Okay, so VPN and Brave, that is on my bucket list.
Yeah, there you go.
Get those.
Incognito, I think.
I mean, we can make our own browsers now.
There's some uses to it. Honestly, I've gone like months in just incognito just to be like, let's just always be incognito. In fact, I think I set Firefox to always be incognito, and it's like, why anything else? Just give me the most private mode all the time.
I used to like Firefox actually when I was a kid. Is that one still around?
Yeah, it's still around.
Okay.
And what I do is add some extra plugins and stuff in order to get it to the privacy level that I want. But yeah, it still works good.
So there's plugins on the web store.
Yeah.
For Firefox.
Yeah, just like ad block and stuff like that.
Yeah. Ad block on YouTube, right? You use that
on YouTube. Well, so Brave actually blocks the ads.
Oh, it does
by default, so you don't even get any ads on YouTube.
Wow, that must be nice.
It is nice. Yeah. I forgot how bad it was.
I mean, it's kind of ironic because we make a living off YouTube ads for our channels, but I guess it is what it is.
Well, do you have in episode sponsors ever?
Yeah.
So I can't block those.
Yeah, they can't block those, but I think majority of people rely on the YouTube payouts too.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, I don't think you're relying on the 1 or 2 people who are blocking your ads.
Yeah.
I think you like the masses.
It's not the majority.
Yeah.
But you're at like 450K now, something like that.
Yeah, 430,000 followers. But that's just YouTube. And honestly, I make an audio only podcast, and so I'll get. Whether a video
it's
is
just
go or not,
mess with
the podcast. It's always like
something.
I'm gonna get 500,000 listeners every single episode, and maybe it goes up to like 700,000.
That's impressive.
It's like that's kind of the floor.
I thought audio only was dead, but you're proving me wrong.
Well, it's so 500,000 doesn't sound like a lot when you look at some of the bigger channels out there and YouTube, and that's kind of depressing. Like, where's my number and there's your number?
Right.
But it is big for audio because people are. I don't know. They listen, and
for audio, it's like top 0.1%, I think.
Yeah.
There's sites that show you what amount of download shows are getting.
Yeah.
Yeah, 500,000 is really good.
Yeah, it's really good, and it's been my full-time job for like the last 5 years because it's going really well.
You think you'll do video with the disguise down the road?
This is the first time ever doing videos, so I do have plans on other shows that I'm going to go on, and so this is testing it out.
I love it, man. Well, anything else you want to close off with here, man?
This has been a lot of fun.
Yeah, that was great. We'll link your YouTube, your audio. Anything else you want to promote?
Nothing else.
Cool.
It's fun hanging out with you.
Yeah, we'll check them out, guys. That was great. See you next time.
If you learned anything from this episode.
That was nice. That was a nice thing. I think we both liked it. What does he have? What does Jack Snyder have? 1 month. Months. Oh. Damn, that's a lot of 1 hour, 30 plus stuff. That's cool. Listen to stuff when he's available. Listen to stuff when he's available. Oh, man. That was like, a good high level about security related stuff, Oh man, what are we gonna make today? What are we gonna code today? What are we gonna code today, guys? Oh, was there anything else that we missed? This one? AI sovereignty wars, Palantir, Nvidia deal, Birthright. All right, California stuff. Okay, I'm done.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the #1 podcast in the world. It's your favorite podcast. It's your podcaster's favorite podcast. It's the All In Podcast, episode 279. With me, Friedberg, Sachs, Chamath, the squad. The squad. We're here. It's the summer, and we're ready to rock and roll. We got a power docket. We got a rocket docket. Palantir and NVIDIA have announced a sovereign AI partnership. Where have we heard that term before? Palantir is going to use NVIDIA's Nemotron, like the Pixar film, open models to build a custom frontier quality model to serve the U.S. government. Palantir is calling this new platform Sovereign AI Operating System. The U.S. government agencies will own the hardware, the data, and the model weights. Palantir also shared a viral tweet manifesto laying out the concept. Data retention is your treasure. Transfer it at your own peril. Transferring that data hands over access to your pre-existing winning plays and yields the means of production for new ones. CEO Alex Karp went on CNBC to announce the partnership in a classic Karp Robin Williams style monologue. Here's a clip from his 20-minute interview where he basically went after the frontier models like Anthropic. Play the clip.
Our clients are just, to say they're unhappy with the Frontier Labs is to say I'm welcome at the Berkeley faculty. It's like there's just a level of discomfort and loss of trust. Sam and Dario, there's nothing more fun than debating Dario in private. So I'm not throwing shade at them, but something has gone completely wrong. And the basic view among enterprises in this country is I'm going to chillax and waste my time with tokens. I'm going to get no value, and they're going to get my IP. When the Department of War goes to you and says...
This one sparked up a lot of controversy. We've seen it a few times. It's like a third time.
I
trust Palantir. Yeah. Of all the things to trust Palantir.
Need this application. Do they get to control the weights to do it, or do you get to control the weights? Are we really going to outsource the battlefield of this country to the consensus view in Silicon Valley? That is effing insane.
All right. And so some folks
Dropbox bad, Palantir good. Yeah.
refer to this as a televised nervous breakdown. We here at All In.
Yeah, he crashed out on live television. That was like the biggest thing, right? If anything.
Call that Alex Karp on a Tuesday. And we talked about this, Chamath, Sachs, Friedberg. We talked about this a whole bunch. Back in February, I coined the term intelligent sovereignty. Here's your victory fap. Do I want to give all of the secrets in our organization, every piece of intellectual property, to Sam Altman, who's got to make $1 billion a year to keep up with his spend, right? He's going to build every application. I've been talking about AI sovereignty here for a bit, just in terms of how much more cost effective it is and how you're not training other people's AIs with your knowledge and your insights. This is why it's super important that open source agents, and local hardware be able to run these models, and that consumers and companies learn how to roll their own language models. The intelligence sovereignty is different than privacy. Privacy is, oh, you can't see my photos, you can't peek into my notes app and what I wrote there in my journal. Intelligence sovereignty is, you can't tell me what to think. You can't use your AI to analyze my photos, to analyze my emails, to analyze my messages, and tell me how to interpret the world. That's actually going to be the next key piece here. All right, and Sachs, you are in your long post era. Another long post this week from you on this very topic, and obviously as AI czar there for the first half of the Trump administration, you have been very involved and very close to this. I would love to hear I'd love to hear your take on this in your long post, over 300 words. You can follow x.com/David Sachs. But also like the palace intrigue here and what this means in terms of the relationship with the government, which we're going to get into in our second story.
Well, look, J. Cal, I got to give you some credit there. The first part of your take was spot on. After that, it was kind of diminishing returns. I'm not sure why we had to listen to the next 30 seconds of it. But anyway, it started off really strong. But let's go back to this supposed crash out by Karp on CNBC. It was nothing of the sort. It was all these legacy media types making that claim. And that's the first clue that he's actually saying something insightful and maybe kind of brilliant. And I think the thing that he said that I hadn't really thought about in quite those terms is he started talking about AI safety in the enterprise and what that really looks like. And what he said is that what technical customers want is control over their compute, their models, their data stack, and their alpha, meaning their proprietary knowledge. They want to know they own the means of production, he said, and it's not being transferred to someone else. And what he's referring to there is that these enterprises are at risk of transferring their knowledge, their know-how, their trade secrets, their customer data to these model providers who might eventually decide to compete.
Yeah, build your own stuff. If you can.
with them, like you said, J. Cal. And you can see that enterprises are waking up to this threat and they're not happy about it. And I think Karp is exactly right about that. Now, I think this is a really interesting take on AI safety, because what safety means for an enterprise is, again, that they get to control their own data, their model weights, their compute. So a frontier lab can't hoover up their proprietary knowledge, their alpha, and turn it into their next product. And if you don't think that can happen, just look at what happened to...
You'll take your idea, then buy you out if you're lucky. Yeah. Buy me out, Anthropic, please.
Figma. So according to the information, Anthropic, quote unquote, blindsided its then business partner with the launch of Claude Design. So this was a new vertical app that Anthropic launched to compete in the design category. And Figma's founder said that Anthropic had not been completely honest with them. Anthropic's chief product officer had actually even served on Figma's board and didn't resign until 3 days before the launch of Claude Design. So obviously, Figma again felt blindsided by this. And you can see the resulting impact on their stock price. Figma's stock has fallen something like 50% this year, while Anthropic's valuation has surged. This is not an isolated example. Anthropic has also launched Claude Science, Claude Security, Claude Legal, Claude Financial, and of course, Claude Code. And every single one of these vertical apps expanded into categories that was previously served by companies building on top of Anthropic's own
I'll
models.
read into it.
And really, if you want to go back to when Anthropic's revenue explosion began, it was with the launch of Claude Code. And how did they know to launch that product? Because they saw that Cursor was doing extremely well. Cursor was one of their biggest customers. They created...
I mean, Cursor was 50% of their revenue at the time. Who wouldn't want to create a tool, right? Why would you rely on somebody else's tool to get more money?
The coding assistant first. They created that category. And Anthropic said, oh, like, why don't we vertically integrate? So in other words, they're watching where the value is being created on top of their models. Then they're moving in directly. And this is a formula that I think is very Microsoft-like. You could say it's very Google-like. They want to dominate the model layer. You could call that the operating system. And then use that position, that monopolistic position, to capture the most lucrative verticals. So if you want to think about like the Microsoft example, they had the Windows.
I mean, to be fair, Apple did the same thing. And maybe Microsoft, but Apple has copied so many apps and made their own version of it. Although those apps sort of are mediocre, they still, replace the originals.
Monopoly, and then systematically they went and dominated every lucrative category of business software. It started
Facebook too as well,
with spreadsheets and word processing, and then eventually it went to the browser, so forth and so on. If you want to look at Google, they basically had a monopoly or dominant position in search. And if you go back to the early days of Google, the search results kicked you off site. And in fact, they really prided themselves on how quickly they could send you off site, but gradually over time, they used that traffic to tell themselves where to build properties. And today, fewer than half of searches kick you off site. You stay on Google properties. And I think something similar is happening with Anthropic here. The pattern is clear. They are going to use their dominant position in the model to then and grab more and more territory in any interesting and lucrative vertical. So again, back to Alex Karp's point, if you're an enterprise customer or a developer, why in the world would you ever want to share any proprietary data with them? You are mortgaging your future. You are sealing your fate. You are going to lead to disaster for your company. Just one last point, then I'll turn it over to Jake Cal, is that Dario, at the same time that they pursue this business strategy, has been arguing that open source models are dangerous and need to be restricted. Well, dangerous to whom? Not to enterprises that want to retain control over their data. It's dangerous to his business model because his business model requires that customers don't have a lot of choice at the model layer. And what Karp is pointing out here is that if you want to have true AI safety as an enterprise, you have to retain the ability to choose at the model layer who gets to see and use your alpha.
Yeah, this is well said. I think you picked that carcass to the bone a bit, but Chamath, you're actually doing specific examples of this at 8090. You've been testing some of the open source models. I saw you share that on Twitter X. So maybe you could give us a little feedback on what you've learned as the CEO of 8090 and your firsthand experience now with using open source for the first time in the last couple of weeks for this specific use case in enterprises.
When you start a company, I mean, you guys all know this, you're not starting it for the moment that exists today. You're almost sort of trying to forecast if such and such a set of things happen, then here is the scene that gets created, because it takes time to build something and it takes time to get enough reps to know what you're doing in your go-to-market. this for me was the moment that I thought would arrive, which is the point where everybody wakes up and realizes, wait, hold on a second. Two things are true. The first is that my business is complicated. I want AI to be able to accelerate it, but I want to be able to protect myself in doing so. And then the second is I want the flexibility where there's an independent third-party control plane that I use to get all these benefits so that I don't leak and cede my advantages away. And I think Alex is an incredible, smart, brilliant guy, and he completely nailed it. And I think he called out on its face the huge risk of this. So let me just give you this narrative in 3 tweets. The first one is I read this really interesting study from BCG. And what they looked at was the return on capital employed, or ROCE, of various businesses. And this is what's incredible. The cost of capital has now, with long-term rates, moved back to what its long-run average is, which is around 8 to 11%. What that means is like that is the actual cost that you would borrow money at effectively. The problem is that half of large US companies now cannot deliver returns that exceed that. That is a really big problem. And then second, there's a further problem, which is that persistently low returns, so in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5%, is about 1 in 7 companies all around the world. Okay, so why is this important to note? It means that being in business is complicated. It's hard. Not everything works all the time. There's a bunch of underperforming businesses. There's a bunch of underperforming segments. So in that lens, when you think about what Sachs said, which is you have this company that comes to you and says, I have a magic box. And all you have to do is tell me everything you're doing, and this magic box will make everything better. But then all of a sudden, from the shadows, the magic box says, you know what? I've decided to compete with you. That is a huge risk.
Impressive.
And now that you've seen enough examples of it, I think you have to figure out a different way to do it. So then you go to the next tweet that I saw, which I thought was interesting. And this is a woman who's an ex-Meta PM. And what she essentially says is like, hey, hold on a second. There is this assumption that you can't use an open source model because it's all Chinese. And what she says was, well, even if it's 100x cheaper, and their response is no, because we care about safety and security. And her perspective is, don't you understand that you can actually host open source models with your own GPUs in US data centers that doesn't share any data back to anybody? And instead, what you're accidentally or purposefully doing is giving away all your data to a couple of frontier labs rather than owning it privately yourself. And 100x, it turns out, is a really big number to pay to do all of that by accident. And that's what Alex Karp is saying. He's like, why would anybody do this when there are alternatives? And so the third post that I'll talk about is something that we did. So we took our software factory, which
Guys, every single day there's just some new angle tackling the frontier, guys. Every single day. Like we just wake up tomorrow and it's just a new segment about a new thing. Crazy, guys, crazy. I'm starting to love this AI industry. There's always something spicy going on every single day.
Which is an agnostic third-party control plane. And we just wanted to see. And we ran it on a very typical enterprise task, which is you have an old piece of code, you want to migrate it, and you want to maintain it in a new framework so that it's easier and more flexible. Pretty straightforward task. And so we ran it, and we ran an experiment where we did Claude by itself, then we did us plus Claude, and then we ran it on the best frontier open source model, and then us plus that model. And the data is crazy. So when you use our harness with Claude, it was simultaneously 1.4x cheaper and 1.5x faster than just using Anthropic Opus 4.8 alone. But if you wrap the open source model with our software factory, it was 16.4x cheaper. Now, it was 3 times slower, but you're talking about a couple of extra hours to save 16.4x.
So on that one, the slowness.
And I don't get, they don't mention who their provider is and how much it costs.
Chamath, is that slowness because of the hardware being served up by Claude, or is it
This
the
is all
software
using
layer?
OpenRouter. No, this was all using OpenRouter on
Okay.
a very traditional hardware stack. So look, I think the reality is, could that be optimized even further? Absolutely. But my point is, if you take Sax's point, and then if you take Alex Karp's point, and just this actual data, there is a very legitimate question, which is, if you are a reasonable company, why are you not finding an independent way to access this intelligence in a way that doesn't leak your edge away? To do so at this point now is kind of becoming derelict and irresponsible. Back then, you could be experimenting because you didn't know any better. But now when you know all of these data points, to continue to make the same decision, I think is really insanely dumb.
All right, Dave Friedberg, you are also a CEO of the surging Ohalo, and you have a lot of proprietary data. Let me ask you point blank, do you trust your data to the frontier model companies, or are you doing what there seems to be consensus here, protecting your data, protecting the crown jewels, so to speak, and using open source? Are you experimenting with it? And just yes or no, do you trust the frontier models with Ohalo's data?
So I'll tell you, there's been an effort by Anthropic to go around and sign up life sciences companies to contributing to a new life sciences focused model. That effort has been, they're approaching these large companies with large proprietary data sets and saying, hey, if you share your data, we will give you early access, some sort of proprietary value, sign this NDA, and you can participate with us. And I think nearly everyone I've spoken with has woken up to the fact that they are basically trying to commoditize everyone's business. Because fundamentally, if all of the tens of billions of dollars you as a life sciences company have invested in experiments and product development, and you've generated all of this proprietary data along the way, that data is a true asset of your organization. It's an asset that you've spent billions of dollars developing. And by handing it over to a model company to then combine with other people's data, you are effectively commoditizing the asset that you have, the one kind of core differentiation that you have. And so everyone is largely saying no. The way I see this evolving is very much in line with what Alex Karp suggested on CNBC. If you go back a couple of years, I think we all assumed there was going to be this large hub, large spoke model for AI model development and deployment, meaning there would be these very large clusters. These large clusters would be ultimately capital advantaged. So those who had the most capital, which is why everyone's raised tens and hundreds of billions of dollars, would be able to train models. And then there would be these large spokes, these large clusters for deploying those models with inference. So everyone's using the neoclouds and the hyperscalers and whatnot to run models. And then maybe they've got their own proprietary data layer that sits in front of that. But I think what everyone's realizing is they're better off developing their own weights and their own models using either an open source basis, or there might be some intermediary business model that evolves, meaning there will end up being several large hubs that do all of the core foundational model development, then smaller hubs, meaning like clusters for training that enterprises will use to train and develop their own proprietary advantaged models using their own data. And then there will be these much more distributed spokes, because I think everyone's also real.
Yeah, remember when I said, guys, like they need access to the real source code to get real good like reference on becoming better. And the only way to do that is getting in, guys. Getting in. I mean, they scraped everything on the internet already, but they need the real source code for all the AAA games.
Realizing the value of on-prem by putting a set of servers and building a cluster in your own data center, or even in your own enterprise, IT closet. You can run a lot of the workflows that you're using AI for your enterprise locally. And so I think the model is shifting where we're going from large hubs, large spokes, to large hubs, medium hubs, and then a distributed spoke model where there will still be, neoclouds and hyperscalers that are being used for inference, but people will also have their own inference instances that they're going to run for their own enterprise setting. And everyone, I think, is walking this path, and they're going to walk this path over the next couple of months, because they're realizing quite quickly that in order to compete in a world of commoditizing knowledge and commoditizing capabilities, you have to leverage the core
differentiating assets that you have, which means you have to build your own models, and you will likely end up having to run your own inference with your own proprietary models.
Yeah, and to just give a little bit of texture to how that's going to look, if you follow the Microsoft example, which we've talked about here before, Lotus 123, WordPerfect were their partners. They were replaced with Excel. They were replaced, obviously, with Microsoft Word. You don't even know those other two, WordPerfect, WordStar, Lotus 123, VisiCalc. That's exactly what they have to do. And they have no choice but to do that now because they have a $1 trillion market cap. They must win the application layer. And Sam Altman went to Y Combinator and he said, we'll give you $2 million worth of free tokens. And I came out and I said, listen, this is nothing personal against Sam. You know, Sam's a very aggressive deal maker and he wants to get access to those startups because he knows, having run Y Combinator, that if he can get their innovations, those founders' latest thoughts about what's around the corner, he can incorporate them into the platform. There is no free pizza. There's no free beer. When somebody like Sam Altman comes to you and says, here's some free tokens, your alarm should go up. Zuckerberg did the same thing. He said, hey, I'm going to give people a bunch of access, going to give them money, come to the Facebook platform. Nobody who went to bed with Microsoft in the 80s, Facebook in the 2000s, or Sam Altman now in the 2020s did not wake up with their throat slit. This is a message to founders. If you partner with any of these people, they will slit your throat and take your business wholesale. There is nothing to discuss here. Don't trust them. Use your own models.
I don't think,
I think
this news just had to come out before they went public, guys. It's good. We could lower the valuation and then we can invest in at a lower price.
I think it's less Sam and OpenAI, to be honest. I think that the diversity of OpenAI in terms of its revenue streams and specifically its consumer business may actually be its savior. In a relative value basis right now, OpenAI equity, I think, is more reasonably priced than Anthropic equity. And the reason is not because of the quality of the models or the teams, because they're both excellent teams. But the reason is that OpenAI can fall back on a really healthy consumer business.
Sure.
The difficulty that Anthropic is going to face is that I think what Zach said is true, that they have lost this fundamental trust about being able to stay within their sandbox. And if you consistently demonstrate this tendency to learn and then to try to disrupt your host organism, eventually you get sort of pigeonholed and you get cornered and people find ways to work around it. And so, look, I sent that text that I had about that post that I had about our testing of our harness on these Chinese models to somebody well-known in the industry. And he says, look, if you also add some post-training with all of the telemetry that you're going to get from the harness itself, he's like, I suspect you'll find that it gets as good as Mythos. And I thought, well, if that's true, then why don't I just take GLM, control it entirely soup to nuts on my own hardware inside of the United States with only US citizens that can touch it? It just seems like the brain dead obvious thing to do. And it's much, much cheaper.
Yeah, and 100% correct. I will say, if you're going to do this, you'll eventually wind up rolling your own LLM. I mentioned a company, Abacus, goabacus.co, that we seeded.
Start your $2 trillion company, yeah. If only if it was that easy, guys. If only it was that easy. Only it was that easy, guys. I don't know how. Yeah, it's just hot air. Well, you know, we need this hot air to come out so that the stock could go down. You know, the stock needs to go down. It's too expensive. It's too expensive. Maybe they'll lower their prices. I don't know. We need more resets. We need more tokens.
In our accelerator. What they're doing now...
They got us addicted, guys. They got us addicted.
For HIPAA-compliant people is they're actually giving you this Go One box. They're literally saying, we're going to make your own...
Man, all these companies trying to go in and say, hey, you can host your own Fable in this box.
Model for you. So once you start this, you start with, you know, Claude and use their wrapper and everything, or OpenAI's. Then you move on to the next step. The next step is I'm going to use an open source model, use my own, try to find a harness, etc. Where you will eventually wind up is you're going to fork these models. You're going to build your own. That is the end state. On-prem, on your own hardware. Don't trust anybody because there's too much at stake. You cannot risk your entire business. you might as well be part of the vanguard and start investing here. You're going to slow down to speed up is what's going to happen. Whether you're using 8090, Abacus, or any of these other solutions or rolling your own, you must have AI sovereignty, you must have intelligence sovereignty, or you're just giving your business over to your competitors. The only company at scale that's ever respected the developer community in this way is Apple. Apple took a very strategic approach to wanting to build an app store business, to wanting to support developers. And they explicitly told people, if you make something super obvious that you can build in a week or two, it eventually might wind up in our basic collection of apps, the stock app in your iPhone, the Notepad app in your iPhone. Those apps are incredibly basic. But if you looked at, Robinhood's or Google Finance, and then you looked at something like, say, Evernote back in the day, which was an advanced note taker, it took 10 years for Notepad to add the features that Evernote had 7, 8, 9, 10 years ago. They specifically slowed their apps down to make them simple for users and not F with their ecosystem because they want to take the 30% tax. That's your choice here. There is no 30% tax here when it comes to.
Yeah, Apple would never try to have the monopoly over something like the internet browser, right? Yeah, they tried. They tried.
There is no 30% tax equivalent with OpenAI.
The thing with Apple is that Apple was renting distribution. This is not renting distribution. This is where you're renting intelligence and judgment. And so the problem that a company has is you can't rent the same. This is why your point is actually right. I think it's for a different reason. You can't rent intelligence from the same place that rents it to your competitor.
Correct.
You just can't. You can't. It's just stupid.
It will overflow. It will go over the wall into your competitor's lap.
It becomes a lowest common denominator problem where you and your competitors now look exactly the same. Why would you do that? And again, if you go back to that thing that BCG identified, so many companies are already teetering on a very difficult position where they cannot generate returns on their invested equity.
Welcome.
And so why would you then go and pay all this money so that you end up with the same answer as your competitor? You can't do it. It's just not a choice.
And Sachs, part of what's going on here is the deflationary nature of technology. Every single one of these tools is getting cheaper. Tokens are getting cheaper, Sachs. And if you look at NVIDIA's role in all of this, they have something called Nemotron. You can try it if you use Perplexity. You can just pick the drop-down menu. It has deep thinking. You will not be able to tell the difference between Jensen Huang's open source LLM, Sachs, and Claude for 95% of your searches, I guarantee you. Now, why? Why has NVIDIA and Jensen downplayed their open source model until this moment? Why would he do that? Why would he never bring it up in the all interview, never bring it up? Because his top customers were very concerned, from what I understand, about the fact that they had made so much progress on their open source model. But suddenly, after OpenAI announced their jalapeno chips, after Anthropic started making chips, after AMD did successful projects with both of these companies, after...
Yeah, Nemotron is good, but yeah, it's just general. Yeah, it's general. Too general. Can't really code that well. Doesn't really score that well on anything. It's not even in the benchmarks.
Elon said he's going to do his own fab. NVIDIA's taking the gloves off, David. They are going to own the whole stack. They are going to be talking about open source a whole bunch. So maybe you could talk a little bit about NVIDIA and their role in this as the open source at scale full stack provider. You get the hardware from them, and you're going to get a model that's competitive with OpenAI's for free. And all you have to do is use one of their hosting companies, CoreWeave, whoever's buying NVIDIA's, Colossus, et cetera. What are your thoughts on NVIDIA suddenly being willing to talk about their open source projects today?
Well, look, I think part of it is they needed time to make the offering compelling. And, they're up against some pretty great AI labs. And I think some of it is just, hey, it takes time to train up these models. Now, one question is, why is it that NVIDIA and Palantir are partnering? Like, what makes them natural partners? And I want to just explain that. If you want to think about the AI stack for a minute, at the most basic level, there's 3 layers to the stack. It's basically the chips, it's the models, and then it's the applications. Well, right now we have in the middle layer, at the model layer of the stack, you've got two dominant companies. You've got Anthropic and OpenAI. We know that Anthropic's around 60-something billion of ARR. OpenAI is at 40-something billion of ARR. As far as we know, no one else is really generating meaningful revenue at the model layer. So we already have, let's say, an emerging duopoly situation. We have Anthropic pushing for a regulatory capture agenda that would probably enshrine that duopoly situation at a regulatory level, because they're pushing for a safety agenda where Dario explicitly says that these other models are not safe. You shouldn't have access to them. So you've kind of got that situation. You got the market producing duopoly. You got the government now potentially leaning not to bust up the duopoly, but maybe to enforce it. So that's sort of the emerging situation at the model layer. And so if you're an application at the top of the stack like Palantir, or you're a chip company at the bottom of the stack, that's the last thing you want. You want a competitive model layer. Why? Because if you're an application, you don't want to be beholden to one model provider, right? You want to have a choice. And if you're an enterprise, you want to have a choice because you don't have to give up all of your proprietary knowledge. And if you're a chip company, you don't want a monopsony buyer situation where there's only one or two companies who can buy your chips. And by the way, they're producing their own. You want to have as diverse and healthy an ecosystem as possible where there's lots of potential buyers for your chips. And if enterprises are rolling their own using open models, that's kind of an ideal situation because now there's like a long tail of buyers. So I think really the whole ecosystem, in a way, the chip companies, developers, applications, enterprises, everybody has an incentive for a competitive layer of the stack at the model layer.
100%.
And really the only companies who don't are Anthropic and OpenAI, because obviously they want to dominate, they want to be a duopoly. And my view is, look, if you earn a monopoly or duopoly in our system, we don't ban monopolies in the United States. We ban anti-competitive tactics. But if you lawfully achieve monopoly through amazing performance, we don't, nationalize you or make you illegal, and I think that's fine. However, the government, in my view, should do nothing to make monopoly or duopoly more likely. They should make it harder for these companies to engage in monopoly tactics, and they should do everything they can to keep the model layer competitive, because competition is what brings out the best, and it's good for the ecosystem, and it ensures our civil liberties and consumer choice. So,
and it's going to be amazing for pricing, Sachs. If you think about what this competition's about to do, and you've been very vocal about this in your time in Washington, D.C., we want to have a level playing field. We want to see massive competition. I'll give you your flowers and your lay. You did a great job of now setting the table for this in 2026 and 2027 going forward by letting people compete. The cost of tokens, Freeberg, is going to go down 90% a year for the next 3 years. You're going to be able to buy 1,000 times as many tokens that are more intelligent because you're going to have free options. The price will be free or close to free for many of these, and that could be incredibly disruptive. Yes, Dave?
Yeah, and I think people are going to, again, deploy their own hardware against it. I think there's going to be a buying frenzy in the enterprise, not just with the neoclouds and the hyperscalers. I think the enterprise is going to be a buyer. And when that happens, you do the simple math, and you don't want to have a dependency on server availability and cloud downtime, and you don't want to put these models on some third-party cloud, and you want to do stuff that's very cheap. Like a lot of people are running, I mean, you guys do this, you're running day-to-day workflows for your enterprise. And you realize, hey, I could run these workflows on an open source model on a machine in my office. And we don't need to be sending this stuff back to some fancy, scalable
100%.
cloud service provider.
You're right. The industry spent so many years convincing everybody to flip to the cloud. And the realization may be that all this idea of shared infrastructure may not be the best idea in a world of intelligence.
And this is what I mean by like a distributed spoke model, because I do think it's not going to be all or none. I think you're going to end up being like 70-20-10 in how you're going to allocate your resources for model inference and running models. You're going to probably be 70% in some big cloud. Maybe you'll do 20% local, 10% you'll try other clouds. You'll kind of mix stuff up, but I don't think you're going to end up doing things the way you've been doing them historically. You'll very quickly realize that it's okay to waste tokens. It's okay to let your employees make stupid apps that last for a couple of weeks but burn through billions of tokens. If it's running on your own hardware, then all you're paying for is the electricity in your office or in your
well,
your
this is
IT
what
room.
I've been talking about here for like
by the way,
a
I
year
think
now
everyone's
since
realizing this
OpenClaw came
because,
out. Yeah.
Like I'm totally fine, for my kids to eat sugar if I don't have to deal with them. You know, like go ahead.
Okay.
Have you guys noticed that, like in the last 3 days, we've now seen other people trying to get their own lock-in? Microsoft just announced a $2.5 billion investment to stand up an FDE, or Amazon is spending $1 billion
Forward
to create
deployed
an FDE.
engineers for the people in the audience.
Yeah.
Forward deployed engineers. So they
Anthropic
can,
has one.
Yeah.
OpenAI has one.
Yeah, and when they come knocking, Chamath, they're knocking like, hey, can I send my engineers to study your business and put it into my model? I mean, people are going to be slamming the door on these. It's like getting a Jehovah's Witness at your door. Like, no, I don't want to be part of your cult. I want to own this. And that's what I've been saying. Just let me make one quick point, and I'll hand it to you, Freeberg. This is what I've been saying with when I was going on my OpenClaw, which now is like Hermes and some other products. Everybody in your organization is going to have a Mac Studio or a Dell with a massive amount of RAM, and you're going to spend $10,000, $20,000 per employee on local compute so that they can token max to a retard maxing level. Who cares what they do on their local computer? Who cares? Let them rip. And then you're going to give them a laptop that connects to it and it syncs so you can control it. It's literally going to be a server per individual in your company. That's the way to model this in your brain. Everybody has their own language model that they're crafting 100% of the time as they work, and it's all local, so you don't have data leaks. Go ahead, Freeberg, I'll give you the final word.
I mean, I think one of the things that this reveals quite clearly is that there is no buttered, slippery slide to job loss. I think everyone is realizing that, you know,
I was wondering where you were going with that buttering it up. So is Chamath.
But I think, you know, the idea that everyone had in their head 2 years ago, the narrative that was formed and everyone...
You heard this is where we camp out for 5.6? Yeah. Yep. We're just camping out, guys. We're camping out. I'm on the team of both, so now I'm in the club of both.
Clutched onto. And by the way, you will not see the media reverse on this narrative. I've realized the importance when if you're a reporter or you're a journalist and you come up with some story that says something that's happening or is going to happen or has happened or is about the future, you destroy your own credibility if the narrative shifts. You cannot ever let go of the narrative. And I think this is one of the things that we can kind of...
So what happens when we take all our jobs? We become batteries. Your energy, your life energy, your brain energy will become used to power up the AI. Will become batteries.
kind of acknowledge is going on with this job loss narrative problem is that even as all the data comes out, as all of the reconfiguring
Data mining these nets.
of how enterprises are using AI, as it's revealing to all of them that they're actually not just going to cut costs, but they're going to grow revenue, and it's going to be a kind of clunky way of getting there, and it's not going to happen overnight. It's not this slippery slope to job loss, to nihilism. Everyone's going to kind of wake up and be like, wait, this
Got it.
reality that we all thought we were living in is not really the reality that we are living in. We're living in a reality where AI is clunky. It takes some putting together. It's a little more complicated than we thought. It's definitely going to deliver value, but it's not about just turning off all the jobs and letting the genius AI solve all my enterprise problems and scale me into infinity without humans. And I think that that's a big kind of narrative shift.
You still coding or waiting for each to come back? I mean, I have usage, and I have one reset for my Codex account, but I think I'm just gonna stay what do you call it? Saving all my resets when 5.6 comes out for Codex. And I think I'm just gonna be reacting, answering people's questions if they have any questions till Wednesday. Till Wednesday. It's gonna be, guys, until I become profitable and people buy my product a lot more, or I'll probably just be making YouTube videos. Yeah, just probably be making YouTube videos. That's what I should be doing tomorrow, because my product's on the App Store. It's been approved by both Mac and Windows for the new versions. Like, that was like the main update I wanted rolled out, and it finally got approved. You used all your resets? Oh, like bitter resentful on YouTube videos? No, I just need to be good at marketing. I just need to market my my product a lot more now that it's been approved. Like the latest versions have been approved on Mac and Windows and Linux. And so, you know, $5 a month isn't that much. So I'm just gonna just keep advertising it and then get more people into the channel, and then yeah, that's just what I'm gonna have to do. I'm just gonna have to release more articles and market a lot more on creating guardrails and safeguards, and that's just what I'm gonna have to do. That's what I'm gonna have to do. I have to figure out. We're gonna learn how to make YouTube videos and market more tomorrow. Your answer isn't Twitch. Yeah, it's definitely just YouTube. Twitch is just the lens. Yeah, Twitch is just the, you know, the real-time feedback loop of people just talking out stuff. YouTube is just, you know, people are just looking up stuff and helps the algorithm. And I definitely need to monetize YouTube, get to monetize YouTube like as soon as possible too. I was waiting for a while because, you know, Apple and Microsoft kept rejecting my latest updates. And so now that my latest updates have now been approved, and I could just, and then I have like a few people testing, trying out my app here and there. I think I just work on some QA for the rest of it, if something comes up, and just work on videos. Yeah, just a lot on videos.
And you will not see the media except.
But yeah, it's gonna be. I don't have much energy today because I woke up early and then I worked out yesterday, and so my body's all sore, and all like a jello, and then I had to do all this stuff. So I'm definitely going to have more energy to just crank out YouTube stuff tomorrow, or try to make YouTube stuff tomorrow. Most likely need to figure out, why is a cello sore? I don't know why. Tell me why. Why is a cello sore? But yeah, getting more people into the channel eventually, you know. A cello? Cello? What do you mean cello? I don't know what we're talking about anymore. I don't know what we're talking about. We have to work on our YouTube game. Our YouTube game, guys. Arrow? What? Channel. YouTube channel. YouTube channel, guys. YouTube channel. So I need to work on my YouTube channel. I need to work on, you know, just getting more, you know, content out that's valuable, you know. More content out. More valuable content. Increase the views. Increase the daily active views, you know. YouTube was broken in the beginning half, so sorry if people were trying to get in, grade out the dates, and it broke somehow. Oh no. Yeah. We all thought coding is solved. It's not solved, guys. It's not solved. We need to figure out how to solve it. But yeah, we're trying to get in, guys. We're getting there. We're getting recommendations, guys. We're getting recommendations. How many users do you have in a moment? 52 users. But we need, you know, more users. We need more subscribers. We need more paying customers. I think, guys, in order to break even, I need like 200 customers. Not gonna lie, guys, that's gonna be tough. Help me prompt ChatGPT to help you prompt Codex. Prompt? I tell everybody to do the meta prompt strat. So you create a skill that tells, what do you call it? That tells ChatGPT to create a prompt on how to do that particular input that you're about to do. How did you get your first 5? My first 5 users, I was just, building in public for free. Building public, answering people's questions. He captured them in his basement and used Black Message. Yeah, pretty much, guys. Pretty much. And used Black Magic for the conversion. Yeah. Yeah, the first 5 users, they just came in the chat and say, "Hey, cool, can I install your app?" And you're like, "Sure." And they just installed it. It was broken, and they let me know it was broken. So, yeah, that's what I did. Just like that. Yeah. They're like, "Cool." I showed them my app, and they're like, "Cool." They were also using Claude Code. They're using Codex. And yeah, they just started using it. Random stranger. In me belly. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, guys. It's that easy. What else, guys? Any other questions? Any other questions? This is SigmaShake, guys. Thoughts on California CPK? I ate it almost every other day on in college. Oh, guys, I forgot to do my Duolingo. There's this one thing that I had to do today, and I forgot all about it. Guys, we need to learn Korean. We need to learn Korean. Oh, we have to start from scratch again? Dang it. Oh my god. Which one of these is water? This one, obviously. Why would you show me a picture?
물.
물. 물.
물.
물. 물. 물. Okay. Which one of these is bread? This one, obviously.
빵.
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 빵. 빵.
빵. 빵. 빵.
빵. 빵.
빵.
빵.
빵.
빵.
빵.
빵.
빵.
빵. 빵. 빵. 빵. 빵. Man, these characters are so small, dude. You can barely see them. You can barely see these things. Do you believe we people will be start shagging with robots in our life? Yeah, people are doing it right now. You don't need to wait. Bang, 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 ba, ba, bang. We will pull up with Applebee's with our babies, waifus. Yeah. Water. Boo, 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 boo. Wait, that's what the heck? Boo.
물.
Boo. 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 Boo.
커피, 물. 커피. 커피. 물. 커피. 커피.
커피.
커피. 커피.
피.
물.
물. 를. 발. 빵.
빵.
빵. Guys.
커피랑 빵.
We tried learning Korean using ChatGPT. It was just so bad. It was just so bad. We don't know how to read characters. We don't know how to do. I gotta turn this off. My Bluetooth speaker.
커피랑.
카피라.
빵.
카피라 뱅. 커피.
커피랑 커피랑
카피라 빵. 카피라 빵. So, 라.
커피랑 커피랑 빵 주세요. 커피랑
카피라 빵 주세요.
커피랑 주세요. 커피랑 빵 주세요.
Blackpink is in this area. I don't really not. I used to like Korean music. Now, not so much. Except like Psy. Psy was good. Copy, bang, please. Kapira bang 주세요.
주세요.
Kapira bang.
주세요. 커피랑
Kapira bang, bang,
빵
bang, 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 bang. Kapira bang 주세요.
주세요. 커피랑
카피라 빵 주세요. 카피라
커피랑
카피라
주세요.
카피라
커피랑
카피라 빵 주세요.
빵
Bro, this is literally another dimension. 카피라 빵 주세요. 카피라 빵 주세요. 카피라 빵 주세요.
커피랑 차.
카피랑 차. 카피랑 차. 카피랑 차. 카피랑 차. Look up. I took a shit cream. What happened there? So
감사합니다.
weird. 감사합니다. What was your first project? The CLI version. The CLI version of SSG. That was my first project. Because that was the problem that I was trying to solve. But then everybody is just so small brain and security, it's too complicated, so I had to create the user interface, and then now the user interface is too complicated, so I have to make it just needs to be a program in the background that runs in the background that will protect you. It's turning into that now. It's turning into like a super simplified version of like an EDR CrowdStrike. Don't stream it though, it'll probably be copyright. Oh my god, I can't. I can probably look it on my phone. Hopefully I don't, hopefully it doesn't play out loud. Did Niso send me something? Niso, I'm sorry. I'm the reason Fable goes away. Did Niso send me that message? Okay, let's see it. Claude Code. V. Nice. You jailbreaking? Has any of your thing gotten successful payout? What do you call it? Niso? Niso found a jailbreak? Improper input validation. Nice. Try. When did you start using Claude Code again, Niso? Was it for like a test or something? We'll see. Time with that. It was 2 minutes ago. 2 minutes ago. Niso's listening. Niso's trying the pen testing 4 days ago. You can hear you? Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, I'll try to get that. I'll do that, Miso. Thank you. I barely got to read your message. I think I was just occupied on that time, I think. Yeah, I was occupied at the time. Yeah. Sounds good, Nisa. I'll read that as I'm going to sleep. I'll read the feedback.
커피랑 차 주세요.
커피랑 차 주세요.
차. 커피랑
커피랑
차
차
주세요.
주세요. Gav, please. Yep.
커피랑
커피랑 차 주세요. Alright. Got it.
물, 빵,
물,
물,
빵. 물,
물,
빵.
빵,
빵. Alright.
물, 빵.
Why does it do it twice, guys? Write this in English. There's nothing to write. It's just drag and drop. Matching the pairs. Okay. T. What's this one? Cha?
차,
Cha. Bang.
빵.
Coffee.
커피,
Hey, thank you for subbing on YouTube. Alright, water. Food. Alright. Great work. Let's make this harder, okay? Thank you for the tea. Kapira. Kapira. Thank you for the tea. What's this one?
주세요, 주세요. 차, 차. 감사합니다.
감사합니다. Grizzle. I was thinking for the sum, yeah.
감사합니다.
감사합니다. 감사합니다. 감사합니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
감사합니다. 감사합니다. All right. Man, I need to learn the alphabet again, guys. 감사합니다. And I don't know how to type it anymore. I used to learn how to type it, and I forgot every single character. I brute forced it though.
커피랑
커피랑
빵.
주세요.
주세요.
Was this pre-GPT? What was? Yeah. This is all pre-GPT. Pre-GPT. 커피랑 Where? Huh? What?
감사합니다.
감사합니다. 감사합니다. Yeah, I learned it pre-GPT, but I just brute forced the language. You could learn how to type the Korean. It's just need to know the what each character, which key goes to each letter. Oh, what? Sorry. Let me try that again. Oh no. Oh no, I did that wrong. Let's see. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
커피.
감사합니다. 커피.
Okay, so you have the noun subject before thank you. Okay. All right. All right, guys. We gotta commit to the thing. We missed out on our streak, guys. We screwed up our streak because we forgot. I mean, Duolingo kept emailing me and I kept ignoring it for some reason. Maybe it was because something else. Who knows? All right, we got one thing in. Then the Korean alphabet. Korean typing test. Sam today. No. Guys, how do I get over the fear of showing off your project? You just do it. Oh, okay, let's do this. O D N O
Man.
On. You gotta think of like if you don't release it now, how are you gonna find all the bugs? And just think of like you could do multiple releases. You could launch multiple times, okay? You can launch multiple times. You can launch multiple times. You gotta be thinking of abundance. Yeah, it's best just guys, do you know how many failed launches that I've done? I've done so much failed launches, it's not even funny. Niso would know. I tell like Niso, I was like, Niso, I'd be getting this thing done. We're gonna be rich. We're gonna make get so much customers. We just need to get this like thing finally launched. And we just kept getting rejected by the App Store and Windows Store every single day. Every single day we were rejected. But we got feedback every single time. We got feedback every single day. Now it's on the App Store and Mac Store, Microsoft Store. Now it could just sell itself. Like I don't even have to advertise it anymore. I could just I could just get ChatGPT to market the product for me at this point because the product's working. We could test it more. We could do more tests, create more tests, more QA, find more bugs. Main thing is it's launched now. And if there's anything wrong, a customer will just either refund or let me know. Now I think about it, I need to fix my support page. I'm not getting any messages I'm not getting any messages. All I know is sell to the military industrial complex. Yeah. If you want lots of money. Yeah, exactly. Now I think about it. Let me just let's create a thing. Oh no. I noticed when users were submitting support tickets through SigmaShake desktop or SSG CLI through the support page in the SSG web UI, I wasn't getting the support messages to my Discord channel. Can you check if it's broken? Actually, it might have just been me being broken because I was probably banned. Not banned, I was rate limited. And I might have not gotten some of these messages, tickets. Let's see. That was on the 23rd. Wait, this is a long time ago. No, I haven't got a message. Yeah, there's something broken. Something broken. Something broken. Yeah, thanks again, the operator, for watching on YouTube, and all the folks watching on YouTube. Really appreciate it. It's really hard to pop off on YouTube. I guess I'm gonna need to like get more likes, comments, people talking to get more viewers, because I know that the market's there. Like Bridgemine had like 700 people watching or something, 1,000, whatever people watching, and then you have like people on other people. It's lonely here on YouTube. Yeah, there's a lot of people on YouTube. It's just, until I make more YouTube videos and stuff, and market, just say what the common thing that people are talking about and just making a video about it, then I'll just have to pop off on the trending topics, every day. So we just make a video on whatever the topic is and just we make the video while we're talking in chat, right? We make the video while we're talking on chat. That's the strat. You don't go against, you don't become a novel topic to talk about. You just piggyback off of all the topics everybody else is talking about. You show the same exact thing that you see in the video. You see somebody else post something about an article, reading something on it, you just do the same thing. We'll do the same thing. I mean, we can be novel about it. Like we get news from X and Reddit all the time, and Hacker News all the time. We just need to make posts on it. You know, that's what we're just gonna have to do. That's just gonna be. It's not gonna be any new news. It's just gonna be re-ingestible news somebody else said. You know, that's the only way to grow. Create an AI chat being indistinguishable from a real person and an AI swarm sprite. Write the script for it. Yeah. I'll just copy somebody's script. I'll just say the same thing. Yeah. This is a deepfake. This is a deepfake, guys. I'm not real. You're talking to an AI this whole time. Mm-hmm. He's an automated Twitch long ago. Literally, it was glowing hair. Of course, he's a bot. Yeah. Hey Alpine, how's your work day? Hope you're doing well. It's Friday, holiday. Hopefully you don't have to work. But if you have to work, it's to pay the bills. It's to pay the bills. Skills to pay the bills. I'm so tired, dude. Happy to have a free weekend. Yeah. I'm pretty tired too, guys. I worked out yesterday. I'm gonna be so pumped tomorrow because my body should fully heal because I ate a bunch of food. So when my body heals, I'll be able to have more energy. You know? I can't create or pre-fill the flat text PR hub. Okay. I'll have to do this. Well, I can't even make a PR against it, huh? Unreal Aura. Take random pep until you get jacked. Oh my god. Should I also use a hammer against my my cheekbones to make it bigger? Chiseled jaw. All right, go back to testing. Da. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Man. Ama.
Ma.
누나.
What's that mean? What's that sound? Nu. 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 Na.
안.
Oh, that was bad, guys. That was bad.
만. 아마. 아마. 만. 안. 만. 아마. 안. 만. 안.
All right.
나무.
Na.
눈. 문. 누나. 바나나. 나무. 반. 눈. 방. 문.
All right. Okay, I did better that time. All right.
비누.
No.
분. 비빔밥. 밥. 이. 반. 위. 방. 아이. 바나나.
Na. Okay.
가위. 이. 김밥. 위. 휘. 비누. 누구. 이. 아기. 아이.
Made a mistake there. Made a mistake there, guys. All right. What else are we doing? It's that easy, guys. It's that easy to learn Korean. You just brute force it, guys. You just brute force it. You'll learn the characters eventually. Oh, new character.
갈비.
Galbi. Everybody have Galbi? Galbi.
구.
Who?
우리.
Uri? Who? Ri?
가구.
구?
나라.
Na. Ra.
강,
아. 아.
일,
일.
휘, 물,
Ah. Eh? What does that say? Buon. Film. Oh, yeah, I can't read it. I can't read it. Oh yeah, it's translated actually. It's translated. It says, what? It's not translating. What the heck? It's not translating. It was supposed to translate your text. Oh my god. All right, now I have to read. Now I have to identify what it says. What does it say, guys? What does it say? It's supposed to auto-translate. But it didn't translate. Why are you writing translations? I thought I could speak Korean. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we have to fix that chat. I don't know why it didn't translate. One of these days, I'm gonna be able to read Korean well. Fix OBS chat. It's not translating Korean. You're learning Korean wrong? Boot up, boudoir. The funny thing is, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. Now I need to learn the characters first. Ooh. Oh, man. Come home, son. Your social support is calling you. Yeah. Huh? What's this one?
물건,
If you get Neuralink, you just download the language plugin. Yeah. That'd be crazy. The thing is, it doesn't say the whole thing sometimes. So I don't remember. I'm just memorizing the typing at this point.
구, 말, 월,
what the heck is this one? Oh.
갈비,
비,
일,
일,
머리,
리,
강, 물,
It'll be less like downloading and more like having a seizure as Neuralink runs a training program Matrix style. Yeah. Alright. This.
월, 거기, 어머니,
니,
월, 이거, 너무, 머리,
리,
2번,
okay. Guys, you can learn the whole alphabet in like a day. It shouldn't be too difficult. I did this before.
번,
That's why I'm not too intimidated.
거기.
Family comes in and sees us spazzing out on the sofa. What drugs did you take this time, operator?
구. 눈. 이거. 가구. 나라. 물건. 가방.
Little Billy is downloading those raunchy Neuralink environments again. Billy. Alright.
만나다.
I mean, you get the Neuralink training coming in, yeah.
눈. 구. 먹다.
뭐?
누구? 거기. 울다. 분. 가구.
Oh, 100%.
다니다. 걷다. 둘. 만나다. 구두. 달. 너무. 가다. 덥다.
All right, almost there.
닭고기. 어디?
So my RL agent started weaponizing for just generalization wandering behavior that tended to be hit all the goal destinations within the rollout length. Basically, your agent is cheating. Dealing with that now. Okay. Yeah. Was. So. Oh. Yeah. How do you prevent the AI from cheating, getting into walls? All right, this one is that.
걷다.
I need a bigger stick. Bigger stick.
공원.
Mike is dying? Uh-oh. It was like twisted a different way. It twisted a weird way. Sorry, guys. I don't know what caused that to happen. I just twisted it once. Does that happen to be involving? You know, maybe I unplugged this power thing. Maybe that's what's messing up with the extra beeping. Beeping. Unplug this thing.
가다 독일 받다 구도
All right, 100% accuracy. All right.
소고기 고기 오 도서관 몽골 도 사과 북도 돈 옷 식사 사 못 가수 시 사과 기숙사 선수 산 시간 사 우산 가수
Guys, how many languages do you know? You know more than one language, guys? I don't. I learned some Japanese, but I forgot it. Learned some Spanish and forgot it. Learned some Chinese and forgot it. If you don't use it, you lose it.
선수
Now, I see these kids. They are they're talking to their parents in English, but their parents are talking to them in the foreign language. But you know, when the kids grow up, they'll remember it. You know, two? What two? What two languages?
삼
Some.
한국어 산 한국 강 돈 기억하다 식당
Roman and English. Romanian. Romanian. Huh? Romanian and English. What does Romanian sound like? Guy speaking in Romanian.
Actorul Sebastian Stan, așadar, este invitatul meu de astăzi, pe care eu l-am descoperit în serialul Gossip Girl. Iar copiii mei în Captain America, pentru că este bunul prieten Bucky. Deci el este invitatul meu. Bună, Sebastian!
Bună ziua, mulțumesc!
Ai apucat să dormi și tu puțin?
Da, vreo 3-4 ore, cred, a fost.
Și deja dimineața ai avut program.
Am avut program, da, cu Our Big Day Out, a fost funny. Acum sunt la cinema și văd filmul Civil War.
Da, sunt o mulțime.
No, they still say English. They still say English language to talk about English stuff. I guess there's no direct translation. And Romanian for English stuff. How does it sound? Not so bad. It gives me like a hint of like Italian plus Brazilian Portuguese. It's like a Portuguese and Italian made a language. But yeah, you have your own Romania. So I can't really say much. I don't know much about the languages in general. Sounds good. Yeah. Do Romanians hang out with other Romanians? In your sense, yes, right? Everybody hangs out with each other.
놀다
Yeah. There's still so many characters to go. Oh, a new character.
전화번호 하나 호 좋아하다 한호 허리 운전하다 한국
Keep making the same mistake.
오후 자전거
Already I've just One online Romanian friend. Oh, we only have one. Oh. Interesting. Everybody's so spread out, huh? Especially on the internet. Internets. Isn't it interesting that, like, even though we're all connected, we don't communicate to each other much? But in our life, they are all from random parts of the country. Oh, I see. That's good. That's good. Some diversity.
저 지난주 지하 자주 사전
You know what's crazy, guys? I shouldn't even be learning this at night. I should be learning this straight in the morning. I should be doing this in the morning, guys. I shouldn't be doing this at night. At night, the brain is fried, and I'm just doing this out of, like, pure boredom. Boredom. Pure boredom, guys. Let me just finish this last exercise. Yeah? One more, right? Don't give up.
저거
Alright, that's it. That's it, guys. I played the music. We went through the music. We did all the things. Guys. Is there somebody else? Is there a point rating, guys? Is there a point? Is there really a point? I don't think. Maybe I'll get rated back. I've only been rated once in my whole time streaming, guys. 24 hours when you die of exhaustion. Tomorrow I'm gonna have so much energy, guys. My body is hopefully all healed up by tomorrow. And then maybe we do something fun. Maybe we do something fun, guys. I don't know what we're gonna do. I don't know what we're gonna do, guys. But we'll do something. Alright, guys, we'll see you tomorrow. We'll we be Tokenmaxxing and stuff tomorrow. First thing when we wake up. Not Tokenmaxxing. We'll be reacting. We'll be talking to the chat. Normal stuff, just not much Tokenmaxxing. As much as I would love to. And that would be like the peak going. All of our tokens. We ran several tests for the stream. Mics still seem, we have to deal with like every scenario when the mic breaks, guys. We have to deal with every scenario. Yes, and thanks again, Niso, for all the tips and updates. We'll add that in. For fun breaks. Hey guys, we'll do that. Learn Korean, do some stress. Chess. Korean and chess, guys. Korean and chess. Have that routine. Schedule. What's with the SVG logos near our names? Logo? Logos. Legos? Those are you and your levels. Chess. Chess.com. What's that thing where you find people? GeoGuessr? QA? Pictures. Suno songs. What else do we have? Yeah, we'll figure it out. Every day we, oh, YouTube. More YouTube. All right, guys. And interwebs. All right, guys. You have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow as usual, guys. As usual. All right. All right, guys. Take care, man. Take care. Have a good night.